Was it all just a dream?
God bless you, Florida. Thank you.
Did the last 4 years not really happen? Look, there's Ben Affleck. He's often in my dreams. And the taxi driver guy, he was there too. And little Stevie Wonder, he seemed so happy, like a miracle had taken place. Was it a dream? Or was it real? It was election night 2000, and everything seemed to be going as planned.
In New York, Al Gore is our projected winner. The Garden State is green for Gore.
We project that Mr. Gore is the winner in Delaware. This state has voted with the winner in
Excuse me 1 second. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Mike, you know I wouldn't do this if it weren't big. Florida goes for Al Gore.
CNN announces that recall Florida in the Al Gore column.
Then something called the Fox News Channel called the election in favor of the other guy.
Not to interrupt you, Fox News now projects George W. Bush the winner in Florida, and thus it appears the winner of the presidency of the United States.
All of a sudden, the other network said, hey, if Fox said it, it must be true.
All of us at the networks made a mistake and projected Florida in the Al Gore column. It was our mistake.
Now, what most people don't know is that the man who was in charge of the decision desk at Fox that night, the man who called it for Bush, was none other than Bush's first cousin, John Ellis. How does someone like Bush get away with something like this? Well, first, it helps if your brother is the governor of the state in question.
You know something? We are going to win Florida. Mark my words. You can write it down.
Second, make sure the chairman of your campaign is also the vote counting woman, and that her state has hired a company that's going to knock voters off the rolls who aren't likely to vote for you. You can usually tell them by the color of their skin. Then make sure your side fights like it's life or death.
I think all this talk about legitimacy is way overblown.
And hope that the other side will just sit by and wait for the phone to ring. And even if numerous independent investigations prove that Gore got the most votes,
if there was a statewide recount under every scenario, Gore won the election.
It won't matter, just as long as all your daddy's friends on the Supreme Court vote the right way.
While I strongly disagree with the court's decision, I accept it.
What we need now is acceptance. We have a new president-elect.
It turns out none of this was a dream. It's what really happened. On the day the joint session of both the House of Representatives and the Senate was to certify the election results, Al Gore, in his dual role as outgoing Vice President and President of the Senate, presided over the event that would officially anoint George W. Bush as the new president. If any congressman wanted to raise an objection, the rules insisted that he or she had to have the signed support of just one senator.
Mr. President, and I take great pride in calling you that, I must object because of the overwhelming evidence of official misconduct, deliberate fraud, and an attempt to suppress voter turnout.
The chair must remind members that under Section 18 of Title III, United States Code, no debate is allowed in the joint session.
Thank you, Mr. President. To answer your question, Mr. President, the objection is in writing, signed by a number of members of the House of Representatives, but not by a member of the Senate.
Mr. President, it is in writing and signed by several House colleagues on behalf and myself of the 27,000 voters of Duval County, in which 16,000 of them are African Americans that was disenfranchised in this last election.
Is the objection signed by a member of the Senate?
Not signed by a member of the Senate. The Senate is missing.
Mr. President, it is in writing and signed by myself on behalf of many of the diverse constituents in our country, especially those in the 9th Congressional District, and all American voters who recognize that the Supreme Court, not the people of the United States, decided this election.
Is the objection signed by a senator?
Unfortunately, Mr. President, it is not signed by one single senator.
Unfortunately, I have no authority over the United States Senate, and no senator has signed.
Mr. President, it is in writing and signed by myself and several of my constituents from Florida. A senator is needed, but missing.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a member of the House and a senator.
The objection is in writing, and I don't care that it is not signed by a member of the Senate.
The chair will advise that the rules do care, and the signature of the senator.
Not a single senator came to the aid of the African Americans in Congress. One after another, they were told to sit down and shut up.
And it's a sad day in America, Mr. President, when we can't find a senator to sign objections.
The gentleman will suspend.
Won't sign objections, Mr. President.
The gentleman will suspend.
Inauguration coverage, 2001, on a nasty but it could be worse kind of day in Washington.
Where do we want justice? Where do we want it?
On the day George W. Bush was inaugurated, tens of thousands of Americans poured into the streets of D.C. in one last attempt to reclaim what had been taken from them. They pelted Bush's limo with eggs and brought the inauguration parade to a halt. The plan to have Bush get out of the limo for the traditional walk to the White House was scrapped. Bush's limo hit the gas to prevent an even larger riot. No president had ever witnessed such a thing on his inauguration day. And for the next 8 months, it didn't get any better for George W. Bush. He couldn't get his judges appointed. He had trouble getting his legislation passed, and he lost Republican control of the Senate. His approval ratings in the polls began to sink. He was already beginning to look like a lame duck president. With everything going wrong, he did what any of us would do. He went on vacation. In his first 8 months in office before September 11th, George W. Bush was on vacation, according to the Washington Post, 42% of the time.
I hit every shot good. People would say I wasn't working.
It was not surprising that Mr. Bush needed some time off. Being president is a lot of work.
And these folks that say you're loafing here in Texas, that you're taking too long of a vacation.
They don't understand the definition of work then. I'm getting a lot done. Secondly, you don't have to be in Washington to work. It's amazing what can happen with telephones and faxes.
Thank you so much.
And just a Destiny Hub.
Yeah.
What are you doing the rest of the day?
Karen Hughes is coming over. We're working on some things. And she'll be over here. We're working on a few things, a few matters. I'm working on some initiatives. You'll see. I mean, there'll be some decisions that I will have made while I'm here, and we'll be announcing them as time goes on.
The first time I met him, he had some good advice for me.
Governor Bush, it's Michael Moore.
Behave yourself, will you? Don't find real work.
And work was something he knew a lot about.
Anybody want some grits?
Relaxing at Camp David, yachting off Kennebunkport.
How you doing?
Or being a cowboy on the ranch in Texas.
I love the nature. I love to get in the pickup truck with my dogs. Oh, hi.
George Bush spent the rest of August at the ranch, where life was less complicated.
Mr. Armadale loved to dig the soil looking for bugs. And so I went out there the other day, and there was Barney buried in his hole, chasing an armadillo.
It was a summer to remember. And when it was over, he left Texas for his second favorite place. On September 10th, he joined his brother in Florida, where they looked at files and met important Floridians. He went to sleep that night in a bed made with fine French linens.
suppose he's pretty confident on those numbers on Iraqi security forces.
Make me look young. Yeah, I got a little sort of air noise. Yeah, just don't turn it up too much so I don't want to blow my head off.
I got a mic here if they want to hear. Testing 1 2. This is the Oval Office. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. This is the Oval Office. Testing 1 2 3 4 5.
On September 11th, 2001, nearly 3,000 people, including a colleague of mine, Bill Weems, were killed in the largest foreign attack ever on American soil. The targets were the financial and military headquarters of the United States.
If anyone has any idea, if they've seen him or knows where he is, to call us. He's got two little babies.
As the attack took place, Mr. Bush was on his way to an elementary school in Florida. When informed of the first plane hitting the World Trade Center, where terrorists had struck just 8 years prior, Mr. Bush decided to go ahead with his photo opportunity.
Read this word the fast way. Get ready. Mad. Yes, mad. Get ready. Mad.
Yeah.
Okay, get ready to read the words on this page without making a mistake.
When the second plane hit the tower, his chief of staff entered the classroom and told Mr. Bush, the nation is under attack. Not knowing what to do, with no one telling him what to do, and no Secret Service rushing in to take him to safety, Mr. Bush just sat there and continued to read My Pet Goat with the children. Nearly 7 minutes passed with nobody doing anything. As Bush sat in that Florida classroom, was he wondering if maybe he should have shown up to work more often? Should he have held at least one meeting since taking office to discuss the threat of terrorism with his head of counterterrorism? Or maybe Mr. Bush was wondering why he had cut terrorism funding from the FBI. Or perhaps he just should have read the security briefing that was given to him on August 6, 2001, which said that Osama bin Laden was planning to attack America by hijacking airplanes. But maybe he wasn't worried about the terrorist threat because the title of the report was too vague.
I believe the title was Bin Laden Determined to Attack Inside the United States.
A report like that might make some men jump. But as in days past, George W. just went fishing. As the minutes went by, George Bush continued to sit in the classroom. Was he thinking, I've been hanging out with the wrong crowd? Which one of them screwed me? Was it the guy my daddy's friends delivered a lot of weapons to? Was it that group of religious fundamentalists who visited my state when I was governor? Or was it the Saudis? Damn, it was them. I think I better blame it on this guy. In the days following September 11th, all commercial and private airline traffic was grounded.
The FAA has taken the action to close all of the airports in the United States.
Even grounding the president's father, former President Bush, on a flight forced to land in Milwaukee.
Thousands of travelers were stranded, among them Ricky Martin, due to appear at tonight's Latin Grammy Awards.
Not even Ricky Martin could fly. But really, who wanted to fly? No one. Except the Bin Ladens.
We had some airplanes authorized at the highest levels of our government to fly to pick up Osama bin Laden's family members and others from Saudi Arabia and transport them out of this country.
It turns out that the White House approved planes to pick up the Bin Ladens and numerous other Saudis. At least 6 private jets and nearly 24 commercial planes carried the Saudis and the Bin Ladens out of the U.S. after September 13th. In all, 142 Saudis, including 24 members of the Bin Laden family, were allowed to leave the country.
Osama's always been portrayed as the bad apple, the black sheep in the family, and that they cut off
all relationship with him around 1994. In fact, things are much more complicated than that.
You mean Osama has had contact with other family members?
That's right. In the summer of 2001, just before 9/11, one of Osama's sons got married in Afghanistan, and several family members showed up at the wedding.
Bin Laden.
That's right. So they've not cut off completely. That's really an exaggeration.
We now welcome to Larry King Live. Good to see him again. Prince Bandar, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the United States.
We had about 24 members of Bin Laden's family. And in America, students, and His Majesty felt it's not fair for those innocent people to be subjected to any harm. On the other hand, we understood, had a high emotion, so with coordination with the FBI, we got them all out.
This is retired FBI agent Jack Clunan. Before 9/11, he was a senior agent on the joint FBI-CIA Al-Qaeda task force.
I, as an investigator, would not want these people to have left. I think in the case of the Bin Laden family, I think it would have been prudent. Hand the subpoenas out, have them come in, get on the record. You know, get on the record.
That's the proper procedure.
Yeah. How many people were pulled off of airlines after that coming into the country who were what? They were from the Middle East, or they fit a very general picture.
We held hundreds of
and
weeks and months at a time. Did the authorities do anything when the Bin Ladens tried to leave the country?
No, they were identified at the airport. They looked at their passports and they were identified.
Well, that's what would happen to you or I if we were
exactly,
in the country.
Exactly.
So a little interview, check the passport. What else?
Nothing.
I don't know about you, but usually when the police can't find a murderer, don't they usually want to talk to the family members to find out where they think he might be?
You have no idea where your husband might be.
Well, if you should hear anything, let us know, will you?
You willing to come downtown and give us a statement?
This going to take long? You got the time? Mine's worth money, yours isn't. Send in a bill. I asked you a question. You're here to answer them, not ask them. Now, you listen to me, cop. I pay your salary. All right, sit down. I'm going to earn it.
Yeah, that's how cops do it. What was going on here?
I think we need to know a lot more about that. That needs to be the subject of a significant investigation. What happened? How did it happen? Why did it happen? And who authorized it?
Trying to imagine what those poor bastards were feeling when they were jumping out of that building to their death. Those young guys and cops and firemen that ran into that building never asked a question, and they're dead. And families' lives are ruined, and they'll never have peace. That's right. And if I had to inconvenience a member of the Bin Laden family with a subpoena or a grand jury, do you think I'd lose any sleep over it? Not for a minute, Mike.
No one would question it.
No, it's right.
Not even the biggest civil libertarian.
No, it's
no
just,
one would question
it's just, you know, you got a lawyer, fine. Counsel, fine. Mr. Bin Laden, this is why I'm asking you. It's not because I think it's or anything. I just want to ask you the questions that I would anybody.
Right.
And that's all.
None of this made any sense. Can you imagine in the days after the Oklahoma City terrorist bombing, President Clinton helping to arrange a trip out of the country for the McVeigh family? What do you think would have happened to Clinton if that had been revealed?
Bandar, do you know the Bin Laden family?
I do very well.
What are they like?
They're really lovely human beings. He is the only one I don't know him well, but I met him only once.
What was the circumstance under which you met him?
This is ironic. In mid-80s, if you remember, we in the United States were supporting the Mujahideen to liberate Afghanistan from the Soviets. He came to thank me for my efforts to bring the Americans, our friends, to help us against the atheists, he said the communists. Isn't it ironic?
No, he came to thank you for helping bring America to help him. And now he may be responsible for bombing America.
Absolutely.
What did you make of him when you met him?
I was not impressed, to be honest with you.
Not impressed?
No, I thought he was simple and very quiet guy.
A simple and quiet guy whose family just happened to have a business relationship with the family of George W. Bush. Is that what he was thinking about? Because if the public knew this, it wouldn't look very good. Was he thinking, you know, I need a big black marker? In early 2004, in a speech during the New Hampshire primary, I called George W. Bush a deserter from his time in the Texas Air National Guard. In response, the White House released his military records in the hopes of disproving the charge. What Bush didn't know is that I already had a copy of his military records, uncensored, obtained in the year 2000. And there is one glaring difference between the records released in 2000 and those he released in 2004. A name had been blacked out. In 1972, 2 airmen were suspended for failing to take their medical examination. One was George W. Bush. And the other was James R. Bath. In 2000, the documents show both names. But in 2004, Bush and the White House had Bath's name blacked out. Why didn't Bush want the press and the public to see Bath's name on his military records? Perhaps he was worried that the American people would find out that at one time James R. Bath was the Texas money manager for the Bin Ladens. Bush and Bath had become good friends when they both served in the Texas Air National Guard. After they were discharged, when Bush's dad was head of the CIA, Bath opened up his own aviation business after selling a plane to a man by the name of Salam bin Laden, heir to the second largest fortune in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi bin Laden Group.
W at that time was just starting off in the world as a businessman. Because he's a guy who's always tried to emulate his father, he decided to go into the oil business. He founded an oil company, a drilling company out in West Texas called Arbusto, which was very, very good at drilling dry holes that nothing came out of. But the question has always been, where did this money come from? Now, his dad was rich. His dad could have done this for him, but his dad didn't do this for him. There's no indication that Daddy wrote a check to start him off in this company.
So where did George W. Bush get his money?
I'm George Bush.
One person who did invest in him was James R. Bath. Bush's good friend, James Bath, was hired by the Bin Laden family to manage their money in Texas and invest in businesses. And James Bath himself, in turn, invested in George W. Bush. Bush ran Arbusto into the ground, as he did every other company he was involved in, until finally one of his companies was bought by Harken Energy, and they gave him a seat on their board.
A lot of us have suspected through the years that there has been Saudi oil money involved in all of these companies. Harken, Spectrum 7, Arbusto Drilling, all of the Bush companies, whenever they got into trouble, there were these angel investors who flowed money into the companies.
So the question is, why would Saudis, who had all the oil in the world, go around the globe to invest in this lousy oil company? And the thing is, it had one big asset. Harken had one thing going for it, which is that George W. Bush was on its board of directors at a time when his father was president of the United States.
When you're the president's son and you've got unlimited access combined with some credentials from a prior campaign, in Washington, D.C., people tend to respect that. I mean, access is power. And I can find my dad and talk to him any time of the day.
Yes, it helps to be the president's son, especially when you're being investigated by the Securities and Exchange Commission.
In 1990, when Mr. Bush was a director of Harken Energy, he received this memo from company lawyers, warning directors not to sell stock if they had unfavorable information about the company. 1 week later, he sold $848,000 worth of Harken stock. 2 months later, Harken announced losses of more than $23 million.
The James Baker law partner who helped Bush beat the rap from the SEC was a man by the name of Robert Jordan, who, when George W. became president, was appointed ambassador to Saudi Arabia. After the Harken debacle, the friends of Bush's dad got him a seat on another board of a company owned by the Carlyle Group.
We wanted to look at which companies actually gained from September 11th. It turned up this company, Carlyle Group. The Carlyle Group is a multinational conglomerate that invests in heavily government-regulated industries like telecommunications, healthcare, and particularly defense. Both George W. Bush and George H.W. Bush worked for the Carlyle Group, the same company that counted the bin Laden family among its investors. Carlyle Group was holding its annual investor conference on the morning of September 11th in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Washington, D.C. At that meeting were all of the Carlyle regulars. James Baker, likely John Major, definitely George H.W. Bush, though he left the morning of September 11th. Shafiq bin Laden, who is Osama bin Laden's half-brother, and was in town to look after his family's investments in the Carlyle Group. All of them together in one room watching as the planes hit the towers, and that in fact the bin Laden family was invested in one of their defense funds, which ironically meant that as the United States started increasing its defense spending, the bin Laden family stood to gain from those investments through the Carlyle Group.
Our Commander-in-Chief, President George W. Bush.
With all the weapons companies it owned, the Carlyle Group was, in essence, the 11th largest defense contractor in the United States.
Thanks a lot.
It owned United Defense, makers of the Bradley Armored Fighting Vehicle. September 11th guaranteed that United Defense was going to have a very good year. Just 6 weeks after 9/11, Carlyle filed to take United Defense public, and in December made a one-day profit of $237 million. But sadly, with so much attention focused on the bin Laden family being important Carlyle investors, the bin Ladens eventually had to withdraw. Bush's dad, though, stayed on as senior advisor to Carlyle's Asia board for another 2 years.
As unseemly as it seems to know that George H.W. Bush was meeting with the bin Laden family while Osama was a wanted terrorist well before September 11th. It's very discomforting for Americans to know that. George H.W. Bush is a man who has obviously incredible reach into the White House. He receives daily CIA briefings, which is the right of any ex-president, but very few ex-presidents actually exercise that right. He does. And I think in a very real way, they are benefiting from the confusion that arises when George H.W. Bush visits Saudi Arabia on behalf of Carlyle and meets with the royal family and meets with the bin Laden family. Is he representing the United States of America, or is he representing an investment firm in the United States of America, or is he representing both? This company is about money. It's not about conspiracies to run the world or engineer political maneuvering and things like that. It's about making money, and it's about making a lot of money, and they've done very well.
To get you on the record on this question, in the White House view, there's no ethical conflict in former President Bush and former Secretary of State Jim Baker using their contacts with world leaders to represent one of the most well-known military arms dealers, the Carlyle Group.
The President has full faith that his family will conform with all proper ethics laws, and will act properly in their conduct.
Okay, so let's say one group of people, like the American people, pay you $400,000 a year to be President of the United States. But then another group of people invest in you, your friends, and their related businesses $1.4 billion over a number of years. Who are you going to like? Who's your daddy? Because that's how much the Saudi royals and their associates have given the Bush family, their friends,
How are you, sir?
and their related businesses in the past 3 decades.
Seems like a very nice reunion with friends.
Is it rude to suggest that when the Bush family wakes up in the morning, they might be thinking about what's best for the Saudis instead of what's best for you or me? Because $1.4 billion just doesn't buy a lot of flights out of the country. It buys a lot of love. Sooner or later, this special relationship with a regime that Amnesty International condemns as a widespread human rights violator would come back to haunt the Bushes. Now, after 9/11, it was an embarrassment, and they preferred that no one ask any questions.
The investigation should have begun on September 12th. There's no reason why it shouldn't have. 3,000 people were dead. It was a murder, and it should have gotten started immediately.
First, Bush tried to stop Congress from setting up its own 9/11 investigation.
It's important for us to not reveal how we collect information. That's what the enemy wants. And we're fighting an enemy.
When he couldn't stop Congress, he then tried to stop an independent 9/11 commission from being formed.
The president's position was a break from history. Independent investigations were launched within days of Pearl Harbor and President Kennedy's assassination.
But when Congress did complete its own investigation, the Bush White House censored 28 pages of the report.
The president is being pressed by all sides to declassify the report. U.S. officials tell NBC News most of the secret sources involve Saudi Arabia.
We have given extraordinary cooperation with Chairman Keane and Hamilton.
We haven't gotten the materials we needed, and we certainly haven't gotten them in a timely fashion. The deadlines we set have passed.
Will you testify before the commission?
This commission? You know, I don't testify. I mean, I'd be glad to visit with them.
What it will do is the hole that's in my heart and has been in my heart since September 11th. I lost my husband, 15 years. I'm now by myself. I need to know what happened to him. I know what I got back from the autopsy. That man was my life, and I have no plan. I was taking a class, and they asked me what was I going to do in the next 5 years. And if I'm not doing something with this, I don't know what reason I have to live. So it's very important. Very important. Okay.
Ignored by the Bush administration, more than 500 relatives of 9/11 victims filed suit against Saudi royals and others. The lawyers the Saudi defense minister hired to fight the 9/11 families? The law firm of Bush family confidant, James A. Baker. So we're right here in the center of three important American landmarks, the Watergate Hotel and office building, the Kennedy Center over there, and the Embassy of Saudi Arabia. Yeah. How much money do the Saudis have invested in America, roughly?
I've heard figures as high as $860 billion.
$860 billion?
Billion.
That's a lot of money.
A lot, yeah.
And what percentage of our economy does that represent? I mean, it seems like a lot.
Well, in terms of investments on Wall Street, American equities, it's roughly 6 or 7% of America. They own a fairly good slice of America. Wow. And most of that money goes into the great blue chip companies. Citigroup, Citibank is the largest stockholder, is a Saudi. AOL Time Warner has big Saudi investors.
So I read where like the Saudis have $1 trillion in our banks of their money. What would happen if like one day we just pulled that $1 trillion out?
$1 trillion? That would be an enormous blow to the economy.
Right.
Mr. Moore, can I speak to you for a moment, please, sir?
Yeah, sure.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good. How you doing?
Steve Kimball, Secret Service. How are you doing,
How you doing, sir? Yes.
We're just ascertaining information regarding. Are you doing a documentary regarding the Saudi Arabia embassy or chancery?
No, I am doing a documentary, and part of it is about Saudi Arabia. Even though we were nowhere near the White House, for some reason the Secret Service had shown up to ask us what we were doing standing across the street from the Saudi embassy. Here to cause any trouble or anything, and is that...
No, that's fine. We just wanted to make sure. We just wanted to get some information as far as
what's going on. Yeah. I didn't realize the Secret Service guards foreign embassies.
Not usually, no, sir.
No. Did they give you any trouble, Saudis?
No comment on that, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take that as a yes. All right, good. Thank you very much. Thanks for the work. It turns out that Saudi Prince Bandar is perhaps the best protected ambassador in the U.S. The U.S. State Department provides him with a 6-man security detail. Considering how he and his family and the Saudi elite own 7% of America, it's probably not a bad idea. Prince Bandar was so close to the Bushes they considered him a member of the family, and they even had a nickname for him, Bandar Bush. 2 nights after September 11th, George Bush invited Bandar Bush over to the White House for a private dinner and a talk. Even though bin Laden was a Saudi, and Saudi money had funded Al-Qaeda, and 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudis, here was the Saudi ambassador casually dining with the president on September 13th. What were they talking about? Were they commiserating or comparing notes? Why would Bandar's government block American investigators from talking to the relatives of the 15 hijackers? Why would Saudi Arabia become reluctant to freeze the hijackers' assets? The two of them walked out on the Truman balcony so that Bandar could smoke a cigar and have a drink. In the distance, across the Potomac, was the Pentagon, partially in ruins. I wonder if Mr. Bush told Prince Bandar not to worry, because he already had a plan in motion.
You come in September 12th, ready to plot what response we take to Al-Qaeda. Let me talk about the response that you got from top administration officials. On that day, what did the president say to you?
The president, in a very intimidating way, left us, me and my staff, with the clear indication that he wanted us to come back with the word that there was an Iraqi hand behind 9/11, because they had been planning to do something about Iraq from before the time they came into office.
Did he ask about any other nations other than Iraq?
No, not at all. It was Iraq, Saddam, find out, get back to me.
And were his questions more about Iraq than about Al-Qaeda?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He didn't ask me about Al-Qaeda.
And the reaction you got that day from the defense secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, from his assistant, Paul Wolfowitz?
Well, Donald Rumsfeld said, when we talked about bombing the Al-Qaeda infrastructure in Afghanistan, he said there were no good targets in Afghanistan. Let's bomb Iraq. And we said, but Iraq had nothing to do with this. And that didn't seem to make much difference. And the reason they had to do Afghanistan first was it was obvious that Al-Qaeda had attacked us, and it was obvious that Al-Qaeda was in Afghanistan. The American people wouldn't have stood by if we had done nothing on Afghanistan.
The United States began bombing Afghanistan just 4 weeks after 9/11. Mr. Bush said he was doing so because the Taliban government of Afghanistan had been harboring bin Laden.
We will smoke them out of their holes. We're going to smoke them out. Smoke them out. We'll smoke him out of his cave.
Let's rush him and smoke him out.
For all his tough talk, Bush really didn't do much.
But what they did was slow and small. They put only 11,000 troops into Afghanistan. There are more police here in Manhattan, than there are U.S. troops in Afghanistan. Basically, the president botched the response to 9/11. He should have gone right after bin Laden. The U.S. Special Forces didn't get into the area where bin Laden was for 2 months.
2 months? A mass murderer who attacked the United States was given a 2-month head start? Who in their right mind would do that?
Anybody say nice shot?
Nice shot. Hell of a shot.
Or was the war in Afghanistan really about something else? Perhaps the answer was in Houston, Texas. In 1997, while George W. Bush was governor of Texas, a delegation of Taliban leaders from Afghanistan flew to Houston to meet with Unocal executives to discuss the building of a pipeline through Afghanistan, bringing natural gas from the Caspian Sea. And who got a Caspian Sea drilling contract the same day Unocal signed the pipeline deal? A company headed by a man named Dick Cheney, Halliburton.
From the point of view of the U.S. government, this was kind of a magic pipeline because it could serve so many purposes.
And who else stood to benefit from the pipeline? Bush's #1 campaign contributor, Kenneth Lay, and the good people of Enron. Only the British press covered this trip. Then, in 2001, just 5.5 months before 9/11, the Bush administration welcomed a special Taliban envoy to tour the United States to help improve the image of the Taliban government.
You have imprisoned the women. It's a horror, let me tell you.
And I'm really sorry to your husband. He might have a very difficult time with you.
Here's the Taliban official visiting our State Department to meet with U.S. officials. Why on earth would the Bush administration allow a Taliban leader to visit the United States, knowing that the Taliban were harboring the man who bombed the USS Cole and our African embassies? Well, I guess 9/11 put a stop to that. When the invasion of Afghanistan was complete, we installed its new president, Hamid Karzai. Who was Hamid Karzai? He was a former advisor to UNICAL. Bush also appointed as our envoy to Afghanistan, Zalmay Khalilzad, who was also a former UNICAL advisor. I guess you can probably see where this is leading. Faster than you can say black gold Texas tea, Afghanistan signed an agreement with their neighboring countries to build a pipeline through Afghanistan carrying natural gas from the Caspian Sea. Oh, and the Taliban? Well, they mostly got away. As did Osama bin Laden and most of Al-Qaeda.
Terror is bigger than one person. And he's a person who's now been marginalized. So I don't know where he is. Nor do, I just don't spend that much time on him, Kelly, to be honest with you.
Didn't spend much time on him? What kind of president was he?
I'm a war president. I make decisions here in the Oval Office in foreign policy matters with war on my mind.
With the war in Afghanistan over and bin Laden forgotten, the war president had a new target. The American people.
We've got an unusual terror warning from the feds to tell you about. Fox News has obtained an FBI bulletin that warns terrorists could use pen guns, just like in James Bond, filled with poison as weapons.
Good evening, everyone. America is on high alert tonight, just 4 days before Christmas.
A possible terror threat as bad as or worse than 9/11.
But where? How? There's nothing specific to report.
Be on the lookout for model airplanes packed with explosives.
And the FBI is warning ferries may be considered particularly at risk for hijacking.
Could these cattle be a target for terrorists?
Fear works.
Fear does work, yes. You can make people do anything if they're afraid.
And how do you make them afraid?
Well, you make them afraid by creating an aura of endless threat. They played us like an organ. They raised the orange, and then up to red, and then they dropped it back to orange. I mean, they gave these mixed messages which were crazy-making.
The world has changed after September the 11th. It's changed because we're no longer safe. Fly and enjoy America's great destination spots.
We've entered what may very well prove to be the most dangerous security environment the world's known.
Take your families and enjoy life.
Terrorists are doing everything they can to gain even deadlier means of striking us.
Get down to Disney World in Florida.
It's like training a dog. You tell them sit down and you tell them to roll over at the same time. Dog doesn't know what to do. Well, the American people were being treated like that. It was really very, very skillfully and ugly in what they did.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. All right, you need another.
They will continue, in my view, as long as this administration is in charge, of every once in a while stimulating everybody to be afraid. Just in case you forgot. It's not going to go down to green or blue. It's never going to get there. There clearly is no way that anyone can live constantly on edge like that.
The harsh reality facing American families today is that they're not as safe as they used to be. Drug dealers and users looking for their next fix, gangs who roam the streets in search of their next victim, and the growing threat of terrorists means the need for protection is ever greater. And now, that protection is here. Zytec Engineering, LLC, has developed and tested a safe route, finally affordable to the average American citizen. The kind of protection formerly obtainable only by the wealthy or powerful.
Heck, you can be sitting in here drinking your finest Bordeaux and enjoying life while chaos is erupting outside.
Every family in America should prepare itself for a terrorist attack.
Now to escaping from a skyscraper. John Rivers is the CEO of the Executive Chute Corporation. Good morning to you, John.
Good morning, Matt.
Tell me about the product you're bringing to the market.
It's a emergency escape chute. It's an option of last resort.
How high do you have to be in the building for that chute to actually take effect?
You only have to be on the 10th floor or above.
They can put this on themselves?
Right. They can put this on themselves in as easy as about 30 seconds. It's real easy to put on.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Real easy to put on, but when you first get this chute, you're going to want to put it on and try it on a few times yourself.
Jamie's having a little trouble putting that thing on, I want to mention. I mean, is this something that you honestly think in a moment of panic that someone can operate properly?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. This is actually, Jamie's probably never put this thing on before in her life, so it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's something that when you get it, you're going to want to put it on several times.
Well, despite the raising of the terror alert level, residents here in Saginaw are continuing with their Christmas errands. Frances Stroik and her family do some last-minute holiday shopping, knowing that Al-Qaeda is planning to attack America. She says being in Saginaw doesn't make her feel any safer than if she was in New York City.
Midland is close by. And I said, Detroit's that far away. I said, they could be something, and Flint, this could be concerns for people around here.
Well, you never know where they're going to hit. You never know where they're going to hit.
But one potential target specifically mentioned by the terrorist has security officials baffled. It's tiny Tappahannock, Virginia, population 2016. Such an attack could generate widespread fear that even here in rural small-town America, no one is entirely safe.
On the 6 o'clock news, there was something but a terrorist alert in Tappahannock.
What'd the FBI tell you?
Well, they contacted me by phone, basically let me know about this word Tappahannock, and that's how it started.
And their so-called chatter that they pick up, they wasn't sure Tappahannock. It is a Rappahannock County. This is the Rappahannock River.
There is a Rappahannock, a place called Rappahannock, and they got it mixed up.
This Tappahannock, not Rappahannock.
Is there any terrorist target around here?
Not that we can really think of.
It can happen anywhere.
We have a Walmart here.
We're having a big spaghetti supper in here. Walmart, probably.
Do you feel extra suspicious of outsiders?
Oh, well, everybody does that. It's just something that happens.
When I look at certain people, I wonder, oh my goodness, do you think they could be a terrorist?
You never know what's going to happen.
That's right, you never know what's
going to happen. You never know what's going to happen. It's going to happen right now, you know. Never trust anybody you don't know. And even if you do know them, you really can't trust them then.
From Tappahannock to Rappahannock to every town and village in America, the people were afraid. And they turned to their leader to protect them. But protect them from what?
Let the eagle soar like she's never soared before, from rocky coast to golden shore. Let the mighty eagle soar.
Meet John Ashcroft. In 2000, he was running for re-election as senator from Missouri against a man who died the month before the election. The voters preferred the dead guy, so George W. Bush made him his attorney general. He was sworn in on a stack of Bibles, because when you can't beat a dead guy, you need all the help you can get. During the summer before 9/11, Ashcroft told acting FBI Director Thomas Pickard that he didn't want to hear anything more about terrorist threats.
Mr. Watson had come to you and said that the CIA was very concerned that there would be an attack. You said that you told the Attorney General this fact repeatedly in these meetings. Is that correct?
I told him at least on 2 occasions.
And you told the staff, according to this statement, that Mr. Ashcroft told you that he did not want to hear about this anymore. Is that correct?
That is correct.
His own FBI knew that summer that there were al-Qaeda members in the U.S. and that bin Laden was sending his agents to flight schools around the country. But Ashcroft's Justice Department turned a blind eye and a deaf ear. But after 9/11, John Ashcroft had some brilliant ideas for how to protect America.
The USA Patriot Act, adopted by Congress and signed by Bush 6 weeks after the attacks, has changed the way the government does business. The USA Patriot Act allows for searches of medical and financial records, computer and telephone conversations, and even for the books you take out of the library. But most of the people we spoke to say they're willing to give up some liberties to fight terrorism.
Maybe that's a good thing.
It's definitely sad, but it has to be done.
Yes, something needed to be done. These are the good people who make up Peace Fresno, a community group in Fresno, California. Unlike the rest of us, they've received an early lesson in what the Patriot Act is all about. Each week, they meet to discuss matters of peace. They sit around, they share stories, they eat cookies. Some have more than one. This is Aaron Stokes, a member of Peace Fresno. The other members liked him.
He had come to the meetings, he went with us. We go out on Friday nights and stand on a very busy corner in Fresno. And he had gone with us, he had handed out flyers. He went with us in June to a WTO protest.
Then one day, Aaron didn't show up to the meeting.
My friend Dan and I were reading the Sunday newspaper. And when I picked up the paper, in the local section, Aaron's picture caught my eye. The article said that a sheriff's deputy had been killed, and I saw it had a name that wasn't the right name. It said that he was a member of the sheriff's anti-terrorism unit.
That's right. The photo of the man in the newspaper was not the Aaron Stokes they had come to know. He was actually Deputy Aaron Kilner, and he had infiltrated their group.
Sheriff Pierce made it very clear that, yes, in fact, Aaron Kilner was assigned to infiltrate Peace Fresno, that he was able to infiltrate organizations that are open to the public.
You could understand why the police needed to spy on a group like Peace Fresno. Just look at them. A gathering of terrorists if I ever saw one. This is Barry Reingold, a retired phone worker from Oakland, California. Barry likes to work out in the gym. Somewhere between his cardio and his strength training, Barry got political.
We're up in the gym, and it was after we were working out, and a number of us were talking about 9/11 and Afghanistan and bin Laden, and someone said, bin Laden's a real asshole for murdering those people. And I said, yeah, that's true, but he'll never be as big an asshole as Bush, who bombs all over the world for oil profits.
Barry didn't have to worry about the police spying on him. His fellow weightlifters were more than willing to turn him in.
I was taking a nap, and I guess it was 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they came to my place, and
I said, well, who's there? And I said, the FBI. I said, the FBI? I mean, why are they here?
Yes, the FBI had come to see Barry, and they weren't there to jazzercise.
The FBI said, have you been talking to people about 9/11 and about bin Laden and oil profits and Afghanistan? I said, a lot of people are talking about these things. I feel my rights have been, trampled on. I mean, if you have something to say to me in the gym, well then, fine. Don't tell the FBI and they come to my apartment while I'm taking a nap.
There's nothing to be ashamed of here. There's full transparency. There's nothing about the Patriot Act that I'm ashamed of in any way, shape, or form. I have a 1-800 number. Call me. I'm the guy you call if there's a violation or an abuse. If you've got a poster child on this, I want to see it. That's what I do. I'm hired by the people of the United States to provide oversight. I provide oversight.
Trent Lott said the day the bill was introduced, maybe now we can do things we've wanted to do for the last 10 years.
No, I've always, a dictatorship would be a heck of a lot easier. There's no question about it.
I mean, they had all this on the shelf somewhere, ideas of things they would like to do. And they got 9/11 and they said, it's our chance. Go for it.
there was an immediate assumption on the part of the administration that there had to be a surrender of certain of our rights.
There's several definitions in the bill that are quite troubling. First of all, the definition of terrorist, and it's so expansive that it could include people who...
Like me.
No one read it. That's the whole point. They wait till the middle of the night, they drop it in the middle of the night, it's printed in the middle of the night, and the next morning when we come in, it passes.
How could Congress pass this Patriot Act without even reading it?
Sit down, my son. We don't read most of the bills. Do you really know what that would entail if we were to read every bill that we passed? Well, the good thing, it would slow down the legislative process.
I couldn't believe that virtually no member of Congress had read the Patriot Act before voting on it. So I decided the only patriotic thing to do was for me to read it to them.
Members of Congress, this is Michael Moore. I would like to read to you the USA Patriot Act. Section 1, Section 210 of this code reads as follows. Section 2703C.
My job is to secure the homeland. That's exactly what we're going to do. But I'm here to take somebody's order. That would be you, Stretch. What would you like?
Right behind you.
And I'm going to order some ribs.
We all know you can't secure the homeland on an empty stomach. And in order to remain secure, everyone needs to sacrifice. Especially little Patrick Hamilton. I'm sure each of us has our own personal airport security horror story. But here's my favorite. The terrorist threat that was posed by his mommy's breast milk.
I thought, well, if I just put a little bit on my lips, then that would be sufficient, because obviously I'm tasting it. And she looked at me, and I felt like she was telling me, you need to chug that. She goes, no, you need to drink more. And of a 4-ounce bottle, I wound up drinking 2 more ounces of breast milk that then, because it's touched my lips, has to be tossed.
While Homeland Security was making sure breast milk was kept off our planes, they were also doing everything possible to ensure no one could light a firebomb on board.
I can bring that on the plane?
Actually, you can, yes, you're fine. Oops, 1 too many books of matches. You can have 4 books of matches and 2 lighters.
When we already have the experience of Richard Reed, the shoe bomber, who would have blown up an airplane with his shoe bomb had he had a butane lighter, according to the FBI, why would the Transportation Security Agency say it's okay to take 4 books of matches and 2 butane lighters in your pockets as you board an airplane? I'm guessing that somebody put pressure on them to say, you know, when an airplane lands, people want to light up pretty quickly, so don't take their lighters away.
Okay, let me see if I got this straight. Old guys in the gym, bad. Peace groups in Fresno, bad. Breast milk, really bad. But matches and lighters on the plane, oh, hey, no problem. Was this really about our safety? Or was something else going on? This is where the Pacific Ocean meets the shores of Oregon. Over 100 miles of beautiful, open coastline on our border. And, thanks to the budget cutbacks, the total number of state police protecting it? 1. Part-time. Meet Trooper Brooks.
I maybe get a chance to hit this stretch of highway once, maybe twice a week during my shifts. You know, it's just to even drive up here and look. You know, I mean, as far as I know, somebody could, there's lots of things they could do. I don't even want us to expect, because it just makes me ill inside.
Back at the State Trooper Patrol Office, thanks to the budget cuts, Trooper Kenyon had to come in on his day off to catch up on some paperwork.
For the most part, especially during the summertime when people show up here, this is exactly what they get. They close the door. They can read the sign about the office closure, and it just basically explains that, you know, due to our cutbacks, our office is not open for administrative business. And there's a little sign down at the bottom that explains when the office is closed that they can use the phone booth to get in touch with our dispatch. Ironically enough, that phone is a piece of junk. It doesn't work very well, so half the time they pick up the phone and dispatch gets a bunch of static and they don't hear anything. For Tuesday, there'll be no troop on patrol. Wednesday, there'll be no troop on patrol. Thursday, there'll be no troop on patrol. You get calls all the time. People will call in a suspicious vehicle or somebody looking suspicious, you know, and I don't hardly ever respond to that anymore. I just don't have the time to do it. One I asked, how many people do we have in the state of Oregon on duty tonight? And we had 8 troopers on for the entire state of Oregon working.
I think, you know, Oregon is a prime example that Homeland Security is not as secure as what I think people would like to believe.
Nobody sent me any manual that says here's how you catch a terrorist, you know, and if I had that manual I'd read it, but I don't. So, yeah.
Of course, the Bush administration didn't hand out a manual on how to deal with the terrorist threat because the terrorist threat wasn't what this was all about. They just wanted us to be fearful enough so that we'd get behind what their real plan was.
4 minutes.
All right. All right. What time?
3 minutes. 30 seconds.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My fellow citizens. At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
On March 19, 2003, George W. Bush and the United States military invaded the sovereign nation of Iraq, a nation that had never attacked the United States, a nation that had never threatened to attack the United States, a nation that had never murdered a single American citizen.
قاتلون جندي والله جبنا طلعت عليهم بده ذاك اللي بيضربني ما يرضى يضربني لقم معهم وهذا اللي بقى الحلفه جيب علي علقه على الحلفه ترى النار يدبق في متى ما يموت
We are going to find this, I think, it's piece of my neighbor, young girl, age 20, Shams. I think it's the other part of her body. That's all.
There is a lot of innocent civilians that were killed, and I think that is because the U.S. Army, you know, we came in and we knew it wasn't going to be easy, and they pretty much at first shot anything that moved.
When war happens and the fighting starts, you know, it's kind of like we're pumped up, motivated, ready to go.
It's the ultimate rush, because you know you're going into the fight to begin with, and then you got a good song playing in the background, and that gets you real fired up, ready to do the job.
You can hook your CD player up to the tank's internal communication Charlie box, so that way when you put your helmet on, you can hear it through the helmet.
This is the one we listen to the most. This is the one we try when we kill the enemy. Johnny Pool at the bodies hit the floor is just fitting for the job we were doing.
The roof was on fire because basically it symbolized Baghdad being on fire, and at the time we wanted it to burn to get Saddam and his regime out. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn.
motherfucker.
This is a whole totally different picture here, being pushed into the city, urban warfare in a tank, you know. Civilian.
The civilians, it gets.
We don't know who's friendly
because we're not.
Who's the enemy?
This was a lot more real and true than just a video game. A lot of people thought it was just me. Oh yeah, look through the sight and shoot. No, a lot of this is face to face, and especially riding by after some of the bombs have went off and seeing all the people on the side of the road bloated up and just all the smells around you. I mean, from the people lying dead, rotted, and it's a lot more gruesome than you think.
We called in with some artillery and some napalm and things like that. Some innocent women and children got hit. We met them on the road, and they had little girls with noses blowing off, and like husbands carrying their dead wives and things like that. That was extremely difficult to deal with because you're like, shoot, like, what the hell do we do now?
The targeting capabilities and the care that goes into targeting is as impressive as anything anyone could see.
Got it. Good. Second one. Hit the other one.
The care that goes into it, the humanity that goes into it.
ما عندهم يقين ما يعرفوا كل شيء لا هي الناس لا مسيحيين ما حد يعرف عمل فوز العالم هاكم الله يخرب بيوتهم الله يخرب بيوتهم الله أكبر الله أكبر والنصر للعراق والنصر للعراق وكل الدفاعيين للعراق.
شو رأيك يا حج يضربوا المدنيين يعني؟
مدنيين كله بيت عمنا كله مدنيين كله عسكريين كله مدنيين يضربون من الله ينتقم منهم. حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل حسبي الله ونعم الوكيل. 5 جنازات من جنازات في البيت يا الله يا الله يا الله يا الله. الله ينتقم منهم الله خذ حقنا منهم. وينك الله وينك الله.
Honestly, I think we should just trust our president in every decision that he makes, and we should just support that, and be faithful in what happens.
Do you trust this president?
Yes, I do.
Britney Spears was not alone. The majority of the American people trusted the president, and why shouldn't they? He had spent the better part of the last year giving them every reason why we should invade Iraq.
Saddam Hussein has gone to elaborate lengths, spent enormous sums, taken great risks to build and keep weapons of mass destruction.
Saddam Hussein is determined to get his hands on a nuclear bomb.
Nuclear weapon. Nuclear weapon. Nuclear weapon.
Active chemical munitions bunkers, mobile production facilities.
We know he's got chemical weapons. He's got them. He's got them. He's got them.
Huh. That's weird. Because that's not what Bush's people said when he first took office.
He has not developed any significant capability with respect to weapons of mass destruction. He is unable to project conventional power against his neighbors.
We are able to keep arms from him. His military forces have not been rebuilt.
Saddam Hussein aids and protects terrorists, including members of Al-Qaeda.
There was a relationship between Iraq and Al-Qaeda.
Saddam, Al-Qaeda, Saddam, Al-Qaeda, Saddam, and the Al-Qaeda, Saddam, 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 Al-Qaeda.
It is only a matter of time before terrorist states armed with weapons of mass destruction develop the capability to deliver those weapons to U.S. cities.
What we're giving you are facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence.
It's a man who hates America. This is a man who cannot stand what we stand for. His willingness to terrorize himself. He hates the fact, like Al-Qaeda does, that we love freedom. After all, this is the guy that tried to kill my dad at one time.
They simply got people to believe that there was a real threat out there when in fact there wasn't one.
You get told things every day that don't happen. It doesn't seem to bother people.
Of course, the Democrats were there to put a stop to all these falsehoods.
I will vote to give the president the authority he needs.
The United States is prepared to lead a coalition of the willing that will do it.
When I say we will lead a coalition of the willing to disarm him if he chooses not to disarm, I mean it.
Who's in that coalition of the willing now?
You will find out who's in the coalition of the willing.
The coalition of the willing.
course, none of these countries has an army or, for that matter, weapons. So it looked like we'd be doing most of the invading stuff ourselves. But then there was also
Romania, the Kingdom of Morocco.
Morocco wasn't officially a member of the coalition, but according to one report, they did offer to send 2,000 monkeys to help detonate landmines.
These are men of vision,
The Netherlands,
and I'm proud to call them allies.
Afghanistan,
Afghanistan? Oh yeah, they had an army. Our army. I guess that's one way to build a coalition. Just keep invading countries. Yes, with our mighty coalition intact, we were ready.
One could almost say it's the mother of all coalitions.
Fortunately, we have an independent media in this country who would tell us the truth.
The rallying around the president, around the flag, and around the troops clearly has begun.
And we're going to win!
You really have to be with the troops to understand that kind of adrenaline rush that they get.
I just want you to know, I think Navy SEALs rock.
The pictures you're seeing are absolutely phenomenal.
When my country is at war, I want my country to win.
Iraqi opposition has faded in the face of American power.
What you're watching here is truly historic television and journalism.
It was absolutely electrifying. They actually had to strap me in with my camera at the back of the plane.
An awesome synchronized killing machine.
There is an inherent bias in the coverage of the American press in general.
Am I slanted and biased? You damn well bet I am.
But one story the media wasn't covering was the personal story of each and every soldier who was killed in the war. The government would not allow any cameras to show the coffins coming home. That kind of story is a downer, especially when you're getting ready for a party on a boat.
I can't believe it myself. Suddenly I'm up on top of the world. It should have been somebody else. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me.
My fellow Americans, major combat operations in Iraq have ended. In the Battle of Iraq, the United States and our allies have prevailed.
The number of troops killed by hostile fire.
244 U.S. 384 U.S. troops have lost their lives.
Killed 484. Died in the line of duty 500.
631 American troops.
825 troops have been killed in Iraq. Largest number of American military deaths since Vietnam.
There are some who feel like that if they attack us, that we may decide to leave prematurely. They don't understand what they're talking about if that's the case. Let me finish. There are some who feel like that, the conditions are such that they can attack us there. My answer is bring them on.
The United States is planning on just walking through here like it was going to be easy and all, but it's not that easy to conquer a country, is it?
The renewed
battle for control of Iraq raged for a fourth day today with street clashes in nearly every corner of the country. Iraq could become, quote, another Vietnam.
Officials say they see evidence that Sunni and Shiite extremists might be joining forces.
They're not happy they're occupied. I wouldn't be happy if I were occupied either.
Everybody, here we go. Come on, party people. Throw your hands in the air. Come on, party people.
Two Japanese aid workers and a journalist kidnapped by men calling themselves the Mujahideen Squadrons. They threaten to burn the hostages alive if Japan does not withdraw its troops from Iraq within 3 days.
What's happened?
They attacked our convoy.
Hamill. Thomas.
The Pentagon might keep up to 24,000 troops in combat beyond their tour.
I know our numbers in the military have gone down. You know, they talk about retention.
You know, never really expected to be deployed this long. I don't think anybody did.
I don't have any clue as to why we're still in Iraq.
If Donald Rumsfeld was here, I'd ask him for his resignation.
With the war not going as planned and the military in need of many more troops, where would they find the new recruits?
Military experts say 3 times the 120,000 U.S. troops now deployed would be needed to pacify and rebuild the country.
They would find them all across America, in the places that had been destroyed by the economy, places where one of the only jobs available was to join the Army. Places like my hometown of Flint, Michigan.
And I was watching TV one day and they showed like some of the buildings and areas that had been hit by bombs and things like that. And while watching, I got to thinking like, it's parts of Flint that look like that.
Exactly.
And we ain't been in a war.
Look at the neighborhood I live in. Most of them are abandoned. I mean, you know, that's not right. You want to talk about terrorism? Come right here. President Bush right here. Come right here. He knows about this corner. I emailed him.
At the end of January of '04, the unemployment rate in Flint was actually 17%, but you have to take into consideration as well that when your unemployment runs out, you're no longer counted. I would say that we're probably close to at least 50% not working or underemployed, because being underemployed is just as dangerous. So my family has gone through the welfare system. When it was Job Central in the mid-'80s, I came through the Job Training Partnership program here at Job Central, and I went to a secretary school. Years later, I'm the executive assistant to the president of the agency. Interesting. My mother used to tell me all the time that, why do you always go for the underdog? It was because the underdog is who needed me. People that don't have anything, that's who I have to fight for, and that's who I have fought for my entire life. I started taking my children and telling my children, the military is a good option. I can't afford to have you go to college. I cannot pay your way. Financial aid will not help you. So I, as a mother, started teaching my children about the options that the military could do. They would take them around the world. They would see all the things that I, as a mother, could not let them see. It would pay for their education that I, as their mother, and their father could not pay for.
Military is a good option for kids in Flint.
Military is an excellent option for the people in the city of Flint.
How many of you have a friend or a family member in the service? Anybody currently serving overseas?
A brother of mine, it's my cousin.
Yeah, cousin.
Where's your brother?
Iraq.
Germany.
My cousin got shipped off to Iraq like 3 days ago.
Yeah. There's like a Army or Navy recruiter or Marines recruiter up there almost every week. Just in the lunchroom recruiting students from out the lunchroom.
There are people with a calling. Most serve 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year. Earning money for college. Protecting their community. In the Army National Guard, you can.
I'm going into the Air Force myself. I'm going to take a year off probably after high school and then just go and make a career. I want to be an aircraft maintenance technician.
I ran into a recruiter and there was something I noticed about it, and this is kind of on another, it was just, I noticed it was odd. It was more like he was hiring me for a job than recruiting me for the Army. It was the way he approached me. He approached a friend of mine. I was in Borders, Books and Music. He just came up. It was like he was handing us a business card. He had business cards made for the Army and everything.
Meet Marine Staff Sergeant Dale Cortman and Sergeant Raymond Flower. They are two of the many recruiters assigned to Flint, Michigan. They're very busy these days.
Look at, he's running away already. Seen this coming.
Yeah. What do we got here? Need a little gangster.
Yeah.
We're heading over to the Cortland Mall right now.
They decided not to go to the wealthier Genesee Valley Mall in the suburbs. They have a hard time recruiting young people there. Instead, they went to the other mall.
Let's go in through Mervyn's.
In through Mervyn's?
And then we can walk straight down.
Straight
back, and then go down to the lunchroom or whatever.
Yeah.
Gents, you know we're looking at you, right? You guys ever think about joining up?
Thought about going to college and playing basketball.
Okay. You any good?
Yeah. Oh yeah, especially basketball.
Good. You can play ball for the Marine Corps as well. You know, travel around the world, getting on the Marine Corps basketball team. David Robinson was in the military as well. So yeah, you can definitely hook it up. So
right now, there's somebody out there who wants to be a Marine but has no idea how to do it.
Where you work at?
I work at KFC on Dorton Lapeer.
You can hook us up with some deals.
Yes.
You're waiting to get recruited.
I don't know. I'm probably going to try to get a little career in music or something.
Career in music. Maybe we can get you a career in music, you know, let the Marines go for it. I'm sure you know who Shaggy is, right?
Yeah.
You know anything about him?
Yeah, he the Jamaican.
Yeah. How about a former Marine?
Oh.
Did you know it? You definitely need to know discipline if you're going to get into music.
Yeah, I understand.
Especially discipline with the money. When you make $1 million, you need to manage that money. So come in the office, we can sit down and talk, show you everything we know about the Marines. Sound like a plan?
What do you got going on later this afternoon? How about tomorrow?
We say right around 10 o'clock Monday morning.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Okay.
You want me to come pick you up?
Better to get them when they're ones and twos.
Hey, pal.
And work on them that way.
How are you? Ladies, you ready to join up? Green hat right behind us. Looks young. He's young.
Yeah, in town.
Yeah.
Right,
We got two over here.
Yeah.
Right over by the red van.
Yeah.
You go that way, I go this way, we corner them. You're in the 9th grade.
Yes, sir.
Man, you look older than 9th grade, so.
Yes, sir.
All right. Here's my card.
You ever thought about being a Marine, man?
I thought about it. I got a wife and kid now, so.
Okay. Even more reason to join up. What I want to do, man, real quick, is just get some information from you so I can scratch you off my list saying I've already talked to you and, you know, you're not interested. Is that cool? All right. What's your name? What's your phone number? What's your address, Mario? Add another one to the list.
However, you know, one would love to have that chance to experience college life, you know, stuff young people can do without having the risk of dying in the process, I guess I can say candidly.
The holidays do add a little bit more friction as opposed to just another night, in the fact that we want to give our guys a little bit time off, a little bit time to relax. However, we are in a combat zone. My soldiers do recognize that fact.
Everybody's a little bit nervous about it, I guess.
We're professionals. We're going to take care of it. I promise.
Every house here has the right to have weapons. Maximum, one AK-47. We always expect the targets to be armed.
Rock and roll.
Fucking bolt cutters. These goddamn things try doors open. Pop this in there.
You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. Gather round. He's making a list, checking it twice. He's gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming to town.
He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're away.
He knows if you've been bad or good.
So be good for goodness sake. You better watch out.
Hey, Adele, just hold up.
لا تبكي صحي النيا لا تبكي بدنا نسأله صحي النيا
Where's she going?
I'll go with her.
Where's she going?
She's gonna call him. Yeah.
No. Just where is he at right now? I need to, not on the phone. Not on the phone. Is he in the house?
Is he in the house?
Pastorelli!
Is he in the house?
Pastorelli!
He is. He is in the house. Where? This is him?
Get up there, second floor, second floor.
Watch out, watch out. Go, go, go. Watch out, Adele. Watch out, watch out.
Hey, one coming up!
That's Sahib Al-Duri. Sahib Al-Duri. What's your name? Sahib. This is Sahib.
شو مسوي صاحبي الله شو مسوي هاني شو مسوي طالب من الجامعة الله ابوكي
Tell them to calm down.
Guys, moving up to the roof, wait one.
It will not be long. We appreciate your conversation. This is the target. Sahib Al-Duri, bring him out.
We have to, as you go back to the old saying, we win the hearts and minds of the people. That's our job. We have to bring the ideal of democracy and freedom to the country and show them that the American people are not here to rule Iraq.
لا تخافي ما راح يضربك
بس قولي الله يخليك يعني يا جيجي الله يعطيك العافية
بس تسكتي عجية شو يحدث
Start doing evidence turn-in. That process takes about 3 hours, so that's going to be it for the night, and that concludes Christmas Eve.
Checking it, well, he's going to find out here.
Merry Christmas, BRT. Merry Christmas. Santa came down here after for you guys.
Trying to keep the skies clear for you, Santa.
You consider yourself a proud American?
Absolutely. I'm extremely proud American. I think I'm probably more proud than the average Joe. When I put my flag out, I can't allow it to touch the ground. Because I know the lives that were lost and the blood that was shed so that I could be here and have a flag.
All right, how often do you put the flag out?
Every single day. Every single day. I started when my daughter was in Desert Storm. I had the same flag flying on my front porch and the same yellow ribbons, praying and hoping every single day that my child would come home safe and that everybody's child would come home safe.
And she did.
And she did.
You have other family members that have been in the military?
Absolutely. Uncles, aunts, cousins, brothers, father.
A very strong military.
Very strong.
Family.
My family is what I consider part of the backbone of America. It's families like mine, and it's not just my family. There's hundreds of families, millions of families out here that this country was founded on their backs. I have been known to be a conservative Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
what you consider yourself, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great country.
It's a great country. It's a great country. The cross that I choose to wear, if you notice, it's a multicolor cross. That's because I believe that all God's people come in many colors. And my family itself is multicultural.
You have a daughter who went into the military. Then your firstborn son in the military. That's that's quite a gift to the country.
Exactly right.
From your family.
Exactly right.
So having a son in the Army, pretty proud thing.
Oh, you know what? He made it.
What was your reaction to protesters during, say, the Gulf War or Vietnam?
I always hated the protesters. I always hated the protesters. It was just a slap in my face. It was just like they were dishonoring my son. And I burned in my soul to tell them, you don't understand. They're not there because they want to be there. But then I came to understand that they weren't protesting the men and the women that were there. They were protesting the concept of the war.
I know I'm a soldier and I'm here to do a job, and I've been a soldier for a while. Once you have to go and do your job and you see the things that you see, I was saying there's some disillusionment in that.
Lieutenant Commander fully expects us to be attacked in some type of way before we get to Park Hill. I know that so far it's been pretty calm, not much has happened, but be aware that it can and it probably will.
They're beginning to organize themselves just in neighborhoods. The kids get together a lot. Well, I can't say kids, but guys about 17, 18 are starting to come together. And they hate us, just why I'm not really sure.
Immoral behavior breeds immoral behavior. When a president commits the immoral act of sending otherwise good kids to war based on a lie, This is what you get.
Hey, is it ticklish?
Don't tell me you don't know what it is. That motherfucker still has a heart on it. Some mother. Why are you touching somebody else? He touched his dick.
To have these people shoot at us, kill us, blow us up, whatever means they can, and I don't understand it. We're trying to help these people, and it seems they don't want our help. Get out of here. But the minute something goes wrong with them, oh, why weren't you here? Why didn't you do this? You know, I hate this country.
You know, I feel that a part of your soul is destroyed and taking another life. And yeah, that statement is very true. You cannot kill someone without killing a part of yourself.
If you get called up, you go back to Iraq?
No. You're not? No. What repercussions do you face if you don't? Possible jail time. That's one possible thing. Are you willing to risk that? Yes. Yes, I will not let my person, I will not let anyone send me back over there to kill other poor people, especially when they pose no threat to me and my country. I won't do it.
This is an impressive crowd, the haves and the have-mores. Some people call you the elite. I call you my base.
While Bush was busy taking care of his base and professing his love for our troops, he proposed cutting combat soldiers' pay by 33% and assistance to their families by 60%. He opposed giving veterans $1 billion more in health care benefits, and he supported closing veteran hospitals. He tried to double the prescription drug costs for veterans and opposed full benefits for part-time reservists. And when Staff Sergeant Brett Petrikin from Flint was killed in Iraq on May 26th, the Army sent his last paycheck to his family, but they docked him for the last 5 days of the month that he didn't work because he was dead.
They say they're not going to leave any veteran behind, but they're leaving all kinds of veterans behind.
To say that we're forgotten, no. I know we're not forgotten, but missed, yes. Yes, you know, there's a lot of soldiers that have been missed. You know, they've been skipped over, that didn't get the proper coverage that they deserve.
They have a death toll, but they're not showing the amount of people that's being injured or being amputated because of the injuries, you know.
Like, I still feel like I have hands.
Yeah.
And the pain is like my hands are being crushed in a vice. But they do a lot to help it, and they take a lot of the edge off of it, and it makes it a lot more tolerable. And
I was injured in late April on patrol in Baghdad. A couple of guys come out and ambushed us. I got nerve damage and stuff like that. I've got a lot of pain. I'm constantly in pain. Take a lot of morphine to help with that and stuff. Doing you know, just readjusting, getting life back on track. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do what it is that I did before. I was a Republican for quite a few years, and for some reason they conduct business in a very dishonest way. I'm going to be incredibly active in the Democratic Party down where I live once I get out. So I'm going to definitely do my best to ensure that the Democrats win control.
Iraq, Baghdad, I didn't know anything of those things. And we were in the hallway in the upstairs of our house, and he was crying, and he said that he was really scared and he didn't want to have to go to Iraq. So we were able to have a whole conversation about sometimes some fear is healthy because it keeps our senses about us. And that's when he told me that he had not told anybody else, but he knew he was going to Baghdad. watching our black. We were, as everybody, we were glued to the TV. Just glued, completely glued to the television in hopes of seeing a glimpse of him. Can't you please go over to where the helicopters are? Can't you please let us see him? Then that night, it was about 10-something, I went upstairs to the bedroom, and I was laying in bed, and I was flipping the channels with the remote. All I heard was Black Hawk Down, South Central Iraq.
What I can tell you at this hour is that last night the Army did indeed lose a Black Hawk helicopter. We are being told by officers on the ground that there were 6 occupants inside the Black Hawk.
So the next morning, I got up and I said, you push those thoughts out of your mind. Okay, Jesus, I need you to come in. I need you, Jesus. You got to help me through this. The Army called me, and I remember getting on the phone and him asking me, was I Lila Lipscomb? And I said yes, and he said, Mother, Sergeant Michael Pedersen. And I remember dropping the telephone. And all I can honestly say that I remember is, ma'am, the United States Army, the Secretary of Defense, regretfully informs you. That's all I know. The grief grabbed me so hard that I literally fell on the floor. And I was alone. I didn't have anybody to pick me up. So I literally crawled over to my desk and was hanging on. And I remember screaming, why does it have to be Michael? Why did you have to take my son? Why is it my son that you had to take? He didn't do anything. He wasn't a bad guy. He was a good guy. Why did you have to take my son?
I can't imagine what it would be like to lose a son or a daughter or a husband or a wife, for that matter, and it pains me.
You had his last letter?
Mm-hmm. And it was mailed March 16th, but I didn't get it until probably a week before he was killed. Hello. Hey, Mama. Well, sorry I haven't been able to call. They took the phone 7 days ago. I got the letter and box. That is so cool. Your first grandson came the same day your oldest son did. How is everyone? I'm doing fine. We are just out here in the sand and windstorms, waiting. What in the world is wrong with George? Trying to be like his dad, Bush. He got us out here for nothing whatsoever. I am so furious right now, Mama. I really hope they do not re-elect that fool, honestly. I am in good spirits and I am doing okay. I really miss you guys. Thanks for the Bible and books and candy. I really look forward to letters from you guys. Well, I'll tell all the family hello and that I am doing fine. We don't expect anything to happen anytime soon. I cannot wait to get home and get back to my life. Tell Sputnik congrats, and I'll see my first nephew soon. As soon as I get back to the States. Hope you guys are doing okay. And keep sending the mail. It makes getting through the days easier. Well, I am on my way to bed, so I will write you guys soon. I love and miss all of you guys. I want him to be alive, and I can't make him alive. But your flesh just aches. You want your child. It's out of sync. A parent is not supposed to bury their child.
I feel sad for my family because we lost our son. But I really feel sorry for the other families that is losing their kids as we speak. And for what? I don't. That's the, I guess, the sickening part. For what?
You've heard a lot about Halliburton lately. Criticism is okay. We can take it. Criticism is not failure. Our employees are doing a great job. We're feeding the soldiers. We're rebuilding Iraq. Will things go wrong? Sure they will. It's a war zone. We're serving the troops because of what we know, not who we know.
Well, let me tell you about Halliburton, the company I ran. I'm very proud of what I did at Halliburton. The people of Halliburton are very proud of what they've accomplished, and I frankly don't feel any need to apologize for the way I've spent my time over the last 5 years as the CEO and chairman of a major American corporation.
Yeah, this is also an attempt to divert attention away from the fact they have no energy policy. And as the Secretary of Energy said, we were caught unawares.
In the middle of the war, Microsoft, DHL, and other corporations invited Halliburton to a conference to figure out how much money could be made in Iraq.
Having worked this effort even since before the invasion, the liberation of Iraq started, you, industry, are definitely a vital part of that effort. We appreciate your interest in this. We need you.
Now, lots of you are small businesses and you're struggling. How do we get a piece of this big action? All of you, the big guys, are going to get it, and the rest of us who have subcontracting capability or none at all. USTDA is for you. Once that oil starts flowing and money coming, it's going to be lots of money. It's the second largest reserve of oil in the world. There's no question about how much money is there.
I've been getting complaints from Iraqi firms and from American firms that the lack of transparency, the corruption. I think the profits that American companies are making, the main companies, are so overwhelming. I mean, like when you have a line item for $1 million and you subcontract it out for $50,000 or $60,000 or $70,000, that's a huge profit, and it's the American taxpayer that's going to pay for that.
And it's going to get better. Start building relationships, because it's going to get much better as the oil flows and their budget increase. And the good news is, whatever it costs, the government will pay you.
War is always good for certain companies, I mean, that are in the war, the business of war.
We're very proud of the work we're doing, again, in supporting the U.S. government and the U.S. military. And the real heroes of the campaign, the real heroes of the Reconstruction are the men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces. And we're very proud to be any part of that we can in supporting them.
Halliburton delivers hot meals, supplies, clean clothing, and communications to our soldiers so they can be a little closer to home.
It's a girl!
Halliburton, proud to serve our troops.
I just read in the paper Halliburton got another contract. Halliburton got another contract, which is not being contested at all.
Because nobody knows.
Well, it's in the paper, so somebody knows.
But that's after it happens. It's after the fact. It's too late. The United States is now a major player in the Iraqi oil business. American troops guard the oil fields as Texas oil workers assess their potential.
So it's a safe environment to work in. We don't feel any risk. We feel like we're being well protected here, or we wouldn't be here.
It's no secret. I mean, I make anywhere, I don't know, between $2,000 and $3,000 a month. A Halliburton employee out here driving a bus can make all between $8,000 and $10,000 a month. Explain that one to me. For 40 hours a week, driving the same 2.5 mile route. Go figure. Where's the justification in that?
There's no other single area of the world today with the opportunity for business, new business, similar to the opportunity that's available today in Iraq.
The president went in and did what he did, and we're all supporting him and our troops, and we want to make sure that, you know, the efforts and the lost lives, and it wasn't for no reason.
If it wasn't for the oil, nobody would be there. Nobody would worry about it.
Unfortunately, at least for the near term, we think it's going to be a good situation or a dangerous situation. Good for business, bad for the people.
Today on the news, Rumsfeld was saying, and Wolfowitz was saying, oh, the Iraqi people are much, much better off. Isn't it better that we got rid of Saddam and now the Iraqi people can do what they want to do and really be free? Will they ever be free? No, they'll not be free. And where are the weapons of mass destruction? We were duped. We were really duped, and these poor people, the young men and women who are being killed there, it's unnecessary. That's it. No more.
Disgrace. They died in a just cause for defending freedom, and they will not have died in vain.
Lila had called to tell me that she was coming down from Flint to Washington, D.C. to attend a jobs conference. On her break, she said she was going to go and pay a visit to the White House.
Who's killed children? Iraqi children.
My son killed.
Kill my people in Spain.
Yes.
It's false lies. Kill people. Your children too.
Yes, my
This is
son.
only business to do in Iraq now. And they're killing all these young Americans.
Yes.
For what? For oil. Forces of terrorists.
No, he isn't. This is all staged.
He's a Bush of
This is
Iraq.
all staged.
He's the
My
Bush
son.
of Iraq.
Where was he
You
killed?
tell me, my son.
Where was he
It's not
killed?
a stage.
Where
was he killed?
He was
my
killed in
people
Karbala.
Spain by lying and driving
April
illegal
2nd
at night
is not a
to war.
stage. My son is
They
dead.
didn't have to go to war.
There are a lot of
They
other
didn't have to
people, too.
attacking our people because of food.
Blame Al-Qaeda.
What'd that woman yell at you?
That I'm supposed to blame the Al-Qaeda. The Al-Qaeda didn't make a decision to send my son to Iraq. Ignorance that we deal with everyday people because they don't know. People think they know, but you don't know. I thought I knew, but I didn't know. I need my son. God's tougher than I thought it was gonna be to be here. But it's freeing also, because I finally have a place to put all my pain and all my anger and to release it.
I guess I was tired of seeing people like Lila Lipscomb suffer, especially when, out of the 535 members of Congress, only one had an enlisted son in Iraq. I asked Corporal Henderson of the United States Marine Corps to join me on Capitol Hill to see how many members of Congress we could convince to enlist their children to go to Iraq. Congressman, Mr. Michael Moore.
Hey, Michael, how are you doing? I'm good. John Tanner.
Hey, nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
What are y'all doing?
Well, I'm here with Corporal Henderson, United States Marine Corps.
Corporal, I was in the Navy years ago, 1968 to 72. We had Marines guard the base.
You have kids? Yeah. Is there any way we can get them to enlist and go over there and help out with the effort? Got all the brochures. And
one of them's got 2 children.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, there's not many congressmen that have got kids over there. In fact, only one. You know, so we just thought maybe, you know, you guys should send your kids there first.
That's right.
What do you think about that idea?
I don't disagree with it.
Oh, you don't? Oh, good. Well, here, take some brochures then. Here, at least take a Marine brochure.
I think, yeah.
And pass it around.
Yeah. Well,
encourage fellow members, if they're for the war, to get behind it, and send their own.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Congressman? Michael Moore. How are you doing? Good. Trying to get members of Congress to get their kids to enlist in the Army and go over to Iraq. Congressman? Congressman Castle. Congressman Doolittle. Michael Moore. I'm wondering if is there any way to... Of course, not a single member of Congress wanted to sacrifice their child for the war in Iraq. And who could blame them? Who would want to give up their child? Would you? Would he? I've always been amazed that the very people forced to live in the worst parts of town, go to the worst schools, and who have it the hardest, are always the first to step up to defend that very system. They serve so that we don't have to. They offer to give up their lives so that we can be free. It is, remarkably, their gift to us. And all they ask for in return is that we never send them into harm's way unless it's absolutely necessary. Will they ever trust us again?
He had used weapons. We know where they are. They're in the area around Tikrit and Baghdad and east, west, south, and north.
There is a tie between Iraq and what happened on 9/11.
The struggle can only end with their complete and permanent destruction.
We wage a war to save civilization itself. We did not seek it, but we will fight it, and we will prevail.
George Orwell once wrote that it's not a matter of whether the war is not real or if it is. Victory is not possible. The war is not meant to be won. It is meant to be continuous. A hierarchical society is only possible on the basis of poverty and ignorance. This new version is the past, and no different past can ever have existed. In principle, the war effort is always planned to keep society on the brink of starvation. The war is waged by the ruling group against its own subjects, and its object is not the victory over either Eurasia or East Asia, but to keep the very structure of society intact.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Bring joy to children.
For my baby.
Rub my seasoning.
My name is Brad, and I'm a conservative Republican. Last summer, I happened to come across a video on the internet about the World Trade Center collapse on September 11th. As a kind of demolition hobbyist, I downloaded it and watched it. The title was Painful Deceptions by a guy called Eric Hufschmidt. The video made me angry. I was determined to prove the maker of this video wrong. I purchased DVDs about 9/11 from CBS and PBS Nova, including one made by the Naudet brothers. These were considered the official videos. And after watching them carefully and researching thousands of websites and archives on the internet, literally not sleeping for an entire week, I realized that the official story, not Eric Hufschmidt's Painful Deceptions, was unprovable, unsubstantiated, absolutely wrong. What you're about to see is information you should already know. Our news reporters, government, and media should have made all this material available to every one of us. Ask yourself why you've never seen it on TV.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI.
On September 11th, we learned that 4 passenger planes were hijacked and taken radically off course. Within an hour, 2 of the planes have flown into the enormous steel towers of the World Trade Center, creating fires and eventually toppling them. Dazed by the news, the American public soon believed the fires in the towers had burned so hot they caused the steel frames of the buildings to give way. A myth developed. fed by official sources through the media to a bewildered audience.
So when it was attacked again, he immediately...
Elements of the myth. The impact of the airplanes, gallons of burning jet fuel, steel melting, the buildings failing and suddenly imploding. In a mere 10 seconds, 110 stories hurtled earthward, pulverizing into dust. Right from the start, on the street itself, the official story was born.
Come out of nowhere and just scream right into the side of the Twin Tower, exploding through the other side. And then I witnessed both towers collapse, one first and then the second, mostly due to structural failure because the fire was just too intense.
The myth bled into the FEMA report and was echoed by the experts.
It was the combination of the impact load doing great damage to the building, followed by the fire, that caused collapse.
John Skilling and Les Robertson were the structural engineers who designed the streamlined steel frames of the Twin Towers in the 1960s. Because a wayward Army bomber flew into the Empire State Building in 1945, the towers were built with skyscraper crashes in mind.
The airplane we were envisioning was the largest airplane of its time, flying slowly and low, lost in the fog. We designed the buildings to take the impact of the Boeing 707 hitting the building at any location.
But the aircraft that hit the towers was a Boeing 767, heavier than a 707, fueled for a transcontinental flight, and traveling fast.
707s and 767s are comparable. The maximum takeoff weight of a fully loaded 707 is almost 334,000 pounds. As airplanes only carry the fuel load they need, the smaller model 767s that struck the towers were not, in actuality, maximally fueled or close to their maximum takeoff weight. As for the heat of the fires, listen to the radio communications of these New York City firemen.
We got tanks. I saw the pockets of fire. We should be able to knock it down with 2 lines. Where you know that? 78th floor. We got tanks. I saw the pockets of fire. We got tanks.
Isolated pockets of fire. 2 water lines to knock them down. FEMA's executive summary relays that much of the fuel in the planes, jet-grade kerosene, was consumed by the initial fireballs and the following few minutes of fire. It then tells us that the burning jet fuel spread between floors and ignited the building's contents, causing more fire and generating heat. This was somehow enough to bring down the tower's 47-column steel core, 236 exterior columns, and thousands of steel trusses all at the same time. Watch the towers smoking in the aftermath of the plane strikes. If you have ever tried to light a wood fire, you will know that smoking logs tell you the fire is not burning successfully. Smoke is the sign of an oxygen-starved fire. The Twin Towers stood for over an hour, smoldering but not flaming. During that time, thousands of people were evacuated by way of the stairwells. Others, trapped by debris, stood in the smoke-filled windows and signaled for help. In fact, the towers did what they were built to do.
The building was designed to have a fully loaded 707 crash into it. That was the largest plane at the time. I believe that the building probably could sustain multiple impacts of jetliners because this structure is like the mosquito netting on your screen door, this intense grid, and the jet plane is just a pencil puncturing that screen netting. It really does nothing to the screen netting.
The towers were built to withstand 140-mile-an-hour gusts produced by winter storms. Anyone in them on a windy day could feel them swaying. The single impact of a jetliner was no more of a blow than the continued battering of a hurricane.
I was just putting my stuff away, and all of a sudden we heard a loud crash, and the building started shaking, kind of moving like a wave.
New Yorkers were stunned 1 hour later when the first tower fell.
To the best of my knowledge, the considerations of the fuel in the airplane in terms of an explosion or a great fire was not considered. Now, we were not responsible for that aspect of the design.
Imagine building expressly for airplane impact, but never thinking of the fuel. Never before in the history of the world has a steel building collapsed due to fire.
I have not seen, until recently, a protected steel structure that has collapsed in a fire.
True infernos have raged hot and long in steel-framed buildings, but not one of the buildings ever came down. In 1975, the World Trade Center's North Tower suffered a nighttime fire that flamed for 3 hours, spreading vertically from floor to floor. It burned twice as long as the fires of 9/11 without even a hint of a building collapse. In February 2005, the Windsor Tower in Madrid, a skyscraper undergoing reconstruction, sustained a 20-hour fire. This is what was left, a standing building strong enough to support a crane. Compare a 20-hour inferno to 90 minutes of smoke. Why are buildings made of steel? Strong, light, and flexible, steel frames offer many advantages over wood and concrete, especially where skyscrapers are concerned. Steel makes big buildings relatively light, with tremendous load-bearing capacity. The upper floors won't crush the floors beneath them, and steel holds up better to weather and fire.
Most skyscrapers are built on steel or concrete frames, which is a grid of columns and beams that goes all the way through the building. The World Trade Center was different. It was what engineers call a tube structure. It was a very, very strong mesh of steel that surrounded the exterior.
Inside there was the core, a rectangle of 47 columns made of 4-inch thick steel at the base, thinning with increasing height. The cores combined might with ingenuity, anchoring the towers and allowing them to flex. Look at the size of this steel. Solid, prefabricated floor assemblies, welded metal floor pans placed on top of trusses both welded and bolted to the vertical frames. The story we were told. This rock-like steel grid gave way because fire warped the trusses, causing the bolts to fail. As the trusses sagged and fell, the floors dropped with them. In its 2002 documentary, Why the Towers Fell, PBS creates a video model.
Once the trusses fail, the floors they were holding cascade down with a force too great to be withstood. The result is what's called a progressive collapse, as each floor pancakes down onto the one below.
What remains standing? The tall, indestructible core. Why does PBS fail to explain the complete disappearance of the Twin Towers' cores? The official story's central thesis is based on heat, temperatures high enough to weaken steel. But people in the towers did not report such heat. Think about it. Neither steel, concrete, nor glass can burn. So what in those buildings could have burned to make such heat? How do these firefighters describe the collapse of the North Tower?
We started running, floor by floor, it started popping out.
It was like, it was if they had detonated. They were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
All the way down. I was watching it and running.
And others give similar descriptions.
At 10:30, I tried to leave the building, but as soon as I got outside, I heard a second explosion and another rumble and more smoke and more dust. And then a fire marshal came in and said we had to leave because if there was a third explosion, this building might not last.
Like, it sounded like gunfire, you know, bang, 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 and then all of a sudden, 3 big explosions.
Started walking down the stairs. We made it to the 8th floor. Big explosion. Blew us back into the 8th floor.
Do you know if it was an explosion or if it was a building collapse?
To me, it sounded like an explosion,
but it was a huge explosion.
Chief Albert Turry told me that he was here after the events that took place this morning. He tried to get his men out as quickly as he could, but he said that there was another explosion which took place, and then an hour after there was another explosion in one of the towers here. So according to his theory, he thinks that there were actually devices that were planted in the building.
Reports of bombs in the buildings, explosions. A CBS reporter to Dan Rather.
But I was coming toward the World Trade Center looking for CBS crews and asked a firefighter if he saw any. All of a sudden, there was a roll, an explosion, and we could see coming at us a ball of flame stories high.
Listen to the sound of a large explosion right before the South Tower begins to fall.
This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI.
Sound reaches us after what we see. If the boom we just heard was the sound of the building collapsing, it would follow the collapse. Instead, the boom is heard before.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bring it back.
Let's consider the characteristics of steel. Steel is an alloy of iron containing added carbon for flexibility, workability, and strength. In the days of old, blacksmiths heated iron till it was red and pounded it for hours to form it. Horseshoes, knife blades, and plowshares were typical creations. Steel was introduced in the mid-1800s, and by the end of the century, with the advent of the blast furnace, found widespread commercial use. A blast furnace is known as a controlled environment. High temperatures are reached as oxygen is pumped into a closed space. How and when does steel melt? Steel melts at temperatures of 2750 degrees Fahrenheit and above, attained only in a blast furnace or when a powerful incendiary such as thermite is used. Steel or any substance that is burned will never become hotter than the temperature of the fire or heat applied to it. An open-air hydrocarbon fire reaches a maximal temperature of some 1200 degrees Fahrenheit in a dirty or uncontrolled burn, characterized by red-orange flames. Red-orange flames are what we saw on September 11th. Even the fireball caused by the plane strike was red-orange. A controlled burn falls between a dirty burn like a fireplace and a controlled environment, the blast furnace. A controlled burn employs a regulated mix of air and fuel, an example being your gas stove or the engine in your car. You can fire up your gas stove all day long, making soup, roasting a duck, or simmering a stew. Made of steel, your stove will not melt, and nor will your pots and pans. This is a kerosene heater designed for use in any ordinary house. The heater runs on jet-grade kerosene contained in this tank. Made of steel, the heater can operate all night and all day. The kerosene fumes ignite and burn inside it, never causing even the smallest part of this heater to weaken or melt. Yet we were led to believe that these tremendous buildings, framed in steel and surfaced in aluminum, totally collapsed from small scattered fires and 90 minutes of smoke. Take note of these hurtling beams, thrown laterally outward as the tower comes to earth. Would fire have the strength to eject such huge hunks of metal? MIT engineering professor Thomas Eager's 2001 paper is officially considered the academic standard for explaining the World Trade Center collapses. In it, he tells us that steel loses half its strength at 650 degrees Celsius, and that the fires that day did not get much hotter than this. He stresses, however, that the fires did not burn evenly. It was the uneven temperatures that caused the steel to deform and some of the floors to fail. These falling floors brought down the whole building.
While it was impossible for the fuel-rich diffuse flame fire to burn at a temperature high enough to melt the steel, its quick ignition and intense heat caused the steel to lose at least half its strength and to deform, causing buckling or crippling. This weakening and deformation caused a few floors to fall, while the weight of the stories above them crushed the floors below, initiating a domino collapse.
In plain language, straight from MIT. What do falling buildings look like? What do demolitions look like? We are seeing typical implosions, characterized by gutting a building's base and then pulling it into itself. Computer-controlled sequencing fires the explosives in a rapid wave. Notice the jets of shooting concrete, the flashes, the pops, the caving of the buildings as they fall into their footprint, the tremendous billowing clouds of dust. Now let's look at the collapse of the Twin Towers. We are seeing explosions rather than implosions, a first in demolition history. A sequenced rumble becomes a roar as debris is thrown outward. The damage is not contained. Even the windows are blown from neighborhood buildings. What kind of energy enabled this? Would fire hurl metal and concrete sideways into the air? Here, a 600,000-pound chunk of steel, twice the weight of a Boeing airliner, was flung 400 feet, wedging itself deep into 3 World Financial Center on Vesey Street. A FEMA photographer taking pictures of Ground Zero wondered why so many steel beams were jutting from neighborhood buildings. What shot pieces of the towers all the way across the street? In April 2006, New Yorkers were distressed to learn that bone fragments, human remains from 9/11, had been found on the roof of the nearby Deutsche Bank building.
And how, in God's name, did those fragments get there?
It surprised me that there was still bone fragments or human remains that had not been discovered.
How is it possible that after 5 years they're finally looking on the rooftops of the Deutsche building? I mean, that's crazy.
And bone fragments less than a centimeter long. How could they be so small? So much to be explained, Why did the South Tower fall first when it was the second tower to be hit? Watch the top of Tower 2 leaning outward, about to topple. Then, suddenly, it disintegrates in midair. What causes this giant slab of steel and concrete to turn into dust before our eyes? Watch both buildings collapsing straight down, directly into the path of most resistance, which is all the floors and all the mass of the building itself. The World Trade Center towers came down in approximately 10 seconds. Seismic data from Columbia University puts the North Tower collapse at about 8 seconds and the South Tower at approximately 10. Lynn Simpson, a survivor from the 89th floor of the North Tower, describes the site.
And I saw the Trade Center literally collapse in upon itself floor by floor by floor, and it took seconds for it to happen. It was a massive building, and it just pancaked.
10 seconds. These are 110-story buildings coming to Earth at free fall speed, the rate at which an object drops through air. The lower floors would need to give way completely as the floors above them fell. Can a person walk through a closed door as quickly and smoothly as one that is open? A 10-second collapse means the upper floors encountered no resistance from the undamaged floors beneath them. Watch the demolition wave rushing straight down. Here the South Tower is half its original height, but wreckage from the upper collapse has not yet fallen this far. We are watching a demolition moving faster than gravity itself, a building bursting into powder from top to bottom. Here, the core of the North Tower finally gives up. 700 remaining feet of giant steel columns, among the strongest ever erected. What force acts upon the core to make it all of a sudden disappear? Eric Hufschmidt, author of the book Painful Questions, is a metal-cutting software engineer.
The floors of the World Trade Center towers were on three-dimensional mesh of steel beams. You have to keep in mind now the floor is about an acre in size. There are thousands of joints all over it. In order for the floor to fall down, thousands of joints would have to break simultaneously. So then if you look at the speed at which this came down, less than 10 seconds, you blink your eye and thousands of joints just popped somehow. The only way you can explain that is with explosives. They had to have had explosives placed all over the floors at the primary joints. And then that would explain how all of the joints broke at such a rapid rate. The debris was crashing from one floor to the next. Debris cannot crash through steel and concrete floors as fast as it falls through the air, and there was no slowing. Explosives had to be breaking the joints ahead of the falling rubble, which is why the top half starts off collapsing slowly and then it starts picking up speed.
This is a pancake collapse. Why don't we see piles of floors at ground zero? And paper blown everywhere. Wouldn't a pancake collapse have trapped the contents inside? What blew this paper all over New York? If you were to drop a billiard ball from the top of the Twin Towers, it would hit the ground in just over 9 seconds, the average time it took for the towers to fall. Helped by gravity and falling through air, the ball will gain speed. The calculation for a pure pancake collapse of 110 stories, with each floor pulverizing to get out of the way, is 96 seconds. In the real world, with the floors creating resistance, a pancake collapse would lose speed. Never would it gain speed. The airplane struck the towers high above the ground. But down in the lobby of the North Tower, marble facing flew off the walls, the windows shattered, all the glass blown out.
Right away, a guy from the Port Authority told him the damage was somewhere above the 78th floor. But all you had to do was look around. It was obvious. Something had happened right there in the lobby.
You just saw that all the windows were blown out. The lobby looked like the plane hit the lobby.
Like the plane hit the lobby. What caused so much wreckage in the lobby? William Rodriguez, a maintenance employee at the World Trade Center and the last human being to exit the towers alive, describes a giant blast below his building.
And all of a sudden we heard an explosion. It was a huge explosion that came from under my feet, meaning that it came from the sub-levels between B2 and B3. And then there was a huge explosion at the top of the building. You could hear the difference from the bottom and all the way through the top. The one from the top, which was actually seconds after, was heard very far away. The one at the basement was pretty loud, and you felt your actual feet moving with the floor. The tremor that is sent through the floors, that the walls cracked and the false ceiling totally collapsed. And that's when a person named Felipe David came running into our office saying, "Explosion, explosion, explosion." And when I saw him, he has all his skin pulled from under his armpits and missing pieces on his face.
An explosion deep down in the tower before the plane crashed 95 floors above. Others lived to report enormous explosions below the towers. Construction worker Philip Morelli was in North Tower's sub-basement 4 at the time of the first plane strike.
I go downstairs, the foreman tells me to go to remove the containers. As I'm walking by the main freight car of the building, in the corridor, that's when I got blown. I mean, the impact of the explosion, of whatever happened, it threw me to the floor, and that's when everything started happening.
Blown to the floor. Let's hear what happened next.
I was racing, I was going towards the bathroom. All of a sudden, I opened the door, I didn't know it was a bathroom, and all of a sudden a big impact happened again. And all the ceiling tile was falling down, the light fixtures were falling, swinging out of the ceiling. And I come running out the door, and everything, the walls were down, and now I started running towards the parking lots. There was a lot of smoke down there, there was a lot of people screaming. People came with us running up the ramps.
Philip then ran underground to the South Tower.
You know, you got to go clear across the whole from 1 to 2 World Trade Center. You know what I mean? That's the way you got to run. And then all of a sudden it happened all over again. Something else hit us to the floor. Right in the basement, you felt it. Walls were caving in, everything that was going on. I mean, I know of people that got killed in the basement. I know of people that got broken legs in the basement. People that got reconstructive surgery because the walls hit them in the face.
Engineer Mike Pecoraro in the 6th sub-basement found the parking garage and machine shop reduced to rubble. Rescue firemen and civilians spoke of hearing explosions throughout the towers. Firefighter Lou Caccioli told People magazine that as he and others evacuated workers, bombs were going off inside the building. Explosions stalled elevators and filled entire floors with smoke and debris.
An eyewitness who said there was an explosion on floor 7-8. 7-8. To dispatch, we've just had another explosion.
Warren Street because of the secondary explosion. We've got numerous people covered with dust from the secondary explosion.
And we got another explosion on the tower, 1013 Tower 2 has had a major explosion and what appears to be a complete collapse surrounding the entire area. Who's involved in the secondary explosion?
William Rodriguez, helping the firefighters, reports blasts within the North Tower well before it fell.
As I went up, I remember listening to small explosions on the upper floors, and these small explosions were not coming from the area of the impact. It was coming from lower floors.
And when the second plane hit the South Tower,
we heard boom! When we heard boom, inside our building, the North Tower, we heard pa 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 pa. And on the security radio, we heard, we lost 65, meaning the 65th floor collapsed. And as we went down the stairwells, you could hear the actual collapsing inside the buildings. You heard rumble, you heard the cracking of the walls, I mean pieces falling right next to us of the actual building.
What happened at the base of the towers just before they came down? Smoke appeared at street level. This video was shot from New Jersey. An explosion is heard as white smoke rises at the base of the building.
Now people are gathering in large groups. In fact, at one corner, smoke was coming from the city. So stepping out of bodegas and stores.
Watch the camera shake on its tripod as a large energy source rocks the ground. 9 seconds later, the North Tower falls.
I heard like an explosion and then a cracking type of noise. And then it sounded like a freight train, rumbling and picking up speed. I looked up and I saw it coming down. As I came out of the North Tower, everything started trembling under my feet like an earthquake. The only thing I saw was a fire truck. I ran towards the fire truck and slid right under, when the building started to collapse right on top of the fire truck.
Across the Hudson River, Richard Siegel was filming an astonishing day. The sound meter of Richard's camera caught something very significant. Adjusted for the distance involved, as sound travels more slowly than what we see, the camera registered multiple explosions in the towers. Here is the South Tower record. Then the building fell. Let's look carefully at the collapse itself. Notice the puffs of concrete issuing from the sides of the building well ahead of the collapse wave. Called squibs in demolition language, these are actual explosives, charges firing visibly through the exterior as gravity pulls the building down. Here are more. Shattering from the top, engulfed by banana peel plumes, these were no ordinary implosions. The Twin Towers each consisted of 3 multi-story buildings set on top of one another. To sustain the weight of so many floors, the sky lobbies had to be extra heavily reinforced. Watch a big squib coming from the sky lobby band. A powerful blast produces what is called a shock wave. Explosions generate extremely high compressional waves that exceed the limits of surrounding air and space, creating a violent force.
When the debris started coming down, I was right in the shadow of the South Tower. I was less than 100 yards away. Everybody saw the video over and over again of that cloud chasing people down the street. It was like a tornado. It was like being hit by a wave at the beach. But the wave was intense, it was hot, it was noisy. It was like getting hit in the back by gravel. Blocks, like somebody had picked up handfuls of rocks and was just throwing them at you. And the noise kept coming and coming. And 1 second I was running, and the next second I was flying. I was just, I had no control over my feet, no choice as to what direction I was going. I was in the air, and it seemed like I was being followed by this tornado. This tornado of darkness.
The South Tower fell first. This is the shockwave blast as it rocks the tower next door. As the buildings fell, they darkened Manhattan, filling the air with billowing clouds of dust and ash. What produces these huge, scudding, cauliflower-like masses of slowly moving dust? True, a 110-story building has just been reduced to 1 million tons of rubble. But is there anything in our experience we can compare it to? A volcano.
The U.S. Geological Survey website provides us with a definition of a pyroclastic flow as a ground-hugging avalanche of hot gas and debris. The rising gas chimney is clearly visible in this photo of the North Tower implosion with pyroclastic flows between buildings. The cauliflower shape of the debris clouds is a telltale sign of pyroclastic flows generated by massive explosions typical of volcanic eruptions and controlled demolitions.
That is the second building that has gone down. It came out.
A pyroclastic surge can even flow over water as hot gases carry dust created by explosive energy. Here, the South Tower implosion creates a pyroclastic surge moving out over the Hudson River.
A volcanic eruption produces exactly the same thick, scudding ash, heavy with debris, hugging the ground as it flows out from a tremendous internal explosion. On the southern tip of Manhattan, surrounded by water, huge retaining walls were built below the World Trade Center to hold back the ocean and Hudson River. The bathtub, as it was called, held 7 levels of parking garages, maintenance rooms, and the New Jersey Path train station. After September 11th, the 3-foot-thick slurry walls were found to have shifted up to 18 inches inward.
These walls are coming in. These walls hold back the river. So if these walls cave in, this place is going to get flooded out by the river.
Let's think about this. A pancake collapse should have left the foundations in place. They had always borne the weight of 110 floors. But something happened in the sub-basements to disrupt them.
All the collapse had gone down to track level. So we had 60, 70 feet of wall, totally unsupported.
What kind of force could have dislodged so many stories deep underground?
The pile itself seemed to have a life of its own. It spewed fire when we dug into it.
The ground continued to burn. Les Robertson publicly reported that 3 weeks after the collapse, live fires burned and molten metal still flowed underground.
You see how this debris is still smoking? That's from the fires that are still burning. 8 weeks later, we still got fires burning.
Steel-toed boots is one of the biggest things. Out still on the rubble, it's still, I believe, 1,100 degrees. The guy's boots just melt within a few hours.
In November 2005, physics professor Stephen Jones of Brigham Young University published a 25-page treatise on the collapse of the Twin Towers and Building 7, applying the laws of physics to the official story. From an interview on MSNBC.
As we read in the FEMA report, it says here, and I put this in my paper, of course, the best hypothesis, which is the only one they looked at, the fire, has only a low probability of occurrence. Further investigation, analyses are needed to resolve this issue, and
Professor,
I agree with that.
I am sorry that we are out of time, and I'm not sure that...
Whoa.
One
other thing I want to mention about...
Okay, if you can hit it, hit us with it quickly.
All right. Okay, here we go. Molten metal in the basements of all 3 buildings.
Right.
And yet all scientists now reasonably agree that the fires were not sufficiently hot to melt the steel. So what is this molten metal? It's a direct evidence for the use of high-temperature explosives such as thermite. Thermite produces molten iron as an end product.
Okay. We appreciate your coming on, even if I don't understand your theories. We appreciate you trying to explain them. Thanks.
Professor Jones barely got in his mention of thermite. An incendiary used by the military, thermite is a compound of iron oxide and aluminum, which when ignited sustains an extreme heat reaction, creating molten iron. In just 2 seconds, thermite can reach temperatures over 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit, quite enough to liquefy steel. This is thermite melting the engine of a car. We know that open-air fires cannot burn hot enough to melt steel, but metal had melted at the base of the towers. The second product of a thermite reaction is aluminum oxide, visible as white smoke. Was thermite used in conjunction with explosives on September 11th? Watch this very bright substance pouring from the 81st floor of the South Tower. And white smoke appeared at the base of the building. Would this be aluminum oxide, the byproduct of a thermite reaction? Appendix C of the FEMA report describes sulfur residues on the World Trade Center steel. The New York Times called this the deepest mystery of all. Sulfur slightly lowers the melting point of iron, and iron oxide and iron sulfide had formed on the surface of the structural steel. Sulfur used with thermite is called thermate, producing even faster results. Let's look at what happens in the demolition industry. Taking down large structures requires preparation. Powerful explosives and heavy equipment are used in advance to weaken the foundation and bottom sections of a building before additional explosives and gravity bring the rest of it down. The words of a senior blaster.
We blow the basement, all the columns in the basement. Then we crack it up at the top to get it started. We go every other floor, all the way down. Every explosive has a timer on it, that's why it's controlled. When the columns go, each floor goes down and impacts the one below and keeps going.
Here's what demolition experts use in steel-framed buildings. The linear-shaped charge.
It's a chevron-shaped or V-shaped charge that you can focus at a specific target, and it's lethal. It generates around 3 million pounds per square inch pressure at a speed, depending on the explosive inside the shaped charge, in excess of 27,000 feet per second.
Besides the unfathomably powerful shape charge, blasters have a lot of tricks.
There are over 1,000 different types of explosive. Different because they detonate at varying speeds.
This is detonating cord, and this burns at about 21,000 feet per second. Comes in all colors, pastels too.
With the use of delays, we can control pretty much where the debris lands. We can control vibration. We can control noise levels. Timing and delays are the key to just about everything in our business.
And what is the result?
The thing that pleases me is the fragmentation and the control. When to take a building and break it up into millions of pieces and put it in this basement as artfully as we do it, and it works just like clockwork. So I've got it all down to a science. It gives me goosebumps to talk about it.
Were the underground explosions intended to blow out the Twin Towers' basements, followed by blasts heard inside the buildings of shape charges slicing the core?
Because of the secondary explosion, we've got numerous people covered with dust from the secondary explosion.
Demolition pre-weakening usually takes place well in advance of the final blast, but at the World Trade Center, critical prep work might have had to occur in a very compressed time frame in the panicked aftermath of the plane strikes. These core columns were discovered after the collapse. The angled cut occurs in exactly the manner that shaped charges slice through steel beams to control the way they fall. Notice the hardened once liquid metal. Was thermite used with the shape charge?
The job of the shape charge is to cut steel H-beams.
The way we do this is by cutting the beam at an angle, which, through a series of beams cut at the same angle, will tend to make the building shift over and walk.
Let's look at the rubble of two 110-story buildings brought to the ground. In a 7-story crater lie nearly 2 million tons of debris. Had the basements not been blown out, where would 2 million tons have gone? Heaped on the ground, ready to slide and spill? The art of controlled demolition. Remember the pre-collapse and mid-collapse explosions caught by Richard Siegel's camera on the Jersey Shore? Were these the blasts that took out the core and upper basements? Just before the final crumble, a mind-boggling sequence of computer-controlled delays that blew the exoskeleton, pulverized the concrete, to bring the whole structure rolling to the ground. Was this the story of that day?
Inside our building, the North Tower, we heard pa 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 pa. And on the
smoke was coming from the city. Folks stepping out of bodegas and stores to look.
Some people appear to have known the imminent future on that fateful day. FEMA had arrived in New York on Monday night, ready for a bioterror drill. Spokesman Tom Kenny to Dan Rather.
To be honest with you, we arrived on late Monday night and went into action on Tuesday morning. And not until today did we get a full opportunity to work the entire site other than the spot at Church and Day to which we were deployed.
And Rudy Giuliani, mayor of New York, tells ABC's Peter Jennings that he was aware the towers would be coming down.
What is going on now is a massive rescue effort.
Do you believe it's hundreds or thousands?
I really don't want to say right now, Peter. I think it's going to be a horrible number. I saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. I saw some of the firefighters who I know going into the building. And we were in a building in which we were trapped for about 10-15 minutes. And we set up headquarters at 75 Barclay Street, which was right there with the police commissioner, the fire commissioner, the head of emergency management. And we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse. The World Trade Center was going to collapse. It was going to collapse. It was going to collapse.
Similarly, Larry Silverstein, new leaseholder of the World Trade Center, regretfully declared that a decision was made to pull Building 7 by the end of the day, the last structure added to the World Trade Center complex. Let's hear Mr. Silverstein's actual words, delivered for our benefit in the 2002 PBS documentary America Rebuilds.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. I said, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
Blast, shoot, blow, and pull are terms used in the demolition industry to refer to bringing down buildings, bridges, and other structures.
Because I actually blew the hospital down that I was born in.
Originally, we had figured to shoot it so that it dropped straight down.
Then, watch Demolition Dynamics attempt a big blast.
And from Ground Zero's own post-disaster wrecking crew.
By mid-December, the Department of Design and Construction had leveled World Trade Center buildings 4 and 5.
Hello? Oh, we're getting ready to pull building 6.
Silverstein, a commercial real estate tycoon with international political connections, acquired a 99-year lease on the World Trade Center complex in the spring of 2001. Throughout the summer, he reworked the insurance policies on his new property, making sure that it was covered for acts of terrorism. Explicit in the lease agreement was Silverstein's right to rebuild the complex if it were destroyed. After 9/11, Mr. Silverstein fought his insurers in court to obtain double his policy limits for the destruction of his property, maintaining that the double hijacking constituted 2 disasters caused by terrorists, not just one. He won and was awarded over $7 billion, a magnificent return on his original $15 million investment.
My first reaction is to think about the families of those people, the tragedy, the magnitude of it. However, I firmly believe that we should rebuild.
Just in the last few seconds, another building, building number 7, one of the buildings in support of the World Trade Center towers, has collapsed.
World Trade 7, functioning as the command center for the complex, housed giant diesel backup and oxygen systems, the mayor's protected emergency bunker, and offices for the CIA, Secret Service, Department of Defense, and Securities and Exchange Commission. Its other tenants were insurance companies, brokerages, and banks. No plane hit Building 7, but at 5:20 p.m. on September 11th, it collapsed in a heap on the ground. Some damage to Building 7 is said to have been caused by debris from Tower 1. Though this New York Times article tells us Building 7 burned like a giant torch, the only visuals that exist are of unidentified smoke and a few small fires. Compare this to the wallop sustained by World Trade Center 3, 4, 5, and 6. Positioned right below the towers, damage to the surrounding World Trade Center buildings was infinitely worse. Still, the structures held up. But somehow, rescue workers knew that Building 7 would fall.
You hear that?
Keep your eye on that building. It'll be coming down soon.
A 47-story skyscraper, Building 7 folded neatly in 6.5 seconds. A textbook descent right into its footprint. Silverstein Properties now tells us that its owner was referring to the team of firefighters inside the building when he spoke of the decision to pulling the firemen out of harm's way. However, there were no firefighters in Building 7, according to FEMA, NIST, and Fire Chief Frank Fellini. They were ordered out at 11:30 that morning. 6 hours later, the building came down.
You know, we heard this sound that sounded like a clap of thunder. Turned around, it looked like there was a shock wave ripping through the building, and the windows all busted out. And you know, it was horrifying. About a second later, the bottom floor caves out, and the building followed after that.
Radio host Alex Jones notes the mark of a classic implosion.
This is a photo taken 1 second into Building 7's collapse. Notice the crimp. If we look at other controlled demolitions, we see that they first blow one of the central columns so the building falls in on itself. If you don't do this, the building falls outward and can damage surrounding structures. Building 7 had a classic crimp or wedge. Its central column was blown out first, so it didn't structurally damage buildings just a few feet away from it.
Remember the mayor's emergency bunker? Ensconced on the 23rd floor of Building 7, it was retrofitted with superglass, water, oxygen, and its own generator. But Mayor Giuliani chose to find emergency shelter elsewhere on September 11th. Why Building 7? Even the media and its experts were confused. The History Channel interviews structural engineer Ramon Gilsans, who points out the obvious crimp and even speaks of the implosion.
Engineers are not just focusing on the Twin Towers. The most disturbing structural event was not that the Twin Towers fell, but that Tower 7, ignited by flying debris, fell due to fire alone.
Building 7 was a steel frame building, and it's the first steel frame building that has collapsed due to fire. The failure of the building was an implosion, so it failed completely different than Towers 1 and 2, in which the floors failed first.
Why Building 7? Let's ask the question again. As the WTC Command Center, was it the hub for the 9/11 plan? Also, in 6.5 seconds, lost forever were thousands of SEC case files on corporate fraud, including those relating to the notorious activities of giants WorldCom and Enron. A few indictments for stock fraud, but what of the $70 billion California electricity swindle? It disappeared. No one died in the collapse of Building 7. It was vacated well in advance of its implosion, but not the Twin Towers. Why weren't police, firemen, and civilians in these buildings told what to expect? Tragically, employees in the towers were advised to return to their offices.
The announcement came on that everything was fine. Tower 1, they were evacuating, but Tower 2 was fine, and we could go back to our offices.
We were about to go through the turnstile. The security guard says, "Where you guys are going?" I said, "Well, I'm going home because I saw fireballs coming down." He said, "No, your building is safe. It's secured. It is safer to stay in your building. Go back to your office."
Stanley Prayamnath returned to the 81st floor. Then,
I just happened to raise my head looking straight towards the Statue of Liberty, and what I saw was a giant airplane coming straight towards me.
the South Tower was hit between the 78th and 84th floors. Trapped on the 81st floor by crushing debris, Stanley was rescued by Brian Clark. Slowly and painfully, they made their way down a stairwell to freedom. Outside, Stanley had a feeling of uncanny prescience for what was to come.
And we peered through the railing, up through the trees at the tower, and Stanley said, "You know,
I think that tower could come down.
And I don't know why I'm telling this man this building is going. But I knew it was not over.
I said, there's no way. That's a steel structure. That's just draperies and carpets and furniture burning. You know, there's no way. And I didn't finish my sentence when the tower started to slide. And I can still remember hearing, first of all, this boom, boom, boom explosions.
Not all were blessed with intuition or foresight. Joseph Milanowicz reached his son Greg by cell phone.
Greg at that time, I could tell by his voice, was scared. He said to me, Dad, can you get in touch with someone and tell them that there's about 20 of us on the northeast corner of the 93rd floor.
Greg had been about to leave the South Tower after the North Tower was attacked, but was told it was safer to return to his desk.
A couple of times he said, why did I listen? Why did I listen?
Who was a director in the company that provided electronic security for the World Trade Center and Washington's Dulles Airport, both involved in September 11th? None other than the president's younger brother. From 1996 to 2000, Securicom installed what was referred to as a new security system at the World Trade Center. Wirt D. Walker III, a cousin of the Bush brothers, was CEO of Securicom from 1999 until 2002. Interestingly, these facts have not been made public. Was it only a security system that was added during those years, or was it also the wiring for a long-awaited plan? Scott Forbes, an IT specialist in a firm that had leased space in the South Tower since its erection, reported an unprecedented power down in his building for almost the whole weekend prior to 9/11.
We were notified 3 weeks in advance of the power down by the Port Authority. That was relatively short notice to plan to shut down all of our banking systems. It was a big deal. It was unprecedented. We had a data center on the 97th floor, so our originating servers were all there. During that weekend, the power down meant that there was no security. The doors were all open, basically. And also the security video cameras were all off. But there were guys in overalls carrying huge toolboxes and reels of cables walking around the building on that weekend.
Employees were notified that internet cables were being upgraded. But who were the strange workmen, and what were they really doing?
All the power was shut down. If there was a power down, that meant that everything was gone in terms of security, in terms of access to the building, so anybody could have gone there and do any kind of setup.
Having worked overtime to get his company's servers back up, Scott took the day off on September 11th. As he watched the towers collapse from New Jersey that morning, he was sure this had been the purpose of the mysterious weekend work. Scott notified many authorities, including the 9/11 Commission, about the unusual and lengthy power outage, but was ignored. Ben Fountain of Fireman's Fund spoke of unusual evacuations ordered at the Twin Towers during the weeks before September 11th. Others reported that the security alert was inexplicably lifted 5 days prior and bomb-sniffing dogs were removed. What would the dogs have discovered had they remained on duty? Not long after the disaster, Lower Manhattan saw banners like this one. Although they were idolized as cathedral-like symbols of power and triumph that pierced the New York skyline, the Twin Towers were big money losers for the Port Authority of New York. They cost millions a year to equip with the basics: electricity, water, heat, air conditioning, sewage, and even oxygen, being airtight. As modern communications connected traders from all corners of the globe, tenancy in the Twin Towers continued to drop. The towers presented another problem. Decades ago, their steel beams had been sprayed with fireproof asbestos, a cancer-causing material banned from use in building in the mid-1980s. Although the World Trade Center complex was given several waivers, it was expected to clean up its act. But to remove the asbestos from every supporting beam in the Twin Towers would have been almost undoable. Quotes for this cleanup ran over $1 billion, and no insurance company was willing to bear the cost. An urban renewal project of unfathomable proportions. Given the tower's issues and problems, September 11th proved an unexpected bonanza. The Trade Center was built in the 1960s to revive a rundown area of New York, and 40 years later, urban renewal could again take place. 2 white elephants were removed, and a brand new complex is in the works. The full height of the new Freedom Tower will soar to 1,776 feet. The suffocating dust that engulfed Manhattan was much more than dust. It was pulverized concrete, glass, metals containing lead, mercury, dioxins, benzene, and of course asbestos. None of that was healthy for any living thing. Today, thousands of rescue workers have developed lung cancer and serious permanent health conditions. And the rescue dogs continue to die.
What you had was a ground-level municipal incinerator that smoldered for months, burning up the most heavily computerized building in the world. Patients have had black paste coming out of their pores. They have reported bowel movements that are blue or green and have smelled like smoke, despite the fact that they have not been at a fire scene for months.
Only 3 days after September 11th, Washington instructed the EPA to declare Manhattan safe and reopen Wall Street, though the air remained toxic.
A federal judge is blasting the former head of the Environmental Protection Agency for telling New Yorkers it was safe to return to their homes and offices near Ground Zero soon after the 9/11 attacks. The judge called Christine Todd Whitman's actions, quote, conscience shocking, and refused to grant her immunity.
It was documented that the White House ordered EPA to tell these lies, to downplay the seriousness of the environmental hazards.
In addition, 9/11 first responders who have fallen ill and applied for aid have been denied. Asbestos plays a part in the myth of why the Twin Towers fell on September 11th.
The steel had been sprayed with a lightweight fireproof foam, which, while cheaper, was much less adhesive. The New York Times has reported that the foam fell off easily, and the Port Authority had been fixing and replacing missing sections in the months before September 11th. But even if the fireproofing had been perfectly applied, the impact of the plane crashing into the North Tower was so powerful, it simply blew most of it off, allowing the fire to attack the steel beneath.
Once the planes hit, whatever condition it was in before the fact, made no difference because an impact would knock it off and the fire would have devastating effects on the steel.
One good smack from a jet plane and the puffs of asbestos are all blown off the steel. Would a few hundred doors slamming do the same thing? Here, the History Channel tells us how, due to poor fireproofing, flames swept through the pockets between floors.
As much of the fireproofing had been dislodged on impact, the flames were attacking unprotected steel.
When steel is not protected, the strength reduces very fast. When you get to about 1100 degrees Fahrenheit, you lose about half the strength of the steel.
The fire inside the towers may have reached temperatures of 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The New York Times has reported what happened to those steel floor trusses then.
The steel did heat up, and it became softer and softer, almost like licorice. And eventually, all the steel had been weakened in this zone.
40 years ago, the steel used to build the World Trade Center was certified by Underwriters Laboratories, a global product compliance and public safety guardian. Let's hear a lone voice that spoke out from this enormous company.
My name is Kevin Ryan, and I'm formerly a manager at Underwriters Laboratories. I was fired from my job 5 days after sending a letter to a government scientist at the NIST questioning the report that the NIST had recently released in October of 2004. I wrote this letter because I had serious questions about what I saw in the report. Those questions went back to September of 2001 when UL's CEO came to our location in South Bend. He told our entire staff that the World Trade Center steel had been certified by UL, and he said that we should be proud of how long the buildings had stood. Over the next 2 years, I did some research and found some very disturbing facts, including that the steel had been disposed of in an unprecedented manner. Once I discovered those facts, I sent a written question to UL CEO asking him about these things and what he was doing to protect our reputation as a company. He replied in writing to me that UL did, in fact, test the steel. He talked about the quality of the sample and how well it had performed in the tests. And he said that our company had tested the steel and that it had done beautifully. After that, he asked me to be patient and wait for the NIST report because UL was working closely with them. I saw this report in October of 2004, and in November I sent my letter to NIST asking for clarification. I felt it was an obligation on my part to ask the questions since no one else seemed to care to. After the 1993 bombing, the fireproofing in both buildings was updated considerably. But when you look at the NIST report, you don't see any testing that showed that a 767 would widely dislodge the fireproofing under any impact, let alone so far from the point of impact. So now we've been left with a new theory that is not really a theory at all, but only a collection of vague statements. The NIST report represents what can really only be called anti-science. They started with their conclusions and worked their way back to some leading hypotheses. When the results of the physical tests showed that the temperatures were far too low to soften steel, and that the floors could not have collapsed, and that the fireproofing could not have been widely dislodged, the NIST ignored these results and built a black box computer model that no one can argue with and that would spit out the right answers. Today, anyone who's conscious enough to know what's happening in the world knows that most government policy is being driven by this false story.
Crack down and punish the perpetrators of this attack. This is being seen on Capitol Hill as another Pearl Harbor, as another Pearl Harbor, as another Pearl Harbor.
The steel in dragon-like lengths and contortions spoke for itself. Bent, deformed, without cracks.
I found it hard to believe that it actually bent because of the size of it and how there's no cracks in the iron. It bent without almost a single crack in it. It takes thousands of degrees to bend steel like this.
Typically you'd have buckling and tearing on the tension side, but there's no buckling at all. There's no buckling at all.
Here is the meteorite, molten iron fused with concrete.
And architects, engineers, people who work with steel, welders have just never seen the level of destruction and the level of deformation of this material in our lives.
It is true that heat expands steel. In a fire, steel members may swell and bend slightly. But this, how could these huge tangles have been created? The steel below the towers had melted at many thousands of degrees. Since metal conducts heat, were these twisted remains formed by high temperatures wicking their way through a gridwork of steel? Explosives also deform steel. As they fire, gas pushes outward. the force of the gas can easily bend a large steel column. Two kinds of debris, huge shattered columns that could break a truck, combined with matter that was near pulverized.
You have 2 110-story office buildings. You don't find a desk. You don't find a chair. You don't find a telephone, a computer. The biggest piece of a telephone I found was half of the keypad, and it was about this big.
In 1886, 4 gold miners lost their lives in an underground explosion. The bodies of these 4 men were brought to the surface in one barrel. The biggest piece recovered was part of a foot. September 11th left over 1,100 bodies unaccounted for. At Ground Zero, this was found inside a length of steel.
And before they sealed this up with the sheetrock and all the building materials on the interior face, the workers would sometimes put beer cans, and the newspaper that we found, the New York Times paper, we found in a similar spot to this.
Secrets cannot be kept forever. Just as that newspaper from 1969 revealed itself to us decades later, we will someday know the inside of September 11th. The reasons for the staging of such a production go far back into time. Insurance policies covered nearly everything in the World Trade Center that was destroyed. But what if certain commodities could be removed in the nick of time? Gold and silver held by commercial banks and the COMEX exchange is said to have been stored beneath Ground Zero. This single cache belonging to the Bank of Nova Scotia was unearthed and made public. Was there more, and was it removed, remains a question. As last survivor William Rodriguez climbed the stairwell to rescue people, he remembers a very strange thing.
As I stood there on the 33rd floor, I heard very strange noises on the 34th floor. Now, the 34th floor was an empty floor, a floor that did not have any kind of walls, or it was a construction floor. It was totally hollowed out. There was nothing there, and I heard very heavy equipment being moved around, and it sounded like dumpsters with metal wheels being moved around, and I got scared because I knew it was an empty floor. Nobody was supposed to be there. As a matter of fact, not even the elevators stopped there. You have to have a special access key to open the door on the 34th floor. So to find that there were strange noises there, and I continue actually bypassing that floor because I didn't dare to open the door on the 34th floor.
Something told William Rodriguez not to mess with the 34th floor. I got scared. Yet William Rodriguez was not a man who was scared that day. He remained in a burning building against firemen's orders, endangering his own life as he saved the lives of others. What could have been happening on the 34th floor? For weeks, Scott Forbes had heard similar noises on the 98th floor above him.
It must have been at least 4 to 6 weeks before 9/11. It was like rebuilding work going on upstairs. The tenants, the people from Aon who had been were moved somewhere else. The offices were just vacant. And there was a lot of heavy machinery building work going on. It was almost like pneumatic drills and lots of hammering, so much so that the floors were shaking. That's how noticeable it was. It was almost as if something heavy was being moved and then it was being taken off wheels, and it was like boom. Our floor underneath literally shook. You could feel the weight above you. That was how large it was. On one occasion, I opened a door to see what was going on, being nosy. When I opened the door, the whole office space was empty. There was nothing there at all. It was quite bizarre because it was just empty. Completely empty, barren, nothing, zero. Not even cables hanging from the ceiling, but there'd been these heavy noises and vibrations up above. It was really strange.
And the noticeable dust in the building the week before.
It was probably the week leading up to 9/11. Every morning I'd come in around 7 a.m. and the dust was incredible. It was filthy. It was like the cleaners weren't cleaning. Right where the windows were, there was a sill which enclosed radiators. I was sick to death of the dust which was appearing on the windowsills. It was dirty grey and very, very noticeable in that week leading up to 9/11. Where was that dust coming from?
Grey dust Scott himself had to clean. Was it powdered cement? The steel columns of the Twin Towers formed an endo and exoskeleton. Had something been placed around the edge of the building, holes been drilled to contain it? Was the dust in those final days a telltale sign? As white elephants, the buildings were full of vacant offices. Tenants could be temporarily moved around for upgrades as Aeon was, and a plan arranged to perfection. Was the strange construction that could be heard but not seen going on all over the towers? Larry Silverstein took possession 6 weeks before September 11th, when the strange construction began. Were the sounds that scared William Rodriguez the last of the wraths as they left a sinking ship? By taking a day off, Scott Forbes saved his life. This woman was not so fortunate. She is 9/11's Iphigenia, calling soundlessly to people who could not help her. Christopher Hanley, trapped with 100 people on the 106th floor of Tower 1.
Fire Department 408, where's the fire?
Yeah, hi. I'm on the 106th floor of the World Trade Center. We just had an explosion up here.
What building are you in, sir? 1 or 2?
1 World Trade.
All right.
Yeah, there's smoke, and we had about 100 people up here.
Sit tight. Do not leave, okay? There's a fire or an explosion or something in the building. All right, I want you to stay where you are.
Yes.
Kevin Cosgrove, trapped on the 105th floor of the South Tower.
There's smoke right there, 105, 2 power. It's really bad. It's black. It's iron. My wife thinks I'm all right. I called her and said I was leaving the building. I was fine, man. Bang. It's the 3 of us. 2 broken windows. Oh, God!
Let's not forget these people whose fate on this day was decided for them. As we know, secrets cannot be kept forever.
the place I'm going, I will surely know my way, and I will turn and look inside me and bid farewell to one more day. Every light begins with darkness. Every flower is one to see, and with the sun and wind to taste us, we are bound to be released. I will fly beyond this valley. I will open up the gate, and when I reach the place I'm going, I will surely know my way. We have hands to hold our sorrow. We have tears to heal the pain. And though your eyes ask many questions, on your lips I hear my name. I was born without a whisper. I was born beneath the rain. But when I reach the place I'm going, I will surely know my way. I will surely know my way.
I have a message for our military. Be ready. I've called the armed forces to alert, and there is a reason. The hour is coming when America will act, and you will make us proud.
At 8:46 on the morning of September 11th, 2001, the world would forever be changed, and America would forever be altered. A wave of patriotism swept across our country, and the drumbeat of war was heard from our nation's heartland to countries a half a world away. With a war on terror declared, a nation would find itself in an uphill battle that would eventually lead to the destruction of civil liberties and the establishment of a military driven to conflicts based upon political lies and fraudulent official reports. We now begin our investigation into the events of September 11th. What were you told happened that day?
There are some very anguish-ridden people in the world, and they decided to attack us.
2 planes were hijacked by terrorists, and they were crashed into the World Trade Center.
2 planes flew into 2 skyscrapers and destroyed them.
Part of the building was just smashed in and had been burnt, and just chaos.
From all the film footage that I've seen in the
past 6 years, it was 2 commuter jets.
My initial reaction to September the 11th was that it was as advertised, that these aircraft had been hijacked, that it was a big terrorist operation, that we were attacked by Muslim extremists. I kind of just believed the initial story. It was in a state of shock. As reports came out through the news and some alternative news sources that I had been subscribing to, there were some things that were reported by credible people at these accident sites that did not agree with my professional training and my background.
Very strong. Boom! An explosion so hard that pushed us upwards.
He was the last guy pulled out. He was on sub-level 2, and he heard a bomb. And he was omitted from the 9/11 report.
I've looked at various hypotheses about what might have happened with the plane hits on the World Trade Center, and frankly, I haven't come to a firm conclusion. I do think that some of the pod images are suggestive of the possibility of a plane switch. I'm not convinced that that's the case, however.
There was definitely a blue logo. It was like a circular logo on the front of the plane, towards definitely towards the front. It definitely did not look like a commercial plane.
The plane wasn't no airline or anything. It was a twin-engine, big gray plane.
When I first saw the appendage on Flight 175, this extra piece of equipment, I was looking at the Evan Fairbanks footage, which is kind of bluish, and it's from the underneath. It's off-centered on the fuselage. It's between the engines. It casts its own shadow. It has its own reflection. And when I saw this, I thought somebody's had to have photoshopped this, and I wanted to get other sources to make sure that it wasn't just a product of Photoshop. It was in all the CNN footage when you took their videos and did freeze frames. It was definitely a three-dimensional piece of equipment. It definitely has nothing to do with Photoshop, and it shouldn't be there.
Anybody can see the other piece of equipment right there in the center line on the starboard side of that fuselage. It can't be anything other than an external piece of equipment.
Looking for more video evidence, right at ground zero, Deb Simon and I went down to New York City one day and buying all the pictures from street vendors we could find. We found a picture which I believe is Rob Howard's photograph, but it was a 35mm print. And I was tickled because you could clearly see, the appendage on the bottom. This is not normal for an aircraft. This is not normal for what we should be seeing on Flight 175.
All the recorded sources, all the different photographic evidence that was produced by CNN and ABC, they all show this pod. It's there. You can see it with your own eyes. And in my professional opinion, that there was a pod attached to the bottom of that aircraft, and therefore it was not United Airlines Flight 175.
I've never seen the pictures that he's shown the things attached to the bottom of the plane, so if it's a commercial airliner, I don't understand why they would have anything attached to the bottom of the plane. That doesn't seem to make any sense.
One of the things that jumped out at me when I looked at the footage of the video of Flight 175 as it went into the World Trade Center is it appeared to me that there was something on the under fuselage of that aircraft that did not belong there, at least not with a commercial airliner. Now, I'll tell you where I have seen attachments that look like that on military aircraft. So the question you have to answer now is, was that the commercial airliner that hit the World Trade Center, or possibly was it an aircraft that looked very similar but was a military type airplane?
After compiling a lot of the photographs and a lot of video regarding Flight 175, and there's some CNN footage that shows the whole side of the plane lighting up. And just as the aircraft is penetrating the World Trade Center, there's this bright anomalous event. It's like an orange flash, off to the right of the fuselage.
The bottom of that aircraft was exposed so that there was a large flash just prior to impact with the building. There was a large flash, so large that it lit up the side of the fuselage of that aircraft. It wasn't just a small spark.
There's been some discussion of just exactly what produced this flash. Some of the scenarios have been talked about have been reflection or sparks or static discharge or possibly an incendiary attached to the aircraft. This flash is produced in the shadow of the wing, so I don't think it could have been a reflection. As far as the possibility of sparks during penetration, the radome of the aircraft is a composite material. It's not metal per se. The wings are metal. They didn't produce sparks as they penetrated, so I don't believe they were sparks. As far as the static discharge, the 767 all aircraft have attached to the airframe what's called static wicks that are there to dissipate any static charges that could be produced on an aircraft in flight. In all my years of flying, the only time an aircraft has been statically charged is when you're flying for extended periods in precipitation. September the 11th was a perfectly clear early fall day without any clouds in the sky, so I don't think these aircraft would have been statically charged by precipitation. And the other item, or possible explanation, would have been an incendiary. And I do believe that this is what the source of the flash was. This flash is produced right in line where the pod was attached. Look at the footage in very slow motion. You can step through the footage with your pause still button on a DVD, and as this aircraft penetrates, you see the enlarged torn area of facade where this pod was attached. All this evidence indicates to me that it was not a reflection or sparks or static discharge, but I think it was an incendiary that was associated with the pod that was attached.
Well, the pod could have been a number of things. It could have been even a missile attached. It could have been some kind of explosive attached. But whatever it was, it didn't belong there in a commercial flight.
This is a rocket pod. We primarily use these to shoot 2.75-inch unguided rockets. On the A-10, the primary role that we use these rockets for is forward air control. We shoot white phosphorus rockets that contain a phosphorus spotting charge. A very brilliant white cloud of smoke comes up when the rocket hits.
American Flight 11 was the flight that hit the North Tower, the first tower that was hit. And as far as we know, it was recorded by just one source, and that was the Nade brothers, who were producing a documentary video about New York firefighters. They happened to be in a position to catch American Flight 11 as it overflew New York City and flew into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Again, as you look at this footage, slow it down just a little bit, you can see this a big flash. This is before this airplane even hits the North Tower, and I would say quite probably that it was also an incendiary that caused that flash.
Pods under the plane suggesting they might be some sort of military plane, and flashes suggesting that they might be igniting large fireballs for spectacular television effect. Personally, I'm not convinced that that's true, but I'm also I'm not convinced that we need to dismiss that hypothesis. I've looked at these images, and some of the pod images, I think, they don't look to me like just optical illusions like the people who've debunked this claim.
Did the pod have anything to do with the flash? I can't answer it, but I can say this. The pod you will not find, or an external piece of equipment that large, you will not find on the belly or attached anywhere on the external part of a Part 121 scheduled airliner in the United States. It just won't happen. All that does is tell me that airplane was not the airplane that the government said it was.
I have looked at the films of the plane hitting the South Tower, and I have seen the slowed down version. And it is obvious to me that on more than 2 or 3 of these films, there is a flash of some sort that takes place just as these planes are about to smack into the buildings. I cannot tell you what that is, but I can tell you what it's not. It's not a box cutter.
Indeed, the flash couldn't have been the result of a box cutter. So if the flash was the result of an incendiary device, how does that fit into a terrorist hijacking scenario at all? And if, as Colonel Nelson has proposed, there was extra equipment attached to the belly of the plane that hit the South Tower, how could that have been United Airlines Flight 175, or any other commercial airliner for that matter? Keep in mind that these planes disappeared for nearly a half an hour, surely enough time to substitute a drone in place of commercial aircraft, as was proposed in the 1962 Northwoods document.
One of the scenarios in Operation Northwoods was to take a regularly scheduled commercial airliner and take a similar type plane, paint the tail numbers up to resemble that of the commercial airliner, fly it by remote control out over the Caribbean, and by remote control blow it up after sending a tape recorded message saying, "Help, we're being attacked by Cuban MiGs." This was in 1962. I think we had a very sophisticated, more modern version of that plan happen on September the 11th, 2001.
Tell you I'm okay, all right? Here, hold on. You want to call your mother or something?
The way those buildings were constructed, the supporting members essentially melted. And once that occurred, then the buildings started to come down like pancaking, with more and more weight being put on each lower floor, so then the whole building came down.
Structural damage to the buildings is what I heard on television.
There's never been a modern steel concrete building that's ever collapsed due to fire. Not before, not after.
My testimony was very upsetting for the commission for the simple reason that, number one, I talk about explosions in the building, initial explosions before the plane hit the building. I spoke about seeing one of the hijackers, alleged hijackers, 3 months before 9/11. I told them that I had told the FBI this information, and I kept quiet for 2.5 years, thinking that there was an investigation, a formal investigation by the FBI, and then I realized it was just not going anywhere. There was nothing being done by this investigation, not talking about the 9/11 Commission, but the FBI investigation itself.
William Rodriguez was a maintenance worker for the World Trade Center for 20 years, and he's traveled the world telling the story about what happened to him on that horrible day. His testimony is one of the most heart-wrenching and emotional that you will ever hear. It is his testimony that was deleted from the 9/11 Commission report. Here's one of the reasons why.
Very strong. Boom! An explosion so hard that pushed us upwards. Upwards. And at that moment, I thought it was the mechanical room where they have all the pumps and the generators for the building, that maybe a generator just blew up on the basement. Now, 20 years in the building, you know something that comes from the bottom and something that comes from the top. And when I went to verbalize that it was a generator, we hear boom! All the way on the top. The impact of the plane on the top. 2 different events, 2 different times.
His testimony of an explosion below him, just seconds before the plane hit in the upper floors, would obviously destroy the official story of a simple hijacking. But the mainstream media has no interest in telling his story honestly. He was interviewed on September 11th of 2006 in New York City. And listen carefully as to how WABC TV edited his story to make it sound as though he was describing the sound of the plane and not a basement explosion.
Rodriguez worked at the North Tower. He was a custodian responsible for cleaning the stairwell. On the morning of 9/11, he was in the basement.
We hear boom! An explosion so loud that pushed us upwards on the air. And we started screaming. We didn't know what it was.
It was the first hijacked plane that hit the tower.
Is it possible that WABC and other network affiliates were working from a script on the morning of September 11th, 2001? Let's take a look at some of the other video clips from other media outlets. And these were shot as the events unfolded that morning, long before any scripts could have been handed out.
Tell me where you were, what happened, what did you see, what did you hear?
First I went on Canal Street, I saw the fire. I saw the two buildings. I think it was a bomb because two of them.
Again, there has been a second explosion here in Manhattan.
We understand now there has been a secondary explosion on Tower 2.
There was another major explosion. The building itself, literally the top of it, came down, sending smoke and debris everywhere.
We're being pushed out as well because there was some concern that there might be additional explosions, possibly other bombs.
I need you to stop for a second. There has just been a huge explosion.
And then the entire top of the building just blew up.
We heard a very loud blast, an explosion. We looked up, and the building literally began to collapse before us.
It just went boom. It was like a bomb went off, and it was like holy hell coming down them stairs. And then when we finally got to the bottom, we were coming out on the mezzanine level there, and another explosion came out right from it. Just everyone flying right in front of me. Everything just went boom.
Tell you I'm okay, all right? Here, hold on. You want to call your mother or something?
They could very well have set off set charges within the World Trade Center, and of course it went down just like many of the buildings that we've seen on CNN or Fox TV, the Bush Stadium in St. Louis, or one of the famous hotels out in Las Vegas. It just crumbles, it just implodes, and it falls in upon itself. And that's really, I remember on that particular day watching that on the TV monitor and saying to myself, hey, that looks really strange the way it's coming down. I don't think it's necessarily from the plane and the fire from the plane that's doing this.
It almost looks like one of those implosions of buildings that you see, except there is nothing controlled about this.
We made it outside, we made it about a block. We made it at least 2 blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, instead of popping out.
It was if they had detonated.
Detonated.
Yeah. Take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
All the way down. I was watching it and running.
I was making my way to the foot of the World Trade Center. Suddenly, while talking to an officer who was questioning me about my press credentials, we heard a very loud blast, an explosion. We looked up, and the building literally began to collapse before us.
And then the entire top of the building just blew up, and splinters of debris are falling on the street.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
When I began to look at the destruction of the World Trade Center, and especially the Twin Towers, it was astonishing to me how obvious the evidence was that the government account couldn't possibly be correct. Of course, the government maintains that the buildings came down as a result of the impact of jet aircraft, resulting jet fuel fires, which weakened or melted the steel and led to a pancake collapse. That's indefensible on every count. The buildings were designed to withstand the impact of the then largest commercial airliners, which were Boeing 707s, very similar in their size and mass and fuel capacity to the 767s that actually hit the building. Most of the fuel from these planes burned up in spectacular fireballs. The fires that resulted were relatively modest. The melting point of steel turns out to be 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit. The highest temperature you can acquire with a jet fuel-based fire, which is principally kerosene incidentally, is 1,000 degrees lower under ideal circumstances. The billowing black clouds indicated these were oxygen-starved or deprived fires that were burning much lower temperatures. In fact, the estimates on all sides are those fires were only running about 500 degrees Fahrenheit. Much too low, obviously, for the steel to have melted or even to have weakened, since Underwriter's laboratory had certified the steel up to 2,000 degrees for 3 to 4 hours. The fire in the South Tower burned only around an hour, in the North an hour and a half, so the fires were too low and too brief in duration to have caused the steel to even weaken. If the steel had weakened, there would have been asymmetrical sagging, it would have been gradual, and you wouldn't have had enough dynamic energy to cause a collapse in any case. The whole theory of a pancake collapse is a physical impossibility.
Molten metal in the basements of all 3 buildings.
Right.
And yet all scientists now reasonably agree that the fires were not sufficiently hot to melt the steel. So what is this molten metal? It's a direct evidence for the use of high temperature explosives such as thermite. Thermite produces molten iron as an end product.
Okay. We appreciate your coming on, even if I don't understand your theories. We appreciate you trying to explain them. Thanks.
These core columns were discovered after the collapse. The angled cut occurs in exactly the manner that shaped charges slice through steel beams to control the way they fall. Notice the hardened once liquid metal. Was thermite used with the shaped charge?
The way we do this is by cutting the beam at an angle, which through a series of beams cut at the same angle will tend to make the building shift over and walk.
Building 7, I'm not familiar with what it looks like or where it is.
That's where the command center was. I don't know that much about the structural issues on that building, other than that an intense fire occurred there as a result of debris and such coming from the towers, and that's why that building came down.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
One of the keys to what happened on 9/11 is what caused Building 7 of the World Trade Center to collapse. Many of you are going to go, Building 7, what was that? That was a 47-story steel and glass office building that just totally collapsed down into its own foundation about 5:20 on the afternoon of 9/11. It was not hit by airplanes, didn't have any devastating fires in it. It just collapsed down after the building owner, Larry Silverstein, said, well, I told the fire department to pull it, and they pulled it, and we stood there and watched the building come down.
And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse.
Well, industry slang, pulling it means controlled demolition. If Building 7 was brought down by controlled demolition, then why is it so preposterous to assume that perhaps the Trade Center towers were brought down by controlled demolition?
You hear that? Keep your eye on that building. It'll be coming down soon. It'll be coming down soon.
what we know for sure is that these buildings were pre-wired for demolition, and that the plane hits were simply created as a distraction in the way a magician distracts you by showing you one thing while, pulling something out of a hat while you're not looking. In the same way, they conditioned us to think that the demolitions were actually collapses caused by plane hits and fires, when we now know that they were not. Building 7, which is obviously a controlled demolition, the collapse of this 47-story building in 7 seconds for no reason at all, a couple of small fires and a couple of little nicks on the side of the towers. That's a ridiculous story that anybody can see through. And then when you hear that the overinsured landlord of 6 weeks, Mr. Larry Silverstein, basically confessed to pulling it or taking it down in a controlled demolition on national television, no less. I mean, you really see that the whole thing is obviously an inside job. So I think Building 7 is sort of the first thing that we need to wave, in the face of everybody who hasn't figured this out yet.
On September 11th, there was worldwide live television coverage, and the coverage continued throughout the day. The interesting thing is that at 10 p.m. London time, which is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, they reported that the Salomon Brothers building, Building 7, had collapsed. The only problem is Building 7 didn't collapse until 5:20 p.m. New York time.
Now, more on the latest building collapse in New York. You might have heard a few moments ago I was talking about the Salomon Brothers building collapsing, and indeed it has. Apparently that's only a few hundred yards away from where the World Trade Center towers were, and it seems that this was not a result of a new attack. It was because the building had been weakened during this morning's attacks. We'll probably find out more now about that from our correspondent Jane Stanley. Jane, what more can you tell us about the Salomon Brothers building and its collapse?
Well, only really what you already know. Details are very, very sketchy. There's almost a sense downtown in New York behind me, down by the World Trade Centers, of just an area completely closed off as the rescue workers try to do their job. As you can see behind me, the Trade Center...
Building 7 is clearly visible right behind the reporter. It wasn't until 5:20 Eastern Time that it came down. Buildings 4, 5, and 6 maintained heavy damage from falling debris from the towers, and yet they remained standing. In Madrid, Spain, this building burned for nearly 24 hours, a raging inferno, and it didn't fall. Building 7 received minimal damage and suffered only a minor fire, and yet it collapsed. The collapse of a concrete and steel structure due to a fire had never happened before September 11th. So how did the BBC know ahead of time that it was to come down, unless the cover story that had been prepared for public consumption had been released, in this case, a little too early? I don't think that there's any disagreement in the 9/11 research community that one of the strongest arguments that challenges the official story is the issue of controlled demolitions. There are multiple video angles, there are photographs, there's witness testimony explaining that there were bombs and explosions going off in and around the Trade Center. There's scientific data, all supporting the charge that these buildings were brought down by demolition charges. Well, if that's the case, we have to ask the question, what role did the planes play? There are those out there that get very upset when we talk about pods or flashes or substituted planes. Well, if these planes were indeed hijacked, that would mean that the hijackers would either have to be A, in collusion with those that had placed the charges in the North Tower, the South Tower, and in Building 7, one of the most secure buildings in New York City, if not the most secure building. Well, if it couldn't have been collusion, well, the only other option is coincidence. The hijackers just happened to fly the planes into buildings that were scheduled to be demolished just minutes later. Well, if it can't be collusion and it can't be coincidence, then how could it have been terrorists? All of a sudden, the concept of flashes and pods and substituted planes becomes more plausible, and it doesn't conflict with the idea of controlled demolitions, but in fact supports the contention that the buildings were brought down by controlled demolitions. The countless reports of bombs and explosions going off in and around the World Trade Center were completely ignored by the 9/11 Commission and downplayed by the mainstream media. William Rodriguez's testimony before the 9/11 Commission was completely deleted, or shall I say, censored. Why is there such an effort to suppress information and evidence that might challenge the official story? Why do government officials and the media consistently try to ridicule or discredit those that would be in the best position to shed light on these irrefutable facts? Let's take a look now at what happened at the Pentagon and see if the same methodology has come to play.
No, I didn't. I just saw the aftermath of it, like the destruction of the building.
A less reinforced part of the Pentagon structure was the part that was hit by a fully fueled plane at a speed and at a point in the structure that was able to cause massive fire and explosion and thus take out that large swatch of the Pentagon that we all saw on the news.
A white plane, a very big jet, was flying an unusual pattern near the White House over Lafayette Park. Very slowly, it made one circle, and then we have not seen it since.
The official story of Flight 77 tells us that this plane waltzed all over the eastern United States and turned around over Ohio at 30,000 feet, came back and hit the Pentagon at 9:37 in the morning. This was after at 8:46 the World Trade Center had been hit, virtually almost an hour after the World Trade Center had been hit, and an hour and a half after the first multiple signs of multiple hijackings. We're told that this plane just waltzed into the most protected airspace in the world and hit the world's most protected building, the biggest military headquarters on the planet. This is already highly improbable.
Bottom line, in my professional opinion, based on my years of experience, my study of airline accidents and incidents, it's my opinion that a Boeing 757 did not hit the Pentagon. There would be an abundance of wreckage, and that the official sources have not been able to produce the evidence of any wreckage. Large tail sections, indestructible landing gear, indestructible engines, wing spars, fuselage, seats, anything of the sort indicates to me that a 757 did not hit the Pentagon.
In relation to the Pentagon, it's quite obvious that no Boeing 757 hit the building. There are multiple lines of reasoning that support that conclusion, including, for example, the complete lack of massive debris of the kinds and character that would be expected from a 100-ton airliner with a 125-foot wingspan and a tail that stands 44 feet above the ground. The hit point was only about 10 feet high and 16 or 17 feet wide on the ground floor. You find unbroken windows, undamaged fence, a couple of automobiles. What you don't find is massive piles of aluminum debris. You don't find the wings. You don't find the seats, the bodies, the luggage, the tail. Not even the engines were recovered, indicating that no Boeing 757 hit the building.
You've got a hole that's no more than 10 foot high and about maybe 15 to 20 feet wide that we're expected to believe a multi-tonned 757 jetliner with a wingspan of 125 feet and a tail height of 44 feet, that's 4 stories, folks, somehow managed to squeeze through this one little bitty hole in the ground floor of the Pentagon.
Before the outer wall collapsed, which was about 45 minutes after initial impact, there was only one hole, about 14 to 16 feet. And supposedly the 757 completely penetrated this hole without leaving any indication of where the wings would have penetrated. Adjacent to this hole, the windows were completely intact, and you can tell by the firefighters' foam that was sprayed around the hole and sticking to the windows. The windows are completely intact, both adjacent where the wings should have penetrated and knocked the windows out, and also directly above the hole where the elevated tail section would have penetrated. The windows are completely intact.
I measured pieces of Soviet equipment from photographs. It was my job. I look at the hole in the Pentagon, and I look at the size of an airplane that was supposed to have hit the Pentagon, and I said, the plane does not fit in that hole. So what did hit the Pentagon? What hit it? Where is it? What's going on?
A Boeing 757 has a wingspan of nearly 125 feet, a length of 155 feet, and a height of 44.5 feet. As was reported, if the plane was flying over 500 miles per hour, common sense would dictate there would be some indication, any indication, of an impact of the tail section in the upper floors. In addition, the heaviest and most massive parts of an aircraft of this type would be the engines. If there were to be any holes at all, they would be located where the engines would have impacted the Pentagon. The ASCE, in January of 2004, released its Pentagon Building Performance Report, and along with that, a video computer analysis of what happened when the mysterious Flight 11 supposedly slammed into the Pentagon. Let's take a look at the report. What significant information was overlooked in this video from the American Society of Civil Engineers? Well, first of all, the 18.5-inch steel-reinforced concrete wall was omitted. Secondly, you'll note that when the tail section enters the Pentagon, it remains intact. How is this possible that the tail section, over 44 feet in height, could have remained intact as it entered the Pentagon and left no entry point as is seen in this photograph? Thirdly, and most significant of all, is that this plane has no engines in this computer graphic model. Despite these omissions, the ASCE claimed that the plane took out 50 support columns. In this photograph, do you see support columns that have been destroyed? At the World Trade Center towers, we were told that the fuel fires burning from the planes were so hot that they melted steel and collapsed the buildings in a pancake fashion.
High up in both towers, the raging fires were now generating 3 to 5 times the heat of a nuclear power plant.
If this were true for the World Trade Center towers, wouldn't the same heat have been generated at the Pentagon?
When we look at the photographs on page 313 of the 911 Commission report, what we see is that to the north side, the left side of the impact area, that the walls on all floors are totally intact. The inner office walls are intact. We see no fire damage as evidenced by the books not burned, the computer intact, the other things in the office desk intact. So when we go back and see the official Pentagon performance report, it said that the aircraft sliced in, taken all of these wall structures, all these support beams. Well, the wall structures are there, the support beams are intact. So there again, the official report is contradicted by the photographic and video evidence.
Other than the 16-foot hole in the E-ring of the Pentagon, one of the most damning pieces of evidence to suggest an official cover-up is an examination of the official flight path of American Airlines Flight 77. The flight data recorder information recovered in the Pentagon wreckage shows the precise speed, altitude, and heading of the aircraft that we were told was Flight 77. If we examine the direction that Flight 77 took on its approach to the Pentagon, we'll note that the flight path is slightly different from that of the official report. This may seem insignificant at first, but how do we account for the light poles that were knocked down, even though they were not directly in the path of Flight 77? Secondly, if we take a look at the altitude of the aircraft, we'll note that mere moments before Flight 77 was to have impacted with light pole number 1 and light pole number 2, it was still 235 feet in the air. How is it possible that Flight 77 could have knocked over these light poles while it was at such a high altitude? Thirdly, if we take a look at light poles 3 and 4, we'll note that they are outside of the flight path of Flight 77 as well. How did these light poles come down? Following the flight path of the NTSB's model of the flight data for American Airlines Flight 77, we can see the flight path highlighted in red. Note that the plane passes over a light pole that should have been knocked to the ground, but remained standing after the event. What would explain this anomaly? Is it possible that the plane that impacted with the Pentagon was smaller than a commercial Boeing 757? After reviewing the photographs and the video footage taken at the Pentagon before the collapse of the outer E-ring, the experts that we've discussed this with, scientists, researchers, physicists, airline pilots, and military experts all agree that the damage seen is absolutely inconsistent with a 757 having struck the Pentagon. It is more consistent, however, with a smaller jet aircraft hitting the Pentagon, possibly a small jet, or a UAV, an unmanned aerial vehicle, or maybe a Global Hawk missile. In this photograph that was taken at the Pentagon, we clearly see some sort of an engine rotor, but the question is this a rotor from a 757, a Rolls-Royce engine? Well, according to John W. Brown, a spokesperson for Rolls-Royce Engines in Indianapolis, he states it's not apart from any Rolls-Royce engine that he's familiar with. It's clear that there's been a concerted effort to cover up information, to distract, and to deceive the American people, and indeed the people of the world, as to what happened at the Pentagon on September 11th. With this in mind, is it not possible that those behind this conspiracy could have removed evidence that would have challenged the official story? And is it not inconceivable that evidence could have been planted to support the official story?
I know from my experience that it would have been highly improbable that even a seasoned American test pilot, a military test pilot, could have flown a T-category aircraft like the 757 into the first floor of the Pentagon because of a thing called ground effect.
The official trajectory has this plane just skimming the ground at about 500 miles an hour as it impacts with the building on the ground floor. That turns out to be aerodynamically impossible. Even a small plane, such as a Cessna at full throttle, would accumulate a packet of compressed gas, which is there beneath the fuselage, that would make it impossible for it to get closer than 15 feet to the ground. Discussions with aeronautical engineers have convinced me that for a Boeing 757 at 500 miles an hour, it could not get closer than 60 feet to the ground. If the plane had been taking the official trajectory, its engines would have been making massive damage to the lawn. Wake turbulence would have been wrecking it. The lawn would have been a mess. Instead, the lawn is perfectly smooth, green and smooth, which turns out to be, ironically, a smoking gun at the Pentagon.
Ground effect and the pristine condition of the lawn in front of the Pentagon aren't the only problems with the official story. The airline pilots that we talked with also have a very serious problem as to whether or not terrorists that were trained on small aircraft were even capable of maneuvering a large commercial airliner at such a high speed and making these very precise maneuvers.
I flew the two actual aircraft which were involved in 9/11, the flight number 175 and flight 93, the 757 that allegedly went down at Shanksville, and flight 175 is the aircraft that's alleged to have hit the South Tower. I don't believe it's possible for, like I said, for a terrorist, a so-called terrorist, to train on a 172 and then jump in the cockpit of a 757, 767 glass cockpit and vertical navigate the aircraft, lateral navigate the aircraft, and fly the airplane at speeds exceeding its design limit speed by well over 100 knots, make high-speed, high-bank turns, pulling probably 5, 6, 7 Gs, and the aircraft would literally fall out of the sky. I couldn't do it, and I'm absolutely positive they couldn't do it. What's unusual about the 5 frames that the Pentagon released is they don't show a plane streaking across the Pentagon lawn. They just show a white vapor trail. The date and the time on the Pentagon frames is wrong. You know, at one of the most secure buildings in the world. And at the bottom of these 5 frames, they have the word plane. It's like subliminal. You know, the word is there, but the plane isn't.
The Pentagon is the nerve center of the U.S. military. When it comes to U.S. security, all roads lead to the Pentagon. Surveillance would obviously be the first step in maintaining safety and security. Take a look at your local Walmart and count the closed-circuit video cameras surveilling the parking lot. Video cameras can be seen everywhere in our society. Are we to believe that the world's most secure building was only capable of capturing the event on video from 2 cameras at one location?
They took over the flight themselves and downed the plane in a field.
I want to get quickly to Chris Kanicki. He's a photographer with the Pittsburgh affiliate of Fox affiliate. He was back there just a couple of minutes ago, and Chris, I've seen the pictures. It looks like there's nothing there except for a hole in the ground.
Basically, that's right. The only thing you could see from where we were was a big gouge in the earth and some broken trees. We could see some people walking around in the area, but from where we could see, there wasn't much left.
Any large pieces of debris at all?
No, there was nothing that you could distinguish that a plane had crashed there.
Smoke, fire?
Nothing. It was absolutely quiet. It was actually very quiet. Nothing going on down there, no smoke, no fire. Just a couple of people walking around. They look like part of the NTSB crew walking around looking at the pieces.
How big would you say that hole was?
From my estimates, I would guess it was probably about 20 to 15 feet.
In Shanksville, one of the things that's really remarkable is the Associated Press said that all the wreckage that was recovered from the whole scene could fit in the back of a single pickup truck and a few plastic bags. Now, there's just no way a big plane like that just completely disintegrates or reduces itself down to practically nothing.
The debris here is spread over a 3 to 4 mile radius, which has now been completely sealed off and is being treated, according to the FBI, as a crime scene. That's really all you see is a large crater in the ground and just tiny, tiny bits of debris. There has been at least one report that the investigators out there, and there are hundreds of them, as I said tonight, have found nothing larger than a phone book.
There are lots of oddities about Flight 93, as Colonel Nelson has observed to me. It looked to him as though a bulldozer had been taken, a ditch had been dug that had been filled with trash and blown up. I had residents of the area call me to say that they told the FBI they heard an explosion in the air before they heard any impact with the ground, but the FBI refused to write it down. I have other residents of the area write me and explain to me they were taken to a search area far larger than the officially designated crash zone to look for body parts and aircraft debris, but told by the deputy sheriffs taking them that they would deny it if they mentioned this to anyone. I have a former Inspector General for the Air Force responsible for the conduct of air crash investigations tell me that if the plane had crashed as advertised, the debris should have been scattered over an area approximately 1 city block in size. In fact, it's distributed over 8 square miles, which is a scenario consistent with the plane having been shot down in the air, but not one that crashed.
United 93 is good 350, intermittent lights up. United 93 checking in 350. United 93 350, roger. United 93, that traffic for you is 1 o'clock 12 miles eastbound 370.
Well, I would definitely say after having looked at some of this video footage that I would have to remove myself from the quote believer category, and I can't say that I would be a dyed-in-the-wool skeptic, but there's enough information presented to cast some real doubt on the story as it's been presented, and with a lot of questions coming into my mind related to that. The Pentagon, along with Building 7 at the Trade Center, those two things are the biggest question marks in this whole scenario. I never realized that there was no evidence, if you will, of the tail section hitting the building in the Pentagon, or even of the engine. And all I've ever seen, like most of the general public, is a blurry image of purportedly to be a plane taken by a security camera hitting the side of the building, but so blurry that you can't really see what's going on. So yes, I would say, based on the photos I just saw, yes, I would have some real serious doubts and questions about the Pentagon story. There's a lot of information that's been manipulated and that we haven't been shown as a general public.
Caution! You are about to enter the no-spin zone.
Why did you have to tell him you were an atheist if you didn't have any trouble reading the oath? Why didn't you just shut up? What Jimmy Carter should do is privately give Mr. Bush's opinion and shut up publicly. That would be best for the country. And it is our duty as loyal Americans to shut up once the fighting begins. Let's go. Okay, thank you, Jamie. I'm doing yes. Good night. Thank you, Jamie. Don't take a cheap little pathetic shot. I'm telling you that you're taking a cheap little pathetic shot.
On May 17th of 2006, the Pentagon announced that at 1 p.m. that day they would release new footage that they claimed would clearly show Flight 77 hitting the Pentagon. In anticipation to the release of this new footage, Kara Phillips on CNN interviewed Jamie McIntyre, who is the CNN senior Pentagon correspondent. During this interview, Kara Phillips asked Jamie McIntyre what his thoughts were on some of the ideas that something other than Flight 77 had hit the Pentagon.
Having been there on September 11th, having seen the plane wreckage and photographed it myself personally, I can tell you that that's nonsense. I had a camera with me. I took pictures of some of the wreckage, some of the parts of the fuselage, part of the cockpit, until they told us we had to move back away from the scene.
After hearing Jamie McIntyre's statements with Kara Phillips in this interview, we couldn't help but realize that they were inconsistent with his original live report at the Pentagon on September 11th. Let's take a look and listen carefully to what he said on that day.
From my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in, and as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around, which would indicate that the entire plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon.
After realizing the blatant contradiction of Jamie McIntyre's statements on September 11th and the statements that he had made on Kara Phillips's interview, we decided to put out a news release on May 18th. In this news release, we quoted Jamie McIntyre's statement on September 11th and the statements that he had made on Kara Phillips's news broadcast. As a result, I received a phone call from CNN's Headline News. I was invited to be a guest on the Glenn Beck program, which is aired daily on that channel. They had asked me to come on the program to discuss some of the controversies and conspiracy theories about what had happened at the Pentagon on September 11th. Now, realizing that despite the fact that they were very friendly and professional on the telephone, this was not going to be a very friendly interview. Let's take a look at this interview, and you decide whether this is journalism or propaganda.
Conspiracy theories, sure, they're fun. They help us keep that dream alive that someday we really will walk on the moon, and that next Christmas your stocking could be stuffed with an Elvis comeback album. Actually, some aren't so fun. Ever since 9/11, a bunch of theorists, otherwise known as people with active imaginations, no common sense, and a lot of time on their hands, have insisted that explosives inside the World Trade Center brought the towers down, that all the victims in the first plane really didn't die because there were no passengers, and that no plane ever hit the Pentagon.
Ask yourself this question. Does this sound like an introduction for an investigative piece of journalism with an honest desire to get to the truth? Or does this sound more like an ad hominem hit piece with a design to discredit and ridicule the messenger rather than address the issues and the evidence presented?
There's a documentary you can't get off of you can get off of a website, but for some reason they're not letting you buy it at Blockbuster, and now available is a director's cut that insists all of it is a hoax. Dave Von Kleist, you produced it. Tell me, sir, how is this not a plane? Right there. Can we freeze that and show that box? How's that not a plane? That's a big white object of some sort. That's right. It's either a plane or a naked Michael Moore headed for the buffet.
Glenn Beck, you're absolutely right, and you've just proven my point. This photograph does show something. It's either a plane or a naked Michael Moore heading for the buffet table. But it could also be an A-3 Sky Warrior jet or a Global Hawk missile. The fact is, this photograph shows something, but it proves nothing.
And yet, Jamie McIntyre on CNN yesterday stated that he had photographed pieces of the cockpit and the fuselage. And Jamie McIntyre also stated on September 11th that upon his close inspection, there were no pieces of recognizable wreckage from any type of a large aircraft. He stated that there was no fuselage, there were no wings, no engines, nothing that you could recognize as a large aircraft.
But what's in Area 51? Is it aliens or office supplies?
The desperate attempt to somehow link me to aliens, an Elvis comeback album, a two-nosed Osama, and Area 51 is nothing more than another example of how ridicule and condescension are utilized in a last-ditch effort to somehow draw attention away from evidence and information that is damning to the conventional wisdom of the official story. Now, many of the Glenn Beck listeners may have bought into this ploy, but to those with the ability to recognize it, it was nothing more than an assault on the evidence and information and an insult to the families who lost loved ones on September 11th. Jamie McIntyre appeared on Anderson Cooper's 360 program in what appeared to be a damage control interview. Obviously, he was responding to our news release and my appearance on the Glenn Beck Show. He was claiming that statements he made in his report on September 11th were taken out of context.
The websites often take statements out of context, such as this exchange from CNN, in which I, myself, appear to be questioning whether a plane really hit the building.
From my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon.
In fact, I was talking about an eyewitness who thought the plane landed short of the Pentagon, and went on to say the only crash site was at the Pentagon.
The only site is the actual site of the building that's crashed in. And
in fact, there were thousands of tiny pieces of the plane, and I personally photographed a piece of the fuselage and what appeared to be part of the cockpit.
And now let's listen to Jamie McIntyre's live report again on September 11th.
From my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in, and as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around.
It appears that the only person taking Jamie McIntyre's statements out of context is Jamie McIntyre.
And I think we need to make explicitly clear who she's embracing
There are only 2 websites that deal with 9/11 that she has linked to on her own blog. One of them is called WTC7, and the other one is the Scholars for 9/11 Truth. These are the worst, most fringe, kookiest, discredited academic crackpots who believe that the Secret Service and the CIA planted a controlled demolition of that building. And if Rosie really wants to have an honest discussion and debate, I dare her, I dare Barbara Walters, I dare ABC to put on the editors of Popular Mechanics to set the people straight about what exactly happened.
Popular Mechanics magazine published this article in their March 2005 edition. It was entitled, Debunking the Myths of 9/11. And in regard to what they reported at the Pentagon, they stated, when American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon's exterior wall, Ring E, it created a hole approximately 75 feet wide, according to the American Society of Civil Engineers Pentagon Building Performance Report. The exterior facade collapsed about 20 minutes after impact, but ASCE based its measurements of the original hole on the number of first-floor support columns that were destroyed or damaged. Let's back up. The article states, when American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon's exterior wall, Ring E, it created a hole approximately 75 feet wide. But according to the photographs and the video footage taken before the collapse of the outer ring, it's clear to see that the hole certainly was not 75 feet wide. It was the collapse itself that created the 75-foot wide hole, according to the photographs and video footage that was shot before the collapse of the outer ring. And yet the Popular Mechanics magazine doesn't mention the collapse as occurring until 20 minutes after impact. So how can it be both ways? Either Flight 77 hit the Pentagon and created a 75-foot wide hole, or it didn't. The photographs and video footage clearly show that there was no 75-foot wide hole and that the collapse itself created the hole that they're referring to. This type of reporting is disingenuous and misleading, to say the least. And at this point in time, James Meigs, the editor of Popular Mechanics magazine, has refused to debate or discuss this issue. One of the most controversial and divisive issues in regard to the quest for truth about what happened on September 11th is the issue as to whether or not there was any extra equipment attached to the belly of the plane that was reported to have been Flight 175. The Popular Mechanics magazine of March 2005 quoted their expert, Ronald Greeley. He was the director of the Space Photography Laboratory at Arizona State University and is an expert at analyzing images to determine the shape and features of geological formations based on shadow and light effects. Greeley dismissed the notion that there was a photo that revealed a pod. In fact, according to Popular Mechanics magazine, the photo reveals only the Boeing's right fairing, a pronounced bulge that contains the landing gear. Greeley concluded that sunlight glistening off the fairing gave it an exaggerated look. However, on the Art Bell show, Ben Chertoff, who was the science researcher for Popular Mechanics, was interviewed.
If you actually watch the footage in full motion, you can see most of it is just the shadow from the engine as it's flying into the building. But when you see it on the video, there's this enlargement effect that happens from the video, and that has turned into this pod.
Question: how could the pod have been created by sunlight, according to Ronald Greeley, and shadow, according to Ben Chertoff, at the same time?
The most valuable commodity to a newsman is his credibility. And I don't take lightly investigating what happened on 9/11 because it could end up being one of the biggest crimes ever perpetrated in American history.
We've seen several examples of how the media has massaged, manipulated, and created stories to mislead the American people and the people of the world. The BBC reporting 25 minutes before it happened that Building 7 had collapsed. This despite the fact that never in history had a steel structure collapsed as a result of a fire. And yet they reported it before it happened. how did they know? We've seen Jamie McIntyre reverse his own testimony that he gave on September 11th, claiming that those reporting had taken his words out of context. We've seen Glenn Beck utilizing propaganda techniques in an attempt to discredit and ridicule and negate real information. We've seen ABC TV in New York City interviewing William Rodriguez on September 11th of 2006, where they took his testimony where he described the explosion below him and made it sound as though he was describing the explosion of the plane hitting above. Ever since September 11th, talk show hosts on radio and television have discussed these events, some supportive and some challenging the official story. There are those, however, that utilize what some call thug journalism, a technique of talking over, ridiculing, discrediting, and insulting the guest in an attempt to make them look silly. Let's take a look at an example of thug journalism at work. In this example, Bill O'Reilly on The O'Reilly Factor was interviewing Professor James Fetzer, who challenges the official story. We timed this interview, and in this 6-minute and 20-second television piece, Mr. O'Reilly talked for 5 minutes and 1 second, where the guest, Professor Fetzer, only spoke for 1 minute and 17 seconds. The concept of host versus guest seems to have escaped Mr. O'Reilly. In real journalism, a host will ask a question, and the guest is allowed to respond. At that point, the host can engage the guest in a conversation and a debate of the issues. This was certainly not the case in this interview with Professor Fetzer.
You're like the guys who think that the space aliens kidnapped Elvis or something like that. That's where you are. You're nuts. We're both entitled to our opinion, okay? So you're entitled and I'm entitled. And we'll let the folks decide. Well, hold it. You hate your country.
The American government.
Look, you hate your country. You're accusing a man of murder, the President of the United States, of murder without any evidence.
Bill, you're obviously not going to give me a chance to talk about any of these things.
No, I'm not, because you're a nut.
Go to our website, ST.
All right, we heard your website.
If you want the truth.
Fine.
Bill O'Reilly shouted over, interrupted, attacked, ridiculed, and insulted Professor Fetzer at every opportunity in an attempt to take away any credibility that Professor Fetzer may have had. This is not journalism, but it has, however, become standard operating procedure on many talk shows. Those that do have evidence and information that challenge the official story are very rarely allowed to present that information. There has to date been no open and honest discussion and presentation of evidence and information that challenges the official story. It seems that the only ammunition that these talk show hosts have is to insult and ridicule the messengers because they desperately want to avoid the evidence and the message itself. In this video documentary, we've heard from experts and seen video footage and photographs that challenge whether or not the planes that hit the North and South Towers were actually commercial aircraft. We've seen video footage and photographs and again heard from experts that challenge what happened at the Pentagon on September 11th. We've seen video footage and reporters' accounts of what happened in Shanksville, Pennsylvania in regard to Flight 93. The fact that there was no recognizable wreckage and a crater only 15 feet across. We've also examined video and photographs of the collapse of the buildings in New York City. We've seen how the mainstream media has twisted, distorted, and fabricated information. We've seen how they've attacked, ridiculed, demonized, and discredited anyone who dare challenge the official story of September 11th. With all this information that challenges the official story, we have to ask the question, is there any evidence that supports the official story? On September 23rd of 2001, Condoleezza Rice held a news conference, and she stated, "We have definitive proof and evidence that links Osama bin Laden and the Taliban to the attacks on September 11th, and we will release this information in due time." At the date of this production, we're still waiting to see that evidence. In October of 2001, this video was released and shown to the people of America and the world, and we were all told that this was Osama bin Laden accepting responsibility for the attacks on September 11th. But let's compare the Osama in this video to a photograph of the known Osama. When you compare the two, you'll notice that the Osama in the video has a shorter nose. He also appears to be a little chubbier. As the Osama in the video waves his hand, look carefully. You'll see he's wearing a ring and a wristwatch. Jewelry is forbidden by people of the Islamic faith. You'll also notice that when he signs on this pad, he's signing with his right hand. We know that the real Osama was left-handed. So we have to ask this question: where did this video come from? And why was it fabricated to mislead the people of America and the world? If you visit the FBI.gov website, you'll find the 10 most wanted list. And on that list, of course, is Osama bin Laden. You can pull up his wanted poster, and on that poster is a list of charges that he's wanted for. The curious thing is that nowhere in the list of charges is any mention of September 11th. The Muckraker report contacted Rex Toome, a spokesperson for the FBI, and asked why was there no mention of the attacks on September 11th on Osama's wanted poster. Mr. Toome's response was, "We have no hard evidence linking Osama bin Laden with the attacks on September 11th. Condoleezza Rice had stated that they would release their information in due time. Ladies and gentlemen, when you charge someone with conspiracy to murder 3,000 people, and you have no evidence to back up that charge of conspiracy, that makes the charge a conspiracy theory. That means that the entire war on terror is based upon fraud. We've been told over and over again that this is a war on terror. But is this a war on terror or a war for profit? We know that there are hundreds of government contractors in Iraq right now with countless contracts. Let's take a look at one of these government contracts, a no-bid contract that was awarded to Halliburton. The Houston Chronicle reported that 82,000 gallons of liquid propane fuel were to be transported to Baghdad. But they weren't going to be transported from the United States to Baghdad. They were going to be transported from Kuwait to Baghdad, a distance of approximately 300 miles. I contacted a liquid propane company and asked how many trucks it would take to transport 82,000 gallons of fuel. I was told about 10 trucks. I asked, how much would you charge to transport those 10 trucks approximately 300 miles? I was told approximately $1 per mile per truck, for a total of approximately $3,000. I asked if this was a government contract, how much would the charge be? And I was told that it would be 2 or 3 times that amount. So let's say it would be $10,000. The question is, how much was Halliburton awarded to transport this fuel? The answer, $27.5 million. How many of your tax dollars went to pay Halliburton to transport this fuel? Wouldn't it have been cheaper to have 10 privates drive those trucks that distance? The question is, how much money is coming out of the United States taxpayers' dollars to pay for this war and is being funneled into the pockets of companies like Halliburton? Is this a war for profit? You decide. After reviewing the video and photographic evidence, the number one question that people ask is, well, if the plane didn't hit the Pentagon, where did it go? If the plane that hit the South Tower wasn't Flight 175, then where did it go? Where are those people? Well, we can't answer that question, and if we were attempting to do so, we would be engaging in conspiracy theory. However, consider the following scenario. Let's say that you have to put a loved one on a bus bound from New York to Boston. You put them on a Greyhound bus, and off it goes. A couple hours later, there's a news report that claims that the Greyhound bus bound from New York to Boston skidded out of control, crashed, and exploded. A couple weeks later, someone who happened to be sightseeing with a camcorder shows up with a videotape of the event. And upon examining that video footage, we see that this bus says Trailways on the side. Question, where did the Greyhound bus go? Well, if your loved one was on that Greyhound bus, you'd want to know, wouldn't you? The next question is, should we ridicule and demonize anyone who dares ask, where's the Greyhound bus? Should we likewise ridicule and demonize the person who took the video? Should we negate and ignore the video footage of the Trailways bus simply because we don't know where the Greyhound bus went? Well, that's exactly where we are in regard to the video footage that you've seen. We may never find out what happened to Flight 77 or Flight 175, but the video and photographic evidence screams that we need a new investigation.
my way. I seem to lost my way. Please, brother, dear brother, can you show me right and wrong to help us get along?
I would like to have every American get serious about being a citizen of the United States of America instead of just being an inhabitant, and start thinking on their own, because 9/11 is the single most important event to happen to the United States since Pearl Harbor.
For those people who question 9/11, who maybe support the work that the 9/11 truth community people have produced, for them to lift their voices. This is supposed to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. Let's be brave. Let's get involved. Lift your voice.
We can't let this stand. We cannot move forward. We have to leave a legacy of the Constitution, our rights, our Bill of Rights, everything for our children. Even if we don't get to enjoy it in our own lifetime, we have to fight for it.
There is some suspicion that what hit the trade centers may have been military planes. Might not have even been the flights that we were told. Of course, this raises up the horrific idea that, well, then what happened to the poor passengers? It's one thing if they were killed as collateral damage in some sort of attack, and it would be a totally different thing if they were landed somewhere, offloaded, and then just cold-blooded murdered. The problem is we don't have the answers to all of this because there's never been a truthful investigation.
I would like to see another investigation. I don't know if I could go with another official investigation. I think we've come far enough. All the people who have gotten involved in the 9/11 truth movement, they may not be able to come up with a definitive story of what happened, but I think we've got enough evidence to demolish the official story. And if that's the case, we need to continue. What was the aim? Why are we in the Middle East? Why did they use 9/11 as a pretext, a false cause, and a lie to get us involved in the Middle East? We need answers to these kinds of questions.
The 9/11 Commission report, it's the biggest insult and slap in the face of the American people that has ever been offered anywhere by anyone. This, David Griffin called it a 571-page lie. He said there isn't a word of truth in it, and he's absolutely right, because truth depends on context, and the entire context that's created in that book is myth, and more myth. That is sacred story designed to influence people's social behavior and their idea of themselves in the world, but it has nothing to do with fact. Myth can be true. Not all myths are false.
If we're going to continue to call ourselves a free and democratic society, there must be answers, there must be accountability. Somebody has to be held accountable for what actually happened on 9/11.
Ladies and gentlemen, justice must be served. The investigation into the attacks on September 11th must be reopened, and the evidence presented in an open and unbiased world televised trial, so that those guilty of these crimes be brought to justice, and let the punishment fit the crime. So what else can we do? Well, the answer can be seen in our founding documents. The Declaration of Independence states, "But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security." But let's be clear, no one wants to overthrow the government or abolish the Constitution. It was Abraham Lincoln who said, "We seek not to overthrow the Constitution, but we seek to overthrow those who would pervert the Constitution." We call on all those in uniform that took an oath to support and to defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, to do just that. We call on all those in law enforcement to protect and serve the people, not those who pass laws that destroy our way of life and criminalize the very activities that make us a free society. Our unborn children will either curse our complacency or they will applaud our activism. The world is watching what we do and what we don't do. The choice is yours. Either we resign ourselves and our posterity to a world controlled by those that would murder, deceive, and enslave us, or we rediscover our heritage, reaffirm our patriotism, and muster the courage to do what we know we must do. If we don't, we never again will be able to call ourselves the land of the free and the home of the brave. We can do it. We must do it. And we will do it. I'm Dave Von Kleist.
There's a million reasons why I don't believe it. There's a million reasons why it can't be true. Open fire can't melt steel. It's not hot enough. It's nothing new, it's not a mystery. Check out the Reichstag, Germany. There's a million questions still remain unanswered. There's a million questions still to be resolved. Out of 19 Muslim guys, 7 still remain alive. It's nothing new, it's not a mystery. Check out the USS Liberty. 9/11, 9/11. What went down with Building 7? It's a mystery to this day. The building fell with such precision. Free fall speed, no reasons given. Like the towers, it just fell. Fire's not enough. No way hot enough to bring it down. The project for the new American century was added to a year before that day. It states in order to proceed a modern day Pearl Harbor it would need. Set them free. The project for the new American century. Cold War, blood, flu, WMD. 9/11, 9/11. What went down with Building 7? Ever since that fateful day, our civil rights have disappeared. A global fascist state draws near, and our freedom slips away. And they don't give a stuff. They made that clear enough. So now it's up to us to bring it down.
Tonight we are a country awakened to danger and called to defend freedom. Who attacked our country? The evidence we have gathered all points to a collection of loosely affiliated terrorist organizations. There are thousands of these terrorists in more than 60 countries. Thousands of dangerous killers, schooled in the methods of murder, now spread throughout the world like ticking time bombs set to go off without warning. Our war against terror is only beginning.
Despite international arms inspections taking place in Iraq, the Pentagon deploys a massive invasion force in the Persian Gulf. At the United Nations, the US and UK lobby for a resolution authorizing the war on Iraq. Attempting to rally support, the US offers debt relief to many developing countries, but fails to bring most on board. On March 20th, 2003, in violation of international law, the bombing of Iraq begins.
Diecast 3-4 has a 1859 TOT. We are prosecuting the attack at this time. 30 seconds. Parameters are you're looking in the mag force of 285. 2.5 years off Bickford. I think we're good. Station mag 406 check. Front door's open, Pop. Door's open. Come right, 0.1 degrees. Coming right. And come left, 0.1 degrees. And center bomb survey, 1, 2, 3, stop release, and you can break left. Left, break left. All left away. One heading. And you can break right. Okay, break right. Say again? Break right. Right. Code right. And impact through. Please listen to this frequency. Heads up, you do. We are at our bingo time. Yeah. And we've got, what city? Flight customer 34, Kim Mars, no further targets, request you contact Doom.
During the war, the Americans had a group of targets that they called high-value targets, and these were the Iraqi leaders, and they were bombing them in the cities. Now the problem with this is that you've got thousands of kilos of weapons going into civilian areas. They took 50 shots at the Iraqi leadership, and they did not hit a single one. Well, in this 0 for 50 shooting at the Iraqi leaders, they're killing many, many civilians.
We're facing a problem because we have to receive many injured patients from the bomb. So it's a big job for 5 doctors in this hospital to receiving all injured patients in an area like this. At that time, the refrigerator of the hospital was filled with bodies, and the garden was the only place to keep these bodies.
After a brief and easy campaign, George Bush lands on the aircraft carrier USS Lincoln off the coast of San Diego, California.
The Battle of Iraq is one victory in a war on terror that began on September the 11th, 2001. America is grateful for a job well done.
Now, George Bush said that this was the most humane war ever fought, but civilians still died, and their deaths were not humane.
After hearing so much from Washington about how dangerous Saddam Hussein was, the total lack of resistance of the Iraqi military in and around Baghdad comes as a real surprise.
The resistance that we had wasn't very high at all. The only major threat that we had was the guerrilla warfare, and at times that wasn't much at all. Some traffic accidents, we had one Hummer roll over into a ditch at night, but that's basically the only real threat we had going into Iraq.
The information that was being put out about the danger that Saddam Hussein posed to the United States or United States interests was being grossly exaggerated. Sanctions had weakened Saddam Hussein. The long war with Iran he never really recovered from that war. And frankly, he had been bombed by us with the enforcement of the no-fly zones for a dozen years, basically eliminating any possibility that he would be able to reconstitute his military.
The fundamental problem is that the central justification for going to war, namely that Iraq possesses, I emphasize the word possesses, weapons of mass destruction, which pose a grave danger to the United States as of now, obviously has turned out not to have been true. And that's a very serious problem. It damages American global credibility.
The political perspective that Saddam Hussein must go was not based on intelligence. It was formulated and developed and articulated very publicly during the Clinton administration years, and even somewhat during Bush 1, the predecessor to Bill Clinton. It was articulated through various organizations like the Project for a New American Century, American Enterprise Institute, and others, who built their case that Saddam Hussein needed to go.
Instrumental in planning the removal of Saddam Hussein is the Project for the New American Century. Based in Washington, D.C., this think tank includes such members as Vice President Dick Cheney, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, Defense Advisor Paul Wolfowitz, and Florida Governor Jeb Bush. Politically close to the Israeli Likud party, the group openly advocates the cause of American leadership, the need to increase defense spending significantly, challenging regimes hostile to our interests and values, extending an international order friendly to our security, our prosperity, and our principles. While traditional American conservatives are more focused on taking care of problems at home, these self-proclaimed neoconservatives focus on promoting U.S. economic and military domination over the world.
I think the American public very quickly came to the conclusion after 9/11, not that Iraq was simply or somehow involved in 9/11, but they quickly came to the same conclusion that President Bush did, which was that if you thought through the full ramifications of 9/11, that is a state that harbored terrorists, a state that harbored terrorists who wanted weapons of mass destruction to use, and a state that was potentially producing weapons of mass destruction or had produced weapons of mass destruction, the American public very quickly joined the president in his judgment that Iraq was as much a part of the problem after 9/11 as other states like Afghanistan.
I got a clear sense that what we were doing in the Pentagon, or what the neoconservative group was doing in the Pentagon as far as Middle East policy, was to not just fabricate falsehoods for the Defense Department, but to push that into the mainstream of American media.
Seeking any valid or fabricated evidence against Saddam Hussein, the Bush administration allies with an internationally wanted felon, the self-proclaimed Iraqi opposition leader Ahmed Chalabi.
Ahmed Chalabi has been living in Jordan. He ran away from this country on the 11th of August 1989. He was the chairman of a bank, the Petra Bank, and he was accused of embezzlement. He has been condemned in absentia by a military court in Jordan for 22 years of prison, and he's responsible of over $1 billion of losses. I mean, this is what the court has said.
The main thing that happened was the influence of Ahmed Chalabi. In the office that I was at, I saw Ahmed Chalabi. He would come in to visit Bill Ludi. There was a military officer working in the Office of Special Plans whose job was described to me as the Ahmed Chalabi's handler. He would set up meetings downtown. They traveled to London to meet with members of the INC. Ahmed was a key source of a lot of these stories, that Saddam Hussein had vast quantities of undetermined weapons of mass destruction that he was going to either use directly against U.S. interests or give to terrorists who would do the same thing.
In June of 2004, accused this time of counterfeiting Iraqi money, Ahmed Chalabi runs again from justice. He flees from Iraq, where he had been appointed by the Bush administration to the so-called Iraqi Governing Council. For President Bush, this comes as the latest embarrassment surrounding the war in Iraq. In April of 2004, State Secretary Colin Powell himself publicly admits that, had he known that Iraq didn't really pose a threat to peace, he wouldn't have supported the war. He blames the CIA, headed by George Tenet, for providing faulty intelligence, but he quickly adds that President Bush was right in his decision to remove what he calls a terrible despotic leader. John Negroponte was appointed U.S. ambassador to the UN by President Bush in 2001, and as such became the U.S. salesman of the war on Iraq at the United Nations. In the 1980s, while John Negroponte was ambassador to Honduras, the CIA was involved in covert operations in Central America, including the training of local death squads responsible for the disappearance of many Central American leftist opponents. In June of 2004, Negroponte is appointed U.S. ambassador to Iraq. Given the Bush administration's apparent concern for dictatorship in Iraq, John Negroponte's appointment comes as a surprising choice.
We're not too worried about dictators as long as they're on our side, do what we tell them. Democracy is not the reason we went in there. The main reason is geostrategic regional dominance, which is the one that relates to energy supplies. Another reason for this invasion occupation at the time that we did it had to do with the pressure to lift sanctions. There was a huge pressure building to lift sanctions on Iraq. Had sanctions been lifted or partially lifted, Iraq could have been filled with Europeans, Russians, Chinese, Japanese, all kinds of folks, no Americans or British folk, but we and the UK had been bombing Iraq for 12 years. Had sanctions been lifted with Saddam Hussein still in charge, we would have gotten no contracts and no opportunities to invest in Iraq. But furthermore, we would have lost the ability to attack Iraq at any time because Iraq would have been filled with foreigners. And then the other aspect to me is a smaller one, but it has to do with Saddam Hussein's decision in November of 2000 to switch to the euro for all of his oil for food exports. He had been on the dollar for decades, and he decided to switch to the euro. Had he gone into full production of his oil capability, and had he continued to trade oil on the euro and not the dollar, this would have actually had a financial impact on the United States in that central banks around the world would be more favorable towards the euro and less to the dollar.
The idea that the United States needed to go to war with Iraq over the issue of oil, I think, is just wrong-headed. So there was no push, to get more oil by getting rid of Saddam. The truth is, we had plenty of oil in the world and the supplies were enough.
In June 2004, just 1 day's worth of oil consumption would represent a line of barrels long enough to encircle the earth. With almost half used for fuel and the other half used for plastics and chemicals, oil is indispensable in every single aspect of our modern everyday lives. The world population has been able to increase over the course of 1 century from about 1.5 billion to 6.5 billion, only because oil has allowed for more food to be grown and distributed than ever before.
World food production is so dependent upon hydrocarbon energy. All commercial fertilizers are made out of natural gas, which produces ammonia. All pesticides are made out of oil. Now with agribusiness, you drive an oil-powered machine to plow, you drive an oil-powered machine to plant, then you fertilize it with natural gas, then you irrigate it with water that's pumped by electric pumps where the electricity comes from burning natural gas or oil in most cases. Then you spray it with oil pesticides, then you harvest it with an oil-powered vehicle, and the bottom line is that we eat 10 calories of hydrocarbon energy for every calorie of food consumed on the planet.
All around the world, oil consumption is exploding. New gigantic markets, such as those in India and China, have opened up to modern consumerism and have driven the global need for oil through the roof.
China, with its red-hot economy, just passed Japan as the second largest importer of oil on the planet. China's economy has had like a 10% growth rate. It's on fire. The Chinese people are demanding more computers, automobiles. Chinese auto sales up 100% in 1 year. GM sales in China up 300% in 1 year. That's what keeps the American economy going.
La superpuissance consomme.
The United States, the only superpower, uses 20 million barrels of oil every day, and it is estimated that it will need 25 million barrels per day around 2020. While its own reserves are dwindling, the U.S. only produces 5 to 6 million barrels per day and imports almost 3/4 of the oil it needs.
Satellite imaging applied to oil exploration has confirmed a stark reality. With increasing consumption and diminishing reserves, the world is rapidly running out of oil. At the current rate of production, the West will be first to hit the zero mark by 2010. At this point, both the United States and Europe will depend entirely on outside sources for their oil. Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, while self-sufficient today, are next and due to run out by 2013. With its exploding oil consumption, Asia will run dry in 2018. The reality, however, is that major conflicts are likely to erupt before any of these players actually runs out of oil.
Comment peut-on admettre?
Is it conceivable that the United States, that dominates the world with its technology, its economy, its military, its space programs, is it conceivable that such a power would let itself fall at the mercy of the outside world for an energy source indispensable to its existence? This is impossible.
Right after the Bush administration took office, Vice President Cheney took over and instituted what was called the National Energy Policy Development Group, or NEPDG. Most people just call it the Energy Task Force, the Vice President's Energy Task Force. It operated in secret from January of 2001 until May of 2001. 7 pages of records were finally released out of who knows how many thousands of pages. And what those showed was, they were maps, maps of all the oil fields in Iraq, the oil fields in the United Arab Emirates, which would be, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Oman, all the Emirates, and all the maps of the oil fields in Saudi Arabia, along with lists of all the countries and the companies that had oil development contracts in that region. That's very telling. My analysis of those shows, it confirms, first of all, that 60% of all the recoverable oil on the planet is located in an area maybe the size of Kansas, very small area. But that's clearly what they were looking at.
We had been dissatisfied, as were the Saudis, with our bases in Saudi Arabia. Huge pressure to move out of Saudi Arabia. Where would we move to? We had saturated Kuwait with our bases. The base we have in Qatar is too far south. Certainly Iran is not an option. Turkey was becoming problematic because they have democracy in Turkey and they actually have to consent to our presence there. So we're looking for a new place to put bases, which will allow us to exercise political, some economic, and certainly military power in the region.
Iraq was selected. It met the required conditions,
First condition is it was understood that it was completely defenseless. You don't attack a country if it can defend itself. Secondly, it was important because it has the second largest oil reserves in the world, and it's right at the heart of the main oil-producing region of the world. So establishing a client state in Iraq, presumably with military bases, would put the United States in an even stronger position than before.
Additionally, with U.S. forces all around the Gulf and controlling one of the world's largest oil exporters, the U.S. would have strategic control over Persian Gulf oil. And that's power. In that position, the U.S. can cut off oil to anyone it wants by stopping ships from going out of the Persian Gulf and creating an embargo. So I think it's much more oil for power than it is oil for money.
So I'm not somebody who thinks that going to war with Iraq for its oil was anywhere A, in the administration's own mind, or B, a real factor in the decision to go to war. But having said that, I also think that it's a good thing that, you know, Iraq, if it's stabilized, if it becomes a decent government, does have these reserves of oil. I think it's very important that we in the West not be so dependent upon oil from countries like Saudi Arabia, I think, or countries like Iran. I'd rather have our oil coming from a country that's friendly to the West.
A year and a half after the start of George Bush's controversial war on Iraq, the Iraqi population has grown increasingly hostile to its U.S. occupants. Sporadic violence has given way to organized resistance. Sabotage of pipelines has disrupted the flow of Iraqi oil. As a result, the price of oil on the international market has been driven to record highs. The seeds of chaos, however, were planted at the very time of the U.S. invasion, when GIs did nothing to stop hordes of looters from destroying Iraqi institutions.
As regards with the looting, when we were watching the looters, it's very interesting to see because they were grabbing anything and everything they could. They were grabbing doors, screws from doors, air conditioners, chairs, couches, anything that they can get their hands on, they took.
Sure, sure.
The looters, you know, after the war, they started coming in with weapons. So it was a fight, you know, crossfire between us. U.S. Army went in this area. We were able to talk to them, to the commander, to find, you know, to give us protection.
One of the things that's interesting in the focus of what the troops did when they invaded is they immediately seized the oil fields. But the focus on seizing the oil fields right away seemed to distract the forces from seizing other very important sites, for instance, securing the nuclear facilities.
While the U.S. military quickly secures Iraqi oil assets, the well-known Al-Tuwaitha Nuclear Research Center, some 15 miles south of Baghdad, is left totally unattended. As a result, local villagers make off with radioactive barrels they empty on the ground and recycle for storing food and water. Made aware of it, the U.S. authority fails to take proper action to protect the civilian population. Greenpeace steps in and, after surveying the entire area, offers the villagers a brand new replacement barrel for every contaminated barrel returned. The dangerous containers are quickly recovered and evacuated.
The focus on seizing the oil field forgot many other sites that in reality pose a much greater threat of terrorism, which was supposedly what this was about.
But in Iraq, radiation comes in other forms as well. Like during the 1991 Gulf War and the war in Kosovo, depleted uranium rounds were used again by the U.S. military, this time including the center of Baghdad. They lie around for anyone to see and touch. A Geiger counter will give a reading of between 5 and 15 pulses per minute in a typical environment. This depleted uranium round will trigger 10,000 pulses in about 40 seconds. This type of ammunition is radioactive because it is made of nuclear waste referred to as uranium-238 or depleted uranium. This material is left over from the processing of uranium-234 used for atomic bombs and uranium-235 used in nuclear power plants. Long considered toxic garbage, it found an extremely controversial application in the making of cheap, high-perforation shells. Uranium-238 remains radioactive for 4.5 billion years, and its toxicity reveals itself as soon as particles are inhaled or ingested. Cancer and birth defects are the most common side effects.
The United States military forces used 320 tons of depleted uranium in the first Gulf War in 1991. The difference between the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War is very significant, and that is that in the second war we've seen a lot more depleted uranium use in populated areas, in urban centers. American planes, A-10 Warthog planes that used DU rounds, the 30-millimeter DU rounds, fired at targets in cities.
These particular rounds were found inside the compound of one of Saddam Hussein's palaces in Baghdad. This compound is now guarded by American soldiers who are totally unaware of the contamination. Ironically, this particular palace was chosen by U.S. authorities to house their so-called Coalition Provisional Authority. As its boss, the White House appointed the former managing director of consulting firm Henry Kissinger and Associates, Mr. Paul Bremer.
The other key task of the coalition is to help build the democratic institutions to safeguard Iraq's newfound freedom. We want to ensure that the governing council which emerges is truly representative of all Iraqis, Shia and Sunni, men and women, Kurds and Arabs, secular and religious, tribal and urban. Democracy is on the move in Iraq.
Free elections would mean, whether in Iraq or any other Arab country, that Islamists will take power because they are the majority. And in particularly in Iraq, it will most definitely be Shiite who will win because they represent 60% of the population.
نحن لم نرحب بالاحتلال.
We didn't welcome the invasion.
لأن رأينا كان هو أن لا تقع الحرب.
Because our viewpoint was that war must not occur.
وتكون مسؤولية التغيير مسؤولية الشعب العراقي.
And the responsibility of changing had been on the authority of the Iraqi people.
The Shiite majority, of course, would play a role in any democratic government. I suppose they decided to improve relations with Iran, as in fact the countries of the region have been trying to do over strong U.S. objections for years. Will the U.S. tolerate that?
إيراني هي علاقات تاريخية.
The relationship between the Iraqi people and the Iranian people is historical relations.
وبالتالي فالعلاقات نسعى لأن تكون وطيدة وجيدة مع إيران.
So we strive to the relation to be good, to be brotherhood with Iran and with other countries.
Since 1979, when the U.S. Embassy personnel in Tehran were taken hostage by the Islamic Revolution of Ayatollah Khomeini, the U.S. government has kept Iran in its gun sight. The Americans' hatred for the Shia regime of Tehran grew even stronger when the Iranians became the sponsors of the Hezbollah, a violent Lebanon-based militant group responsible for many attacks on Israel since the 1980s. Free elections today in Iraq would mean the immediate victory of a potentially pro-Iranian Shia majority, something that Washington and Israel would never tolerate. Instead, the U.S.-led coalition Provisional Authority appointed a council of so-called Iraqi representatives.
لأن أساساً أنا هاي الحكومة الجديدة ما عندي علم عنها. لا تتوقعي راح تمثل الشعب العراقي؟ تمثل الأمريكان ما راح تمثل الشعب العراقي. نريد ابن العراق اللي كان عايش تحت المطرقة الصدامية، العذاب اللي شعر به العراق هنا عاش به، أما اللي كان عايش في رفاه وديمقراطية وجوهرية هذا ما. احنا نريد ابن البلد يمثل البلد.
The council, I don't know who are they, but I don't think it is representing a broad of the Iraqi people.
The discrepancy between what Iraqis want for their country and how Washington sees freedom and democracy is again illustrated by the appointment at the Iraqi Governing Council of such a corrupt individual as Ahmed Chalabi. Installing officials more loyal to money than to Iraq seems to be Washington's first step in opening up opportunities for U.S. corporations.
American corporations stand to win a huge amount of money in the current reconstruction process in Iraq, and many of those people and corporations have very close ties to the administration. Many contracts so far were given without any sort of bidding process that was done.
And so you've got U.S. companies like MCI in line to run the telephone system. As I said, you've got a company like DynCorp that's helping them redo their justice system. You've got companies like Apt Associates, a U.S. consultant working on educational issues. You've already got American companies writing the textbooks in Iraq. You've got essentially a privatized occupation where Paul Bremer, the head of the Provisional Authority, a U.S. government appointee, is making all the decisions.
On the question of privatization, there's no reason at all why the service sector as well cannot be brought up and become a source of economic activity and therefore in the end also of revenues. But realistically, over the next 18 months, we are looking more or less at revenues from the oil sector.
What we've seen was a very quiet plan to privatize Iraq's oil. This is not really surprising from an administration that is run by former oil executives.
The first companies that were allowed to buy Iraqi oil post-occupation included Chevron, Condoleezza Rice's former company. She was a board member. They named a tanker after her.
Just recently, the president has decided to take more direct control over the reconstruction of Iraq by having Condoleezza Rice essentially create a National Security Council entity that will allow her to sort of manage the reconstruction from the NSC.
In terms of refurbishing the existing oil production facilities and potentially bringing on new fields online, I imagine that a number of those contracts will go to American firms.
Halliburton is a multi-billion-dollar American corporation specializing in building U.S. military bases and oil infrastructures worldwide. In May of 2004, Halliburton is awarded the contracts to refurbish Iraq's oil infrastructures, including wells, pipelines, and refineries.
I mean, how does it look to the rest of the world when the first big contract for rebuilding Iraq goes to Halliburton, Cheney's ex-company? He is still getting money from that firm. He's getting $150,000 to $200,000 a year in deferred compensation. He still owns stock options that he can exercise when he chooses. So he still has financial ties to this company, even as it is the biggest company profiting not only in Iraq, but from the whole war on terrorism. Because they're running the bases in Afghanistan, in Uzbekistan. They built the prison at Guantanamo, where they're putting the suspects incommunicado and so forth. The second big contract goes to Bechtel, which George Shultz and other major Republican figures are a part of.
Our contract with USAID is actually quite broad. We have responsibilities for infrastructure reconstruction
in 7 different sectors. First of all, the port of Qasr. The second sector is roads, bridges, and railroads. The third area is the buildings and facilities. And this primarily are schools, medical facilities like clinics, and some ministerial buildings. The next sector is power. Another sector is water and wastewater, including irrigation. The final sector is aviation. Oh, and excuse me, one area I forgot to mention, one sector was the communications.
American defense contractors made a fortune selling to the U.S. military the weapons and the bombs that destroyed Iraq. Now Bechtel, Halliburton, and the many other American contractors will make a fortune off contracts to rebuild Iraq's infrastructures. Regardless if the work is really done or not, the Iraqis will eventually be forced to pay for it with their oil revenues. In the meantime, not only did U.S. taxpayers pay for the war, but they will also have to front the money for the reconstruction as well.
Our contract is funded by the U.S. government, so consequently it's U.S. taxpayer funding that has been used to supply the funding for our contract. So all of the money that we will expend is U.S. taxpayer money.
The $87 billion that the administration has asked for reconstruction and military operations in Iraq is an enormous sum of money, especially in the United States where we're suffering from large deficits. Just 2 years ago, before the attacks on 9/11, we had a $127 billion surplus. Now we're into over a $500 billion deficit.
I think people would be quite foolish if, in fact, they thought that money being spent on Iraq would be better spent on supplementing, Medicare or schools here. Our schools get plenty of money. Our priority must be fixing the problem of Iraq, and I think it's penny wise, as we say, and a pound foolish to think otherwise.
Well, President Bush is trying to present the $87 billion package as being for the Iraqi people. But if you look at the package, first of all, the majority of it is for the military occupation. It's not for the rebuilding.
Out of the $87 billion the Bush administration has requested from Congress, a whopping 2/3 is actually going to maintaining U.S. troops on the ground in Iraq. A substantial share of this money is also going to Kellogg Brown & Root, a subsidiary of Dick Cheney's Halliburton Corporation that builds and maintains U.S. military bases abroad. And while these $87 billion are only meant for 2004, similar or larger expenses can be expected for each year the U.S. will spend occupying Iraq. One year after the U.S. invasion of Iraq, none of the promises of improvement has been fulfilled, and deep resentment has built over frustration among the Iraqi population.
لهذا قلنا بوش من يطب للعراق ما قاتلنا لأجل نرتاح، نريد نرتاح، ولهذا طب بوش علينا صار له 4 أشهر كل شيء ماكو، لا فلوس لا لا تعيين لا عمل لا سفر، كل شيء امال ماكو.
جاي نشرب مي من الشط، هذا الشط من نهر دجله،
الحركات
نشرب مي. الكهرباء جارينها من المستشفى، ومرات يقطعوها علينا.
هم يقطعوها علينا ويقطعون الماء.
حرب.
Everything is worse regarding the water supply, regarding the electricity and air conditioning. We know the U.S. forces is powerful. Why they didn't do something, even little thing for us, even for the hospital.
مثل كهرباء ماكو؟ لا كهرباء ما بيها، بغداد كلها ما بيها، منطقة الجهال مثلنا من حي ماكو، جهال تمرضت. شنو؟ الكهرباء ماكو؟ سووا امريكا شو امريكا ايش خلونا؟ امريكا ايش كبرها؟ الديزل ما تجيب لها ما تنصب لنا كهرباء؟
Many civilians lost their homes during the U.S. bombing of Iraq. Some now live in temporary camps administered by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees.
عندي زوجتي توفت بسبب الإهمال بالخدمات، كهرباء، ماء، النظافة، والسكن غير سليم، غير لائق يعني بالإنسان الحالة اللي احنا بيها يعني بالوقت الحاضر.
There's no doubt that there's a great degree of frustration on the part of some Iraqis, and particularly those in Baghdad who don't have the access to public services that they would like, in particular electricity, water, and access to petrol, for example, at petrol stations.
Crumbling oil infrastructures after 12 years of U.S.-led embargo, along with sabotage, play a part in the lack of availability of gas on Iraq's streets. But the main factor is that Washington wants to flood the world market with cheap Iraqi oil to undercut OPEC, or the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. For the Iraqis, this painful contradiction in such an oil-rich country is only proof that the Americans came to steal their national wealth.
For a very short time, the Americans appeared as the liberators in Iraq, and people were definitely cheerful and happy to be relieved from this very bloody regime. However, with time passing, when their daily life has not improved, where their dignity was still at stake, where the basics were not provided, of course that there was a big disappointment, and we don't see anymore the Iraqis being cheerful. At contrary, they're blaming the Americans. So the Americans have transformed the situation from the liberators to, in fact, the accused party, because all this frustration is coming out against the Americans.
The situation now in Baghdad is miserable.
There is no safety in the street. There is no security in Iraq.
We're afraid to go 10 meters out of university or 10 meters out of our house.
There's many attacks from the thieves.
The thieves, they're entering homes and even kill people inside that home.
I think it is not a liberation of Iraq. It is a destruction of the country.
Get back the security. This is not a liberation. Believe me, this is a chaos. We need the security. We need the security, please.
While the U.S. military and the Iraqi police are busy tracking down Iraqi opponents to the occupation, common criminals are thriving. Lawlessness and insecurity have become the norm and contribute to the further decay of the Iraqi society.
البوليس العراقي ذيك المرأة البارحة باق من عندنا 450,000 دينار، ها؟ واخذ نص خمس ومسدس، زين وضرب اختي.
How would you expect a country to go back to normal situation when there is no security? How would you expect employees, doctors, to go to their hospitals, places of work, when they are still worried about their safety?
So we put in the top of the list of problems is the security. This is important more than the needs of drugs, important more than the electricity, more than the water. Because when there is no security, no one will stay in the hospital.
What in the aftermath has proven to be so difficult is winning the peace, and this was what the U.S. had not actively planned for. They had not planned for dealing with the issues surrounding Reconstruction, how to turn the power back on, how to get the water going, and this is why that the Iraqi people are starting to rise up, because all the administration has offered them so far has been empty promises.
They take the gold and the money and they take the petrol and they don't give us freedom.
We don't need Americans to stay here because after 1 month we will fight them, believe me.
Anybody come in Iraq to occupy our Iraq, I will fight them against him. Bye-bye.
There are definitely Iraqis who refuse the idea of an occupation. They don't necessarily are, fighting for the sake of Saddam or the return of Saddam. Most probably it is not the case. But they believe in a free Iraq. They don't want to see Americans ruling their country or being responsible of their territory.
U.S. GIs antagonize simple Iraqis every day by searching them at random on the streets and in their homes. Thousands of suspected opponents are rounded up and taken to the prisons of the former Saddam Hussein regime and to an off-limit detention camp inside Baghdad's international airport that has still not been reopened.
The United States military police has been rounding up hundreds and thousands of people from Baghdad, some of whom were looters, some of whom were just in the wrong time and the wrong place.
أنا مسكوني قبل 3 أيام الأمريكان اللي بيحكوا عنهم الحرية والديمقراطية والأصولية، مسكوني بهدلوني، والله لو ميت قاتليني أرحم ما عملوا فينا هيك ما عملوا.
The conditions in the airport and in Abu Ghraib are extremely bad. They constitute cruel and inhuman and degrading treatment. For the first 3 days, the detainees in the airport were surrounded by razor wire and they were kept under the open sun.
In May of 2004, a scandal would erupt worldwide over the mistreatment of Iraqi prisoners by U.S. forces. These now infamous photos would become one more catalyst for anger in Iraq and throughout the Muslim world. political arrests multiply, sporadic incidents quickly escalate into major uprisings.
If there's a base in Iraq that's American troops and British troops, I don't think they will be thought of as occupiers. On the other hand, if in fact things don't go well in Iraq and we have to stay there for a very long time fighting Iraqis, then I think in fact a good part of the population of Iraq will think we're occupiers.
In July of 2004, the Pentagon admits that a large part of the population is supporting the uprising and that the war will probably never be won completely. For GIs who were told they were coming as liberators, the real Iraq war has just begun. The many thousands of GIs who will return home wounded, life will never be the same. For hundreds of others, the journey home will be in a casket.
Three Marines from the Camp Pendleton go my home and say Suarez has died in combat in Iraq. But more late, we know about the real situation. The real situation is Jesus Step, the cluster bomb, American cluster bomb. And in my family feeling very angry because the government covered the real situation.
My son was killed on July 24th outside Mosul, Iraq. What happens is when the soldiers come home, they come home at night and the families are not allowed to be there. When my son was flown from Dover to Burbank, I asked to be there and they said no, I could not be. And I would have wanted to have been there when my son came back to the States.
Fearing for their popularity, the Bush administration bans any media coverage of the GI's ordeal and any pictures of their returning caskets. In response, American veterans from various cities have put up symbolic cemeteries to commemorate the fallen soldiers.
Even though we're recognizing the Americans that have died in Iraq, we don't want people to think that we're ignoring the Iraqi casualties, because there are tens of thousands of innocent Iraqis that had nothing to do with Saddam Hussein that have lost their lives over there as a result of our invasion. And that's true with the people in Afghanistan as well. More innocent civilians have died in Afghanistan as a result of high-altitude bombing by the United States Air Force than died in the September 11th attacks in New York. We need to keep these things in mind.
Practically forgotten by the world, the war in Afghanistan is still going on. After 3 years of U.S. occupation and constant search and destroy missions, Osama bin Laden is nowhere to be found. Very few al-Qaeda elements have been killed or captured, and many Taliban have crossed the border into Pakistan to regroup. While achieving modest results on the ground, the U.S. military is building major bases and seems to be settling in Afghanistan for the long haul. Besides fighting terrorism, was oil somehow a factor in the U.S. decision to invade this extremely poor and desolate country? While Afghanistan has minimal oil resources, to the north the former Soviet republics of Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan possess substantial oil and natural gas, which Russia exploited before the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1990.
Already we have American bases and troops in Uzbekistan, in Tajikistan, in Kyrgyzstan, and the Russians clearly are very nervous about this. China is another big player. China would like to extract a lot of this oil and gas and perhaps try and ship it to China. So I think, you know, in the future, we may well see a kind of three-way competition between Russia, China, and the United States for the resources of Central Asia.
U.S. military bases may now have replaced Soviet bases throughout Central Asia, but for American oil companies a problem remains. Where to run pipelines without passing through the territory of competing powers? With Russia to the north, Azerbaijan across the Caspian Sea to the west, Iran to the southwest, India to the southeast, and China to the east. Apparently, running pipelines through Afghanistan and Pakistan to the Indian Ocean seems to be the answer. Such a project was actually conceived of by the California-based Unocal Oil Company in the early 1990s. Simple on the map, the project becomes difficult to implement on the ground for two reasons: the harsh mountainous terrain of Afghanistan and a persistent civil war that originates from a turning point in Afghan history, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. 1979. Fulfilling an old dream of the Russian Tsars, the Soviet Red Army crosses the border into Afghanistan. Under pretext of supporting the existing communist government, Afghanistan is brought under Soviet rule. A local resistance immediately organizes itself against the communists. From farmers to warlords, their rallying call is the religion of Islam, and they take the name of Mujahideen, or holy fighters. In the 1960s, Soviet help to the Viet Minh had played a major part in the U.S. losing the Vietnam War. 20 years later, Washington is presented with a chance to get even. U.S. help to the Mujahideen would now become key to defeating the Soviets in Afghanistan.
Well, the American CIA supported the Mujahideen at the behest of the Pakistani intelligence service, the Inter-Services Intelligence. This was an eyesight plan to bring in foreign Islamic fighters from all over the world to fight the Afghan cause, to make it into a kind of international jihad against communism. The Americans, President Reagan really liked the idea, the CIA liked the idea, they backed it with money, the Pakistanis provided the logistics, bringing in thousands of people from about 32 different countries in the Muslim world. And that really formed the basis of Al-Qaeda.
Al-Qaeda means the base in Arabic. It refers to the Afghan camp paid for and operated by the CIA in the 1980s to train anti-Soviet Mujahideen fighters. a key CIA asset, built and oversaw the Al-Qaeda training camp, Osama bin Laden.
Bin Laden comes from a very rich Saudi family that was much favored by the royal family in Saudi Arabia. When he came to Pakistan, to Peshawar in the 1980s, he was favored very much by the CIA and by the ISI because he was considered to be almost a royal. It was like having a royal prince, fighting the Soviets and on your side. So he, secondly, because his family was in construction, he helped build many of the CIA-funded Mujahideen strongholds.
1988, the alliance between the CIA and the Afghan resistance prevails over the Red Army. On the verge of collapse, the Soviet Union pulls out of Afghanistan. Victorious, the U.S. immediately disengages itself from Afghanistan. Armed to the teeth, different Afghan Mujahideen factions start competing for power. While simple farmers go back to their lands, warlords revert to feudal violence and sink the country into a bloody civil war. In 1994, tired of 6 years of continuous violence and crimes, tens of thousands of Afghan peasants rise up against the warlords under the leadership of one cleric, Mullah Omar. Educated in Pakistani religious schools called madrasas, thousands of young Afghan refugees quickly join in their fight. The grassroots rebellious movement becomes known as the Taliban, or religious students.
So I have been a very close witness to Taliban in power. They had come from the villages. They belonged to the poorest sections of the Afghan society, and now they were in power. They had the gun. They were trying to impose their version of Islam and culture on the people of Afghanistan. And also because they were a fighting force. They were not a political movement. It was an armed group.
And Pakistan and the Saudis convinced the Americans to come back and support this group because it was considered an anti-Iranian group, and it was also going to try and help secure southern Afghanistan.
In 1995, the CIA jumps on the bandwagon and decides to help the Taliban conquer all of Afghanistan. Awash with new cash, weapons, and pickup trucks, the Taliban gradually sweep across Afghanistan and in 1996 capture the capital, Kabul. The warlords opposing them flee to the north and become the Northern Alliance. Washington, however, had a very precise motivation in backing up the Taliban. Striking a deal with them would allow the U.S. to run pipelines across Afghanistan once the country is stabilized under Taliban leadership. The Americans, however, are not the only ones to have thought of this.
Well, in the 90s, there was intense competition between an American oil company, Unocal, which was backed very heavily by the State Department, and Bridas, an Argentinian oil company. They were both involved in setting up a gas pipeline from Turkmenistan to Pakistan across Taliban-controlled Afghanistan.
In order to support Unocal's bid, the Clinton administration initiates negotiations with the Taliban government. The Taliban, however, already have a well-known track record of human rights violations and brutal abuses against women. Under pressure from women's rights organizations, President Clinton finally demands improvement of human rights in Afghanistan. The Argentinian oil company Bridas doesn't ask such things of the Taliban regime and eventually gets favored by them. As violence grips Afghanistan once again, UNICAL officially abandons the pipeline project in 1998. The Taliban regime now loses almost all international support.
They were committing excesses against the people, and what made the Americans angry was the Taliban decision to give refuge to Osama bin Laden, and they refused to deliver Mr. bin Laden to the Americans, saying he was their guest and he was innocent.
Already a fugitive wanted for allegedly attacking U.S. interests around the world, Osama bin Laden seeks refuge in Afghanistan in 1994. With a group of fellow al-Qaeda veterans from the war against the Soviets, he helps the Taliban conquer all of Afghanistan. His fighting alongside the Taliban doesn't deter the U.S. covert support for their cause. In 1998, however, Osama bin Laden is accused of masterminding attacks on U.S. embassies in Africa. President Clinton has a volley of Tomahawk missiles fired at al-Qaeda bases in Afghanistan, and the U.S. officially abandons its Afghan pipeline project.
The first building hit at high floor by the first plane is in smoke.
On September 11, 2001, American network television relays the U.S. government's immediate finger-pointing at Osama bin Laden and the Afghan Taliban.
From bin Laden, but the Taliban ruled.
We all know perfectly well that the Taliban has been housing and comforting Osama bin Laden.
The Taliban have been warned. The U.S. is going to retaliate against Afghanistan itself.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
Even though the alleged terrorist list doesn't include any Afghans, President Bush consults neither the U.S. Congress nor the United Nations and attacks Afghanistan within a month of September 11th.
Certainly the US has been involved in many acts of indiscriminate bombing and killing and targeting of Afghans, and that has created enormous resentment, especially immediately after the war when they were trying to hunt down bin Laden. There were enormous bombing incidents which I think were completely inappropriate to the target, given that you were aiming to bomb maybe a few Taliban, but you were using these enormous munitions, killing a lot of civilians.
After an intense bombing campaign, the Taliban leadership and their al-Qaeda guests disappear inside the country's complex ramification of mountains, valleys, caves, and tunnels. The U.S. military easily sweeps through primitive Afghanistan without encountering noticeable resistance.
Our mission is to kill, capture, and deny sanctuary to anti-coalition forces. That includes Al-Qaeda, Taliban, and any other element that might be against the coalition.
After the Bush administration blurred the distinction between the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, some 600 Taliban from top to bottom were rounded up along with suspected Al-Qaeda members and deported to the U.S. Navy base of Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Deporting prisoners of war to a third-party country violates international laws, but the U.S. government denies that the Taliban and suspected Al-Qaeda members are war prisoners. Instead, they are called enemy combatants, a fabricated term meant to bypass the Geneva Convention on the treatment of POWs because they don't wear a uniform and don't answer to a traditional military hierarchy.
The United States says, well, there's a war against terrorists of global reach, or a war against Al-Qaeda, and that we can hold people as long as that war continues. The problem is this is not a war that has any likelihood of ever ending in our lifetimes and may never end. These people have been held, at this point, some of them for almost 2 years, without any legal procedure. Some were clearly detained in the context of fighting in Afghanistan. Some apparently were detained because they were taxi drivers or students who were in the wrong place at the wrong time and somehow got picked up. Some people were sent to Guantanamo because the United States has been offering rewards that would lead to the capture of members of Al-Qaeda, and that quest for the bounty has led Northern Alliance people to point the finger at somebody who is not in fact a terrorist, but they get taken off, they get the money.
America and Afghanistan are now allies against terror.
As the next step of the so-called Operation Enduring Freedom, the U.S. government installs Afghanistan's new president, former UNICAL consultant Hamid Karzai.
Chairman Hamid Karzai.
3 years later, despite promises made by the U.S. government of liberating and improving the country, the situation in Afghanistan is still as precarious as before.
We're trying to build the infrastructure within Afghanistan. We're trying to create the conditions that will enable security and prosperity to take hold in this country.
Well, you know, we should understand that only the first road, the Kabul-Kandahar highway, has been rebuilt in Afghanistan and was opened only in December 2003, which means that 2.5 years have passed since 9/11, over which very little work has been done.
Only, by the way, 24 to 25% of the population in Afghanistan have access to safe water, and about 12 to 13% of the population have access to adequate sanitation. And the needs include essential medicines and drugs, childhood diseases, tuberculosis, malnutrition, water and sanitation, and community health. But we are implementing the programs ourselves. This is not the case in other countries.
Another tragedy for Afghanistan. The country has been littered with some 10 million landmines over the last 2 decades of conflict. Every single day, between 10 and 20 people lose their limbs or their lives, mostly children and peasants. As a result, the International Committee of the Red Cross operates the largest factory in Afghanistan, making prosthetic limbs. While this curse will probably never be completely resolved, at least the United Nations and local NGOs are doing their best to demine the roadsides with the help of dogs, training, and equipment provided in great part by the German government. The latest addition to this horrendous nightmare is unexploded American cluster bombs.
This is the BLU-97, which was used in Afghanistan as well as Iraq. In Afghanistan, the U.S. military dropped 1,228 cluster bombs, which releases almost 250,000 bomblets. Those are figures that we obtained from the U.S. military after our mission. In many cases, the bomblets do not explode on impact. After the conflict, they lie around and can be set off by a number of things. They can be set off by children throwing rocks at them or picking them up and playing with them. They can be set off by farmers who make contact with them with plows. In some cases, they can be set off by the heat.
Another failure for the U.S.-sponsored Karzai government, opium poppies, eradicated by the Taliban as part of their proclaimed moral order, have been reintroduced by the Northern Alliance warlords. In 2003, with a mighty 3/4 of the world production, Afghanistan has become the world's #1 producer of heroin.
All the warlords are deeply involved, either in selling or trafficking in opium or actually in providing resources for farmers to grow it. The Americans have not done anything. Neither the coalition forces nor the NATO-led peacekeeping forces, and nor has President Karzai.
Opium trafficking is a severe catalyst for trouble. Not only does it divert local farmers from growing food, thus contributing to food shortage, but it allows warlords to buy more weapons, grow stronger, and become more violent.
The international forces there are only controlling, really, Kabul. And the rest of the country has fallen back under the traditional warlords, who are not known for good government.
You can say that situation completely has not changed when Taliban were in power, where the warlords and the fundamentalist military commander are stronger. You can say the same violence and the same atrocities against men and women both.
The Revolutionary Association of Women of Afghanistan, or RAWA, is an organization devoted to women's rights in Afghanistan. Its activities include documenting women's abuse by means of hidden cameras, providing literacy classes for women in a society that discourages their education, and running orphanages for hundreds of children who lost their parents during the successive Afghan wars. Though totally harmless, RAWA was banned under the Soviet occupation, banned by the Taliban, and remains banned today by the U.S.-sponsored Northern Alliance government.
Today you can see that few women are taking off their burqas. They are ready to join different jobs, or they are ready to send their girls to school. It's just in Kabul, not in other villages, not in other parts of Afghanistan. It's only in Kabul that you can see few changes. there's not very huge difference between Taliban and Northern Alliance. Both of them are fundamentalists, both of them are terrorists.
The U.S. government never concerns itself with the ethics of local groups they ally themselves with in order to take on a common enemy. In Afghanistan today, warlords are again ransacking the country and warring against each other. Regardless, the U.S. military narrowly focuses on hunting down Taliban and al-Qaeda elements who are conducting raids over the Pakistani border.
We aggressively seek anti-coalition forces. We're looking for them. We look for them every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's going to take some time. We aren't on a timetable. The coalition intends to stay here until the job is done.
What do you want done? To the left? Can't really pinpoint where it's coming from.
Many Afghans see the American and other Western troops as an occupation force, like the Soviet Red Army. And that's why they are supporting the call for jihad.
Many of the Taliban, after their defeat, went into Pakistan, where they went back to their original sponsors, the Islamic parties and the intelligence services in Pakistan. And their resurgence now, where we see Taliban attacks against the American forces, are taking place with the support of these Islamic groups in Pakistan.
Tapping on anti-U.S. feelings throughout the Muslim world after the U.S. invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan, radical Islamist groups in Pakistan and elsewhere are recruiting more volunteers than ever. Responding to George Bush's crusade against terror, jihad fighters have already started carrying out bombing attacks, not just against the U.S. government and military, but also against American and international civilian targets around the world.
Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
In a reciprocal fashion, the U.S. government is using this situation as an excuse to base troops abroad in the vicinity of oil resources, 3/4 of which happen to be located in Muslim countries.
We now have permanent bases in Iraq. We've had them in Kuwait for a while. We have permanent bases in Afghanistan. We are building permanent bases in Uzbekistan. We actually have 4 bases in Georgia. So if you draw a map that connects the dots between all of the bases that we have done since the Cold War ended, what you see is American military hegemony covering 90% of the globe's energy resources in terms of gas and in terms of oil.
In May of 2002, trusting that the U.S. military would bring peace for Afghanistan, President Karzai signs a treaty with the leaders of Pakistan and Turkmenistan for the construction of a $2 billion pipeline from Turkmenistan to the Indian Ocean. Turkmenistan and Afghanistan hope to generate much-needed income for their economies. Pakistan hopes to secure an oil route for itself. Its position would also allow Pakistan to control at least part of the oil supply to India. Washington, however, appears to recognize the potential for conflicts with the pipeline that would ultimately serve China's 1.5 billion consumers as well. Indeed, U.S. oil companies are now favoring a western route through the sparsely populated regions of Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and eastern Turkey towards the Mediterranean Sea, and eventually Europe and the United States. For this reason, the U.S. military is not even trying to control the Afghan warlords, whose persistent violence would hamper the pipeline's construction. In addition, continued unrest justifies a large U.S. military presence in Afghanistan that will remain as a deterrent to any other foreign intrusion into the region. Fighting terrorism is clearly not the reason for such a large deployment of troops, as clandestine terrorist cells are better fought by undercover agents and special forces. Is it a coincidence if massive U.S. military positioning happens to take place in Central Asia, the Persian Gulf, and other oil-rich regions of the world? Is fighting terrorism the real motive? Or is Washington more interested in grabbing whatever oil reserves are left, fueling terrorism and war as a result? But massive deployment requires massive manpower.
Imagine simultaneously tracking over 100 enemy targets on land, sea, and in the air from thousands of miles away.
Targeting America's youth, the U.S. military has souped up its presence on MTV-style television.
I am my own force. With the latest technology, training, and support, who I am has become better than who I was.
With enlistment down, recruitment efforts are now at an all-time high.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of all who threaten it. Navy, accelerate your life.
Well, again, I think we have our military is in fact too small to handle all the global responsibilities we do have.
Dick Cheney told us after 9/11 this was going to be a war that was not going to end in our lifetimes. It is a sequential war to control the last remaining oil reserves on the planet.
The future security of the United States depends upon the President's program for transforming the Middle East, and Iraq is the first step in doing so.